On the Genealogy of Morality, a polemic. Friedrich Nietzsche. Preface 1. We are unknown to ourselves, we knowers, and with good reason. We have never looked for ourselves, so how are we ever supposed to find ourselves? How right is the saying, "Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." Our treasure is where the hives of our knowledge are. As born winged insects and intellectual honey-gatherers, we are constantly making for them, concerned at heart with only one thing: to bring something home. As far as the rest of life is concerned, the so-called experiences, who of us ever has enough seriousness for them, or enough time? I fear we have never really been with it in such matters. Our heart is simply not in it, and not even our ear. On the contrary, like somebody divinely absent-minded and sunk in his own thoughts, who, the 12 strokes of midday having just boomed into his ears, wakes with a start and wonders, "What hour struck?" Sometimes we too afterwards rub our ears and ask, astonished, taken aback, "What did we actually experience then?" Or even, "Who are we, in fact?" And afterwards, as I said, we count all 12 reverberating strokes of our experience, of our life, of our being. Oh, and lose count. We remain strange to ourselves out of necessity. We do not understand ourselves. We must confusedly mistake who we are. The motto, "Everyone is furthest from himself," applies to us forever. We are not knowers when it comes to ourselves. My thoughts on the descent of our moral prejudices, for that is what this polemic is about, were first set out in a sketchy and provincial way in the collection of aphorisms titled "Human, All Too Human: A Book for Free Spirits," which I began to write in Sorrento during a winter that enabled me to pause, like a wanderer pauses, to take in the vast and dangerous land through which my mind had hitherto travelled. This was in the winter of 1876–7. The thoughts themselves go back further. They were mainly the same thoughts which I shall be taking up again in the present essays. Let us hope that the long interval has done them good, that they have become riper, brighter, stronger, and more perfect. The fact that I still stick to them today, and that they themselves in the meantime have stuck together increasingly firmly, even growing into one another and growing into one, makes me all the more blithely confident that from the first they did not arise in me individually, randomly, or sporadically, but as stemming from a single root, from a fundamental will to knowledge deep inside me, which took control, speaking more and more clearly and making ever clearer demands. And this is the only thing proper for a philosopher. We have no right to stand out individually. We must not either make mistakes or hit on the truth individually. Instead, our thoughts, values, every yes, no, if, and but grow from us with the same inevitability as fruits borne on the tree, all related and referring to one another, and a testimonial to one will, one health, one earth, one sun. Do you like the taste of our fruit? But of what concern is that to the trees? And of what concern is it to us philosophers? 3. With a characteristic skepticism to which I confess only reluctantly. It relates to morality and to all that hitherto on earth has been celebrated as morality, a skepticism which sprang up in my life so early, so unbidden, so unstoppably, and which was in such conflict with my surroundings, age, precedents, and lineage, that I would almost be justified in calling it my a priori. Eventually, my curiosity and suspicion were bound to fix on the question of what origin our terms good and evil actually have. Indeed, as a 13-year-old boy, I was preoccupied with the problem of the origin of evil. At an age when one's heart was half filled with childish games, half filled with God, I dedicated my first literary childish game, my first philosophical essay, to this problem, and as regards my solution to the problem at that time, I quite properly gave God credit for it, and made him the father of evil. Did my a priori want this of me? That new immoral, or at least immoralistic a priori, and the oh so anti Kantian, so enigmatic categorical imperative which spoke from it, and to which I have in the meantime increasingly lent an ear, and not just an ear? Fortunately, I learnt in time to separate theological from moral prejudice, and I no longer searched for the origin of evil beyond the world. Some training in history and philology, together with my innate fastidiousness with regard to all physio sorry, psychological problems, soon transformed my problem into another. Under what conditions did man invent the value judgments good and evil? And what value do they themselves have? Have they up to now obstructed or promoted human flourishing? Are they a sign of distress, poverty, and the degeneration of life? Or, on the contrary, do they reveal the fullness, strength, and will of life, its courage, its confidence, its future? To these questions I found and ventured all kinds of answers to my own. I distinguished between epochs, peoples, grades of rank between individuals. I focused my inquiry, and out of the answers there developed new questions, investigations, conjectures, probabilities, until I had my own territory, my own soil, a whole silently growing and blossoming world, secret gardens as it were, the existence of which nobody must be allowed to suspect. Oh, how happy we are, we knowers, provided we can keep quiet for long enough. 4. I was given the initial stimulation to publish something about my hypothesis on the origin of morality by a clear, honest, and clever, even too clever little book, in which I first directly encountered the back to front and perverse kind of genealogical hypothesis, actually the English kind, which drew me to it with that power of attraction which everything contradictory and antithetical has. The title of the little book was "The Origin of the Moral Sensations." Its author was Dr. Paul Ree. The year of its publication, 1877. I have perhaps never read anything to which I said no, sentence by sentence and deduction by deduction, as I did to this book, but completely without annoyance and impatience. In the work already mentioned, which I was working on at the time, I referred to passages from this book more or less at random, not in order to refute them, what business is it of mine to refute? But, as befits a positive mind, to replace the improbable with the more probable, and, in some circumstances, to replace one error with another. As I said, I was at the time beginning to the bringing to the light of day those hypotheses on descent to which these essays are devoted, clumsily as I am the first to admit, and still inhabited because I still lacked my own vocabulary of these special topics, and with a good deal of relapse and vacillation. In particular, compare what I say about the dual prehistory of good and evil in Human All Too Human, section 45, namely in the sphere of nobles and slaves, likewise section 136 on the value and descent of ascetic morality, likewise sections 96 and 99 and volume 2 section 89 on the morality of custom, that much older and more primitive kind of morality which is toto coelo, removed from altruistic evaluation, which Dr. Ree, like all English genealogists, sees as the moral method of valuation as such. Likewise, section 92, The Wanderer, section 26, and Daybreak, section 112, on the descent of justice as a balance between two roughly equal powers, equilibrium as the precondition for all contracts and consequently for all law. Likewise, The Wanderer, sections 22 and 23 on the descent of punishment, the deterrent, terroristisch purpose of which is neither essential nor inherent, as Dr. Reid thinks. Instead, it is introduced in particular circumstances and is always incidental and added on. Actually, then, I was preoccupied with something much more important than the nature of hypothesis, mine or anybody else's, on the origin of morality. Or, to be more exact, the latter concerned me only for one end, to which it is one of many means. For me it was a question of the value of morality, and here I had to confront my great teacher Schopenhauer, to whom that book of mine spoke as though he were still present, with its passion and its hidden contradiction, it too being a polemic. I dealt especially with the value of the unegoistic, the instincts of compassion, self-denial, self-sacrifice, which Schopenhauer had for so long gilded, deified, and transcendentalized until he was finally left with them as those values as such, on the basis of which he said no to life and to himself as well. But against these very instincts I gave vent to an increasingly deep mistrust, a skepticism which dug deeper and deeper. Precisely here I saw the great danger to mankind, its most sublime temptation and seduction. Temptation to what? To nothingness? Precisely here I saw the beginning of the end, standstill, mankind looking back warily, turning its will against life, and the onset of the final sickness becoming gently, sadly manifest. I understood the morality of compassion, casting around ever wider to catch even philosophers and make them ill, as the most uncanny symptom of our European culture, which has itself become uncanny as its detour to a new Buddhism, to a new Euro-Buddhism, to nihilism. This predilection for and overvaluation of compassion that modern philosophers show is, in fact, something new. Up till now, philosophers were agreed as to the worthlessness of compassion, and I need only mention Plato, Spinoza, La Rochefoucauld, and Kant, four minds as different from one another as it is possible to be, but united on one point, their low opinion of compassion. This problem of the value of compassion and of the morality of compassion, I am opposed to the disgraceful modern softness of feeling, seems at first to be only an isolated phenomenon, a lone question mark, but whoever pauses over the question and learns to ask will find what I found, that a vast new panorama opens up for him. A possibility makes him giddy, Mistrust, suspicion, and fear of every kind spring up. Belief in morality, all morality, wavers. Finally, a new demand becomes articulate. So let us give voice to this new demand. We need a critique of moral values. The value of these values should itself for once be examined. And so we need to know about the conditions and circumstances under which the values grew up, developed, and changed. Morality as a result, as symptom, as mask, as tartuffery, as sickness, as misunderstanding, but also morality as cause, remedy, stimulant, inhibition, poison. Since we have neither had this knowledge up till now, nor even desired it, people have taken the value of these values as given, as factual, as beyond all questioning, up till now. Nobody has had the remotest doubt or hesitation in placing higher value on the good man than on the evil, higher value in the sense of advancement, benefit, and prosperity for man in general, and this includes man's future. What if the opposite were true? What if a regressive trait lurked in the good man, likewise a danger, an enticement, a poison, a narcotic, so that the present lived at the expense of the future? Perhaps in more comfort and less danger, but also in a smaller minded, meaner manner. So that morality itself were to blame if man as species never reached his highest potential power and splendor. So that morality itself was the danger of dangers. Suffice it to say that since this revelation, I had reason to look around for scholarly, bold, hard-working colleagues. I am still looking. The vast, distant, and hidden land of morality as it really existed and was really lived, has to be journeyed through with quite new questions, and, as it were, with new eyes. And surely that means virtually discovering this land for the first time. If on my travels I thought about the above mentioned Dr. Ree amongst others, this was because I was certain that, judging from the questions he raised, he himself would have to adopt a more sensible method if he wanted to find the answers. Was I mistaken? At any rate, I want to focus this sharp, unbiased eye in a better direction, the direction of a real history of morality, and to warn him, while there was still time, against such English hypothesis mongering into the blue. It is quite clear which color is 100 times more important for a genealogist than blue, namely grey, which is to say that which can be documented, which can actually be confirmed and has actually existed, in short, the whole long, hard to decipher hieroglyphic script of man's moral past. This was unknown to Dr. Ree, but he had read Darwin, and so in his hypothesis the Darwinian beast and the ultra-modern humble moral weakling who no longer bites politely shake hands, in a way that is at least entertaining, the latter with an expression of a certain good-humoured and cultivated indolence on his face, in which even a grain of pessimism and fatigue mingle, as if it were really not worth taking all these things, the problems of morality, so seriously. Now I, on the contrary, think that there is nothing which more rewards being taken seriously. The reward being, for example, the possibility of one day being allowed to take them cheerfully. That cheerfulness, in fact, or to put it into my parlance, that gay science, is a reward for a long, brave, diligent, subterranean seriousness for which admittedly not everyone is suited. The day we can say with conviction, "Forwards!" even our old morality would make a comedy, we shall have discovered a new twist and possible outcome of the Dionysian drama of the fate of the soul, and he'll make good use of it, we can bet. He, the grand old eternal writer of the comedy of our existence. 8. If anyone finds this script incomprehensible and hard on the ears, I do not think the fault necessarily lies with me. It is clear enough, assuming as I do, that people have first read my earlier works without sparing themselves some effort, because they really are not easy to approach. With regard to my Zarathustra, for example, I do not acknowledge anyone as an expert on it, if he has not, at some time, been both profoundly wounded and profoundly delighted by it, for only then may he enjoy the privilege of sharing with due reverence the halcyon element from which the book was born, and its shiny brightness, spaciousness, breadth, and certainty. In other cases, the aphoristic form causes difficulty. This is because this form is not taken seriously enough these days. An aphorism, properly stamped and moulded, has not been deciphered just because it has been read out. On the contrary, this is just the beginning of its proper interpretation, and for this an art of interpretation is needed. In the third essay of this book, I have given an example of which I mean by interpretation. In such a case, this treatise is a commentary on the aphorism that precedes it. I admit that you need one thing above all in order to practice the requisite art of reading, a thing which today people have been so good at forgetting, and so it will be some time before my writings are readable. You almost need to be a cow for this one thing, and certainly not a modern man. It is rumination. Sils Maria, Upper Engadine, July 1887. First essay. Good and Evil, Good and Bad. 1. These English psychologists, who have to be thanked for having made the only attempt so far to write a history of the emergence of morality, provide us with a small riddle in the form of themselves. In fact, I admit that as living riddles they have a significant advantage over their books. They are actually interesting. These English psychologists, just what do they want? You always find them at the same task, whether they want to or not, pushing the party hauntus of our inner world to the foreground, and looking for what is really effective, guiding, and decisive for our development, where man's intellectual pride would least wish to find it. For example, in the vis inertiae of habit, or in his forgetfulness, or in a blind and random coupling of mechanism of ideas, or in something purely passive, automotive, reflexive, molecular, and thoroughly stupid. What is it that actually drives these psychologists in precisely this direction all the time? Is it a secret, malicious, mean instinct to belittle humans, which it might well not admit to itself, or perhaps a pessimistic suspicion, the mistrust of disillusioned, surly idealists who have turned poisonous and green, or a certain subterranean animosity and rancune towards Christianity and Plato, which has perhaps not even passed the threshold of consciousness, or even a lewd taste for the strange, for the painful paradox, for the dubious and nonsensical in life, or finally a bit of everything, a bit of meanness, a bit of gloominess, a bit of anti-Christianity, a bit of a thrill and need for pepper. But people tell me that they are just old, cold, boring frogs crawling round men and hopping into them as if they were in their element, namely a swamp. I am resistant to hearing this, and indeed I do not believe it. And if it is permissible to wish where it is impossible to know, I sincerely hope that the reverse is true, that these analysts holding a microscope to the soul are actually brave, generous, and proud animals who know how to control their own pleasure and pain and have been taught to sacrifice desirability to truth, every truth, even a plain, bitter, ugly, foul, unchristian, immoral truth, because there are such truths. 2. So you have to respect the good spirits which preside in these historians of morality. But it is unfortunately a fact that historical spirit itself is lacking in them. They have been left in the lurch by all the good spirits of history itself. As is now established philosophical practice, they all think in a way that is essentially unhistorical. This can't be doubted. The idiocy of their moral genealogy is revealed at the outset when it is a question of conveying the descent of the concept and judgment of good. Originally they decree unegoistic acts were praised and called good by their recipients, in other words, by the people to whom they were useful. Later, everyone forgot the origin of the praise, and because such acts had always been habitually praised as good, people also began to experience them as good, and as if they were something good as such. We can see at once this first deduction contains all the typical traits of idiosyncratic English psychologists. We have usefulness, forgetting, habit, and finally error, all as the basis of a respect of values of which the higher man has hitherto been proud, as though it were a sort of general privilege of mankind. This pride must be humbled, this valuation devalued. Has that been achieved? Now for me it is obvious that the real breeding ground for the concept "good" has been sought and located in the wrong place by this theory. The judgment good does not emanate from those whom goodness is shown. Instead, it has been the good themselves, meaning the noble, the mighty, the high placed, and the high minded, who saw and judged themselves and their actions as good. I mean, first rate, in contrast to everything lowly, low minded, common, and plebeian. It was from this pathos of distance that they first claimed the right to create values and give these values names. Usefulness was none of their concern. The standpoint of usefulness is as alien and inappropriate as it can be to such a heated eruption of the highest rank ordering and rank defining value judgments. This is the point where feeling reaches the opposite of low temperatures needed for any calculation of prudence or reckoning of usefulness. And not just for once, for one exceptional moment, but permanently. The pathos of nobility and distance, as I said, the continuing and predominant feeling of complete and fundamental superiority of a higher ruling kind in relation to a lower kind, to those below, that is the origin of the antithesis, good and bad. The seigneurial privilege of giving names even allows us to conceive of the origin of language itself as a manifestation of the power of rulers. They say, "This is so and so." They set their seal on everything and every occurrence with a sound, and thereby take possession of it, as it were. It is because of this origin that from our outset the word good is absolutely not necessarily attached to unegoistic actions, as the superstition of these moral genealogists would have it. On the contrary, it is only with a decline of aristocratic value judgments that this whole antithesis between egoistic and unegoistic forces itself more and more on man's conscience. It is, to use my language, the herd instinct, which, with that, finally gets its word in and makes words. And even then, it takes long enough for this instinct to become sufficiently dominant for the valuation of moral values to become enmeshed and embedded in the antithesis, as is the case in contemporary Europe, for example, the prejudice which takes moral, unegoistic, and deinteresse as equivalent terms already rules with the power of a fixed idea and mental illness. 3. But secondly, apart from the fact that the hypothesis about the descent of the value judgment good is historically untenable, it is also suffers from an inner psychological contradiction. The usefulness of unegoistic behavior is supposed to be the origin of the esteem in which it is held, and this origin is supposed to have been forgotten. But how was such forgetting possible? Did the usefulness of such behavior suddenly cease at some point? The opposite is the case. It is that this usefulness has been a permanent part of our everyday experience, something, then, that has been constantly stressed anew. Consequently, instead of fading from consciousness, instead of becoming forgettable, it must have impressed itself on consciousness with even greater clarity. How much more sensible is the opposite theory that doesn't make it any more true, which is held, for example, by Herbert Spencer. He judges the concept good as essentially the same as useful, practical, so that in their judgments, good and bad people sum up as and sanction their unforgotten, unforgettable experiences of what is useful, practical, harmful, impractical. According to this theory, good is what has always shown itself to be useful, so it can claim validity as valuable in the highest degree, as valuable as such. This route towards an explanation is wrong, as I said, but at least the explanation in itself is rational and psychologically tenable. 4. I was given a pointer in the right direction by the question as to what the terms for good, as used in different languages, mean from the etymological point of view. Then I found that they all led me back to the same conceptual transformation, that everywhere, noble, aristocratic, in social terms, is the basic concept from which necessarily good, in the sense of spiritually noble, aristocratic, or spiritually high-minded, spiritually privileged, developed. A development that always runs parallel with that other one which ultimately transfers common, plebeian, low into the concept bad. The best example for the latter is the German word schlecht, bad itself, which is identical with schlicht, plain, simple. Compare schlechtweg, plainly, schlechterdings, simply, and originally referred to the simple, the common man, with no derogatory implication, but simply in contrast to the nobility. Round about the time of the 30 Years' War, late enough then, this meaning shifted into its current usage. To me, this seems an essential insight into moral genealogy. That it has been discovered so late is due to the obstructing influence which the democratic bias within the modern world exercises over all questions of descent. And this is the case in the apparently most objective of fields, natural science and physiology, as I shall just mention here. The havoc this prejudice can wreak, once it is unbridled to the point of hatred, particularly for morality and history, can be seen in the famous case of Buckle. The plebeianism of the modern spirit which began in England broke out there once again on its native soil as violently as a volcano of mud, and with that salted, overloud, vulgar loquacity with which all volcanoes have spoken up till now. 5. With regard to our problem, which can justifiably be called a quiet problem and fastidiously addresses itself to only a few years, it is of no little interest to discover that in these words and roots which denote good, we can often detect the main nuance which made the noble feel they were men of higher rank. True, in most cases they might give themselves names which simply show superiority of power, such as the mighty, the masters, the commanders, or the most visible sign of this superiority, such as the rich, the propertied, that is the meaning of Arya, and the equivalent of Iranian and Slavic. But the names also show a typical character trait, and this is what concerns us here. For example, they all call themselves the truthful, led by the Greek aristocracy, whose mouthpiece is the Megarian poet Theognis. The word used specifically for this purpose, and here there are some Greek alphabets which I can't read. Continuing, means, according to its root, one who is, who has reality, who really exists and is true. Then, with a subjective transformation, it becomes the slogan and catchphrase of the aristocracy and is completely assimilated with the sense of aristocratic, in contrast to the deceitful common man as taken and shown by Theognis, until finally, with the decline of the aristocracy, the word remains as a term of spiritual noblesse, and, as it were, ripens and sweetens. Cowardice is underlined in the word Greek, as in Greek, the plebeian in contrast to the Greek. Perhaps this gives a clue as to where we should look for the etymological derivation of the ambiguous term Greek for capable, useful, good. In the Latin word malus, to which I juxtapose dark, black, the common man could be characterized as the dark-skinned, and especially the dark-haired man, as the pre-Aryan occupant of Italian soil who could most easily be distinguished from the blonde race which had become dominant, namely the Aryan conquering race. By its color, at any rate, I have found exactly the same with Gaelic peoples. Finn, for example, in Fingal, the word designating the aristocracy and finally the good, noble, pure, was originally a blond person in contrast to the dark-skinned, dark-haired native inhabitants. By the way, the Celts were a completely blond race. It is wrong to connect those traces of an essentially dark-haired population, which can be seen on carefully prepared ethnological maps in Germany, with any Celtic descent and mixing of blood in such a connection as Virchow does. It is more a case of the pre-Aryan population of Germany emerging at these points. The same holds good for virtually the whole of Europe. To all intents and purposes, the subject race has ended up by regaining the upper hand in skin color, shortness of forehead, and perhaps even in intellectual and social instincts. Who can give any such guarantee that modern democracy, and even more modern anarchism, and indeed that predilection for the commune, the most primitive form of social structure which is common to all Europe's socialists, are not in essence a huge throwback, and that the conquering master race, that of the Aryans, is not physiologically being defeated as well. I think I can interpret the Latin "bonus" as the warrior, providing I am correct in tracing bonus back to an older donus. Compare bellum equal to duellum is equal to duellum, which seems to me to contain that duonus. Therefore, bonus as a man of war, of division, duo, as warrior, one can see what made up a man's goodness in ancient Rome. Take our German gut. Does it not mean the godlike man, the man of godlike race? And is it not identical with the popular, originally noble name of the Goths? The grounds for this supposition will not be gone into here. 6. If the highest caste is at the same time the clerical caste and therefore chooses a title for its overall description which calls its priestly function to mind, this does not yet constitute an exception to the rule that the concept of political superiority always resolves itself into the concept of psychological superiority, although this may be the occasion giving rise to exceptions. This is an example of the first juxtaposition of pure and impure as signs of different estates, and later good and bad develop in a direction which no longer refers to social standing. In addition, people should be wary of taking these terms pure and impure too seriously, too far, or even symbolically. All ancient man's concepts were originally understood to a degree we can scarcely imagine as crude, coarse, detached, narrow, direct, and in particular unsymbolic. From the outset, the pure man was just a man who washed, avoided certain foods which cause skin complaints, did not sleep with the filthy woman from the lower orders, and had a horror of blood. Nothing more, not much more. And yet the very nature of an essentially priestly aristocracy shows how contradictory valuations could become dangerously internalized and sharpened, precisely in such an aristocracy at an early stage, and in fact clefts were finally driven between man and man which even an Achilles of free thinking would shudder to cross. From the very beginning there has been something unhealthy about these priestly aristocracies and in the customs dominant there, which are turned away from action and are partly brooding and partly emotionally explosive, resulting in the almost inevitable bowel complaints and neurasthenia which have plagued the clergy down the ages. But as far but as for the remedy they themselves found for their sickness, surely one must say that its after effects have shown it to be 100 times more dangerous than the disease it were meant to cure. People are still ill from the after effects of that priestly quack cures. For example, think of certain diets, avoidance of meat, of fasting, sexual abstinence, the flight into the desert, where measures bed rest admittedly without the subsequent overfeeding and weight gain that constitute the most effective antidote to all hysteria brought on by the ascetic ideal. Think too of the whole metaphysics of the clergy, which is antagonistic towards the senses, making men lazy and refined. Think too of their fakir-like and Brahmin-like self-hypnotizing, Brahminism as crystal ball and fixed idea, and the final, all too comprehensible, general disenchantment with its radical cure, nothingness. Or God, the yearning of a unio mystica with God is the Buddhist yearning for nothingness, nirvana, and no more. Priests make everything more dangerous, not just medicaments and healing arts, but pride, revenge, acumen, debauchery, love, lust for power, virtue, sickness. In any case, with some justification, one could add that man first became an interesting animal on the foundation of this essentially dangerous form of human existence, the priest, and that the human soul became deep in the higher sense and turned evil for the first time. And of course, there are two basic forms of the man's superiority hitherto over other animals. 7. You will have already guessed how easy it was for the priestly method of valuation to split off from the chivalric aristocratic method, and then to develop further into the opposite of the latter. This receives a special impetus when the priestly caste and the warrior caste confront one another in jealousy and cannot agree on the price of war. The chivalric aristocratic value judgments are based on a powerful physicality, a blossoming, rich, even effervescent good health that includes the things needed to maintain it: war, adventure, hunting, dancing, jousting, and everything else that contains strong, free, happy action. The priestly aristocratic method of valuation, as we have seen, has different criteria. Woe betide it when it comes to war. As we know, priests make the most evil enemies. But why? Because they are the most powerless. Out of this powerlessness, their hate swells into something huge and uncanny to a most intellectual and poisonous level. The greatest haters in the world history and the most intelligent have always been priests. Nobody else's intelligence stands a chance against the intelligence of priestly revenge. The history of mankind would be far too stupid a thing if it had not had the intellect, guised, of the powerless injected into it. Let us take the best example straight away. Nothing that has been done on earth against the noble, the mighty, the masters, and the rulers is worth mentioning compared to what the Jews have done against them. The Jews, that priestly people which in the last resort were able to gain satisfaction from its enemies and conquerors only through a radical re-evaluation of their values, that is, through an act of the most deliberate revenge. Only this was fitting for a priestly people with the most entrenched priestly vengefulness. It was the Jews who, rejecting the aristocratic value equation, good equal to noble equal to powerful equal to beautiful equal to happy equal to blessed, ventured with awe-inspiring consistency to bring about a reversal and held it in the teeth of the most unfathomable hatred, the hatred of the powerless, saying, "Only those who suffer are good. Only the poor, the powerless, the lowly are good. The suffering, the deprived, the sick, the ugly, are the only pious people, the only ones saved. Salvation is for them alone. Whereas you rich, the noble and powerful are eternally wicked, cruel, lustful, insatiate, godless. You will also be eternally wretched, cursed, and damned." We know who became heir to this Jewish re-evaluation with regard to the huge and incalculably disastrous initiative taken by the Jews with the most fundamental of all declarations of war. I recall the words I wrote on another occasion, Beyond Good and Evil, section 195, namely, that the slaves' revolt in morality begins with the Jews, a revolt which has 2000 years of history behind it, and which has only been lost sight of because it was victorious. Wow. Sorry. 8. But you don't understand that. You don't have eyes for something that needed 2 millennia to achieve victory? There is nothing surprising about that. All long things are difficult to see round. But that is what happened. From the trunk of the tree of revenge and hatred, Jewish hatred, the deepest and most sublime, indeed a hatred which created ideals and changed values, the like of which have never been seen on earth, there grew something just as incomparable, a new love, the deepest and most sublime kind of love. And what other trunk could it have grown out of? But don't make the mistake of thinking that it had grown forth as a denial of the thirst of revenge as the opposite of Jewish hatred. No, the reverse is true. This love grew out of the hatred as its crown, as the triumphant crown, expanding ever wider in the purest brightness, the radiance of the sun, the crown which, as it were in the realm of light and height, was pursuing the aims of that hatred, victory, spoils, seduction, with the same urgency with which the roots of that hatred were burrowing ever more thoroughly and greedily into everything that was deep and evil. This Jesus of Nazareth as the embodiment of the gospel of love, this Redeemer bringing salvation and victory to the poor, the sick, to sinners, he was not seduction in its most sinister and irresistible form, seduction and the circuitous route to just those very Jewish values and innovative ideals. Did Israel not reach the pinnacle of her sublime vengefulness via this very Redeemer, this apparent opponent of the disperser of Israel? Is it not part of a secret black art, of a truly grand politics of revenge, a far-sighted subterranean revenge, slow to grip and calculating that Israel had to denounce her actual instrument of revenge before all the world as a mortal enemy and nail him to the cross, so that all the world, namely all Israel's enemies, could safely nibble at this bait? And could anyone, on the other hand, using all the ingenuity of his intellect, think up a more dangerous bait? Something to equal the enticing, intoxicating, benumbing, corrupting power of that symbol of the Holy Cross, to equal that horrible paradox of a God on the cross, to equal that mystery of an unthinkable final act of extreme cruelty and self-crucifixion of God for the salvation of mankind? At least it is certain that sub hoc signo Israel, with its revenge and revaluation of all former values, has triumphed repeatedly over all other ideals, all nobler ideals. 9. But why do you talk about nobler ideals? Let's bow to the facts. The people have won, or the slaves, the plebeians, the herd, or whatever you want to call them. If the Jews made this come about, good for them. No people have had a more world historic mission. The masters are deposed. The morality of the common people has triumphed. You might take this victory for blood poisoning. It did mix the races up. I do not deny it. But undoubtedly this intoxication has succeeded. The salvation of the human race, I mean from the masters, is well on course. Everything is being made appreciably Jewish, Christian, or plebeian, never mind the words. The passage of this poison through the whole body of mankind seems unstoppable, even though its tempo and pace from now on might tend to be slower, softer, quieter, calmer. There is no hurry. With this in view, does the Church still have a necessary role? Indeed, does it have a right to exist? Or one could do without it? Curator. It seems that the Church rather slows down and blocks the passage of poison instead of accelerating it. Well, that might be what makes it useful. Certainly, it is by now something crude and boorish, resistant to a more tender intelligence, to a truly modern taste. Should not the Church at least try to be more refined? Nowadays it alienates more than it seduces. Who amongst us would be a free thinker if it were not for the Church? We loathe the Church, not its poison. Apart from the Church, we too love the poison. This is the epilogue by a free thinker to my speech. An honest animal as he clearly shows himself to be, and moreover a democrat, he had listened to me up to that point, and could not stand listening to my silence. As a matter of fact, there is much for me to keep silent about at this point. 10. The beginning of slaves' revolt in morality occurs when resentment itself turns creative and gives birth to values. The resentment of those begins who, denied the proper response of action, compensate for it only with imaginary revenge, whereas whereas all noble morality goes out of a triumphant saying yes to itself. Slave morality says no on principle to everything that is outside, other, non-self, and this no is its creative deed. This reversal of the evaluating glance, this essential orientation to the outside instead of back onto itself, is a feature of resentiment. In order to come about, slave morality first has to have an opposing external world. It needs, psychologically speaking, external stimuli in order to act at all. Its action is basically a reaction. The opposite is the case with the noble method of valuation. This acts and grows spontaneously, speaking out its opposite only so that it can say yes to itself even more thankfully and exultantly. Its negative concept, low, common, bad, is only a pale contrast created after the event compared to its positive basic concept. Saturated with life and passion, we the noble, the good, the beautiful, and the happy. When the noble method of valuation makes a mistake and sins against reality, this happens in relation to the sphere with which it is not sufficiently familiar, a true knowledge of which indeed is rigidly resists. In some circumstances it misjudges the sphere it despises. That of the common man, the rabble, on the other hand, we should bear in mind that the distortion which results from the feeling of contempt, disdain, and superciliousness, always assuming that the image of the despised person is distorted, remains far behind the distortion with which the entrenched hatred, the revenge of the powerless man, attacks his opponent, in effigy of course. Indeed, contempt has too much negligence, nonchalance, complacency, and impatience, even too much personal cheerfulness mixed into it, for it to be in a position to transform its object into a real caricature and monster. Nor should one fail to hear the almost kindly nuances which the Greek nobility, for example, places in all words that it uses to distinguish itself from the rabble. A sort of sympathy, consideration, and indulgence incessantly permeates and sugars them. with the result that nearly all words referring to the common man remain as expressions for unhappy, pitiable. And on the other hand, bad, low, and unhappy have never ceased to reverberate in the Greek ear in a tone in which unhappy predominates. This is a legacy of the old, nobler, aristocratic method of valuation that does not deny itself even in contempt. The well-born felt they were the happy. They did not need, first of all, to construct their happiness artificially by looking at their enemies, or in some cases by talking themselves into it, lying themselves into it, as all men of resentiment are wont to do, and also as complete men bursting with strength and therefore necessarily active, they knew they must not separate happiness from action. Being active is by necessity counted as part of happiness. This is the etymological derivation of the expression "eu praetein", all very much the opposite of happiness at the level of the powerless, the oppressed, and those rankled with poisonous and hostile feelings, for whom it manifests itself as essentially a narcotic, an anesthetic, rest, peace, Sabbath, relaxation of the mind, and stretching of the limbs, in short, as something passive. While the noble man is confident and frank with himself, the man of resentment is neither upright nor naive, nor honest and straight with himself. His soul squints, his mind loves dark corners, secret paths and back doors, everything secretive appeals to him as being his world, his security, his comfort. He knows all about keeping quiet, not forgetting, waiting, temporarily humbling and abasing himself. A race of such men of resentment will inevitably end up cleverer than any noble race, and will respect cleverness to a quite different degree as well, namely as a condition of existence of the first rank, whilst the cleverness of noble men can easily have a subtle aftertaste of luxury and refinement about it, precisely because in this area it is nowhere near as important as the complete certainty of function of the governing unconscious instincts, nor indeed as important as a certain lack of cleverness, such as a daring charge at danger or at the enemy, or those frenzied sudden fits of anger, love, reverence, gratitude, and revenge by which noble souls down the ages have recognized one another. When resentment does occur in the noble man himself, it is consumed and exhausted in an immediate reaction, and therefore it does not poison. On the other hand, it does not occur at all in countless cases, where it is unavoidable for all who are weak and powerless. To be unable to take his enemies, his misfortunes, and even his misdeeds seriously for long, that is the sign of strong, rounded natures, with a superabundance of a power which is flexible, formative, healing, and can make one forget. A good example from the modern world is Mirabeau, who had no recall for the insults and slings directed at him, who could not forgive simply because he forgot. A man like this shakes from him, with one shrug, many worms, which would have burrowed into another man, actual love of your enemies is also possible here and here alone, assuming it is possible at all on earth. How much respect a noble man has for his enemies, and a respect of that sort is a bridge to love, for he insists on having his enemy to himself, as a mark of distinction. Indeed, he will tolerate as enemies none other than such as have nothing to be despised and a great deal to be honored. Against this, imagine the enemy as conceived of by the man of resentiment. And here we have his deed, his creation. He has conceived of the evil enemy, the evil one, as a basic idea to which he now thinks up a copy and counterpart, the good one himself. 11. Exactly the opposite is true of the noble one who conceives of the basic idea good by himself, in advance and spontaneously, and only then creates a notion of bad. This bad of noble origin, that the evil from the cauldron of unassuaged hatred. The first is an afterthought, an aside, a complementary color, whilst the other is the original, the beginning, the actual deed in the conception of slave morality. How different are the two words bad and evil, although both seem to be the opposite for the same concept good. But it is not the same concept good. On the contrary, one should ask who is actually evil in the sense of morality of resentiment. The stern reply is precisely the good person of the other morality, the noble, powerful, dominating one, but retouched, reinterpreted, and reviewed through the poisonous eye of resentment. Here there is one point we would be the last to deny. Anyone who came to know these good men as enemies came to know nothing but evil enemies. And the same people who are so strongly held in check by custom, respect, habit, gratitude, and even more through spying on one another and through peer group jealousy, who on the other hand behave towards one another by showing such resourcefulness in consideration, self-control, delicacy, loyalty, pride, and friendship. They are not much better than the uncaged beasts of prey in the world outside, where the strange, the foreign begin. There they enjoy freedom from every social constraint. In the wilderness they compensate for the tension which is caused by being closed in and fenced in by the peace of the community for so long. They return to the innocent conscience of the wild beast, as exultant monsters who perhaps go away having committed a hideous succession of murder, arson, rape, and torture in a mood of bravado and spiritual equilibrium, as though they had simply played a student's prank, convinced that poets will now have something to sing about and celebrate for quite some time. At the center of all these noble races we cannot fail to see the beast of prey, the magnificent blond beast, avidly prowling round for spoil and victory. This hidden center needs release from time to time. The beast must out again, must return to the wild. Roman, Arabian, Germanic, Japanese nobility, Homeric heroes, Scandinavian Vikings. In this requirement they are all alike. It was the noble races which left the concept of barbarian in their traces wherever they went. Even their highest culture betrays the fact that they were conscious of this. and indeed proud of it. For example, when Pericles, in the famous funeral oration, tells his Athenians, "Our daring has forced a path to every land and sea, erecting timeless memorials to itself everywhere, for good and ill." This daring of the noble races, mad, absurd, and sudden in the way it manifests itself, the unpredictability and even the improbability of their undertakings. Pericles singles out the povia of the Athenians for praise, their unconcern and scorn for safety, body, life, comfort, their shocking cheerfulness and depth of delight in all destruction, in all the debauches of victory and cruelty. All this, for those who suffered under it, was summed up in the image of the barbarian, the evil enemy, perhaps the Goth or the Vandal. The deep and icy mistrust that the German arouses as soon as he comes to power, which we see again even today, is still the aftermath of that inextinguishable horror with which Europe viewed the raging of the blond Germanic beast for centuries. Although between the old Germanic peoples and us Germans there is scarcely any idea in common, let alone a blood relationship. I once remarked on Hesiod's dilemma when he thought up the series of cultural eras and tried to express them in gold, silver, and iron. He could find no other solution to the contradiction presented to him by the magnificent but at the same time so shockingly violent world of Homer than to make two eras out of one, which he now placed one behind the other. First, the eras of heroes and demigods from Troy and Thebes, as that world retained in the memory of noble races who had their own ancestry in it. Then the Iron Era, as the same world appeared to the descendants of the downtrodden, robbed, ill-treated, and those carried off and sold, as an era of iron. Hard, as I said, cold, cruel, lacking feeling and conscience, crushing everything and coating it with blood. Assuming that what is at any rate believed as truth were indeed true, that it is the meaning of all culture to breed a tame and civilized animal, a household pet, out of the beast of prey, man, then one would undoubtedly have to view all instinctive reaction and instinctive resentiment by means of which the noble races and their ideals were finally wrecked and overpowered, as the actual instruments of culture, which, however, is not to say that the bearers of these instincts were themselves representatives of the culture. Indeed, the opposite would not only probable be. No, it is visible today, these bearers of oppressive, vindictive instincts, the descendants of all European and non-European slavery, in particular of all pre-Aryan population, represent the decline of mankind. These instruments of culture are a disgrace to man, more a grounds for suspicion of, or an argument against, culture in general. We may be quite justified in retaining our fear of the blond beast at the centre of every noble race, and remain on our guard. But who would not, 100 times over, prefer to fear, if he can admire at the same time, rather than not fear, but thereby permanently retain the disgusting spectacle of the failed, the stunted, the wasted away, and the poisoned. And is that not our fate? What constitutes our aversion to man today? For we suffer from man, no doubt about that. Not fear, rather the fact that we have nothing to fear from man, that man is first and foremost a teeming mass of worms, that the tame man who is incurably mediocre and unedifying has already learnt to view himself as the aim and pinnacle, the meaning of history, the higher man. Yes, the fact that he has a certain right to feel like that, in so far as he feels distanced from the superabundance of failed, sickly, tired, and exhausted people of whom today's Europe is beginning to reek. And in so far as he is at least relatively successful, at least still capable of living, at least saying yes to life. 12. At this juncture I cannot suppress a sigh and one last hope. What do I find absolutely intolerable? Something which I just cannot cope alone with, and which suffocates me and makes me feel faint. Bad air, bad air. That something failed comes near me, that I have to smell the bowels of a failed soul. Apart from that, what cannot be borne in the way of need, deprivation, bad weather, disease, toil, solitude? Basically, we can cope with everything else, born as we are to an underground and battling existence. Again and again we keep coming up to the light. Again and again we experience our golden hour of victory. And then there we stand, the way we were born, unbreakable, tense, ready for new, more difficult and distant things, like a bow that is merely stretched tauter by affliction. But from time to time, grant me, assuming that there are divine benefactresses beyond good and evil, a glimpse, grant me just one glimpse of something perfect, completely finished, happy, powerful, triumphant, that still leaves something to fear. A glimpse of a man who justifies man himself, a stroke of luck, an instance of a man who makes up for and redeems man, and enables us to retain our faith in mankind. For the man stands like so. The stunting and levelling of European man conceals our greatest danger, because the sight of this makes us tired. Today we see nothing that wants to expand. We suspect that things will just continue to decline, getting thinner, better natured, cleverer, more comfortable, more mediocre, more indifferent, more Chinese, more Christian. No doubt about it, man is getting better all the time. Right here is where the destiny of Europe lies. In losing our fear of man, we have also lost our love for him, our respect for him, our hope in him, and even our will to be man. The sight of man now makes us tired. What is nihilism today if it is not that? We are tired of man. 13. But let us return. The problem of the other origin of good as thought up by the man of resentiment, demands its solution. There is nothing strange about the fact that lambs bear a grudge towards large birds of prey, but that is no reason to blame the large birds of prey for carrying off the little lambs. And if the lambs say to each other, "These birds of prey are evil," and whoever is least like a bird of prey and most like its opposite, a lamb, is good, isn't he? then there is no reason to raise objections to this setting up of an ideal beyond the fact that the birds of prey will view it somewhat derisively, and will perhaps say, "We don't bear any grudge at all towards these good lambs. In fact, we love them. Nothing is tastier than a tender lamb." It is just as absurd to ask strength not to express itself as strength, not to be a desire to overthrow, crush, become master, to be a thirst for enemies, resistance and triumphs, as it is to ask weakness to express itself as strength. A quantum of force is just such a quantum of drive, will, action. In fact, it is nothing but this driving, willing, and acting, and only the seduction of language and the fundamental errors of reason petrified within it, which construes and misconstrues all actions as conditional upon an agency, a subject, can make it appear otherwise. And just as the common people separates lightning from its flash and takes the latter to be a deed, something something performed by a subject, which is called lightning, popular morality separates strength from the manifestations of strength, as though there were an indifferent substratum behind the strong person which had the freedom to manifest strength or not. But there is no such substratum, there is no being behind the deed, its effect and what becomes of it. The doer is invented as an afterthought. The doing is everything. Basically, the common people double a deed. When they see lightning, they make a doing a deed out of it. They posit the same event, first as cause and then as its effect. The scientists do no better when they say force moves, force causes, and such like. All our science, in spite of its coolness and freedom of emotion, still stands exposed to the seduction of language and has not rid itself of the changelings foisted upon it. These subjects, the atom is, for example, just such a changeling, likewise the Kantian thing in itself. No wonder, then, if the entrenched, secretly smouldering emotions of revenge and hatred put this belief to their own use, and in fact do not defend any belief more passionately than that the strong are free to be weak, and the birds of prey are free to be lambs. In this way they gain the right to make the birds of prey responsible for being birds of prey. When the oppressed are downtrodden, the violated say to each other with the vindictive cunning of powerlessness, "Let us be different from evil people, let us be good." And a good person is anyone who does not rape, does not harm anyone, who does not attack, does not retaliate, who leaves the taking of revenge to God, who keeps hidden as we do, avoid all evils and asks little from life in general, like us who are patient, humble and upright. This means, if heard coolly and impartially, nothing more than we weak people are just weak. It is good to do nothing for which we are not strong enough, but this grim state of affairs, this cleverness of the lowest rank, which even insects possess, which play dead in order not to do too much when in great danger, has, thanks to the counterfeiting and self-deception of powerlessness, clothed itself in the finery of self-denying, quiet, patient virtue, as though the weakness of the weak were itself, I mean its essence, its effect, its whole unique unavoidable, irredeemable reality, a voluntary achievement, something wanted, chosen, a deed, an accomplishment. This type of man needs to believe in an unbiased subject with freedom of choice, because he has an instinct of self-preservation and self-affirmation in which every lie is sanctified. The reason the subject, or as we more colloquially say, the soul, has been until now the best doctrine on earth is perhaps because it facilitated that sublime self-deception whereby the majority of the dying, the weak, and the oppressed of every kind could construe weakness itself as freedom, and their particular mode of existence as an accomplishment. 14. Would anyone like to have a little look down into the secret of how ideals are fabricated on this earth? Who has enough pluck? Come on. Here we have a clear glimpse into the dark workshop. Just wait one moment, Mr. No-See Daredevil. Your eyes will have to become used to this false, shimmering light. There, that's enough. Now you can speak. What's happening down there? Let me, sorry, tell me what you see, you with your most dangerous curiosity. Now I am the one who's listening. I cannot see anything, but I can hear all the better. There is a guarded, malicious little rumor mongering and whispering from every nook and cranny. I think people are telling lies. A sugary mildness clings to every sound. Lies are turning weakness into an accomplishment. No doubt about it. It's just as you said. Go on. And impotence, which doesn't retaliate, is being turned into goodness. Timid baseness is being turned into humility. Submission to people one hates is being turned into obedience, actually towards someone who, they say, orders this submission. They call him God. The inoffensiveness of the weakling, the very cowardice with which he is richly endowed, his standing by the door, his inevitable position of having to wait, are all given good names such as patience, also known as the virtue. Not being able to take revenge is called not wanting to take revenge. It might even be forgiveness, for they know not what they do, but we know what they are doing. They are also talking about loving your enemies and sweating while they do it. Go on. They are miserable, without a doubt. All these rumor mongers and clandestine forgers, even if they do crouch close together for warmth, but they tell me that their misery means that they are God's chosen and select. After all, people beat the dogs they love best. Perhaps this misery is just a preparation, a test, a training. It might even be more than that, something that will one day be balanced up and paid back with enormous interest in gold. No, in happiness. They call that bliss. Go on. They are now informing me that not only are they better than the powerful, the masters of the world, whose spittle they have to lick, not from fear, not at all from fear, but because God orders them to honor those in authority. Not only are they better, but they have a better time, or at least will have a better time one day. But enough, enough! I can't bear it any longer. Bad air, bad air! This workshop where ideals are fabricated, it seems to me just to stink of lies. No, wait a moment. You haven't said anything yet about the masterpieces of those black magicians who can turn anything black into whiteness, milk, and innocence. You haven't noticed their perfect refinement, their boldest, subtlest, most ingenious and mendacious stunt. Pay attention. These cellar rats full of revenge and hatred. What do they turn revenge and hatred into? Have you ever heard these words? Would you suspect, if you just went by what they said, that the men around you were nothing but men of resentiment? I understand. I'll open my ears once more. Oh, 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 and hold my nose. Now at last I can hear what they have been saying so often. We good people, we are the just. What they are demanding is not called retribution, but the triumph of justice. What they hate is not their enemy. Oh no, they hate injustice, godlessness. What they believe and hope for is not the prospect of revenge, the delirium of sweet revenge (Homer early on dubbed it sweeter than honey), but the victory of God, the just God over the godless. All that remains for them to love on earth are not their brothers in hate, but their brothers in love, as they say, all good and just people on earth. And what do they call that which serves as a consolation for all the sufferings of the world? Their phantasmagoria of anticipated future bliss. What? Do I hear correctly? They call it the Last Judgment, the coming of their kingdom, the kingdom of God. But in the meantime, they live in faith, in love, in hope. Enough, enough. 15. Faith in what? Love of what? Hope for what? These weaklings, in fact, they too want to be the powerful one day. This is beyond doubt. One day their kingdom will come too, the kingdom of God. Simpliciter is their name for it. As I said, they are so humble about everything, just to experience that. You need to live long, well beyond death. Yes, you need eternal life in order to be able to gain eternal recompense in the kingdom of God for that life on earth, in faith, in love, in hope. Recompense for what? Recompense through what? It seems to me that Dante made a gross error when, with awe-inspiring naivete, he placed the inscription over the gateway to his hell, "Eternal love created me," as well. At any rate, this inscription would have a better claim to stand over the gateway to Christian paradise and its eternal bliss. Eternal hate created me as well, assuming that a true statement can be placed above the gateway to a lie. For what is the bliss of this paradise? We might have guessed already, but it is better to be expressly shown it by no less an authority in such matters than Thomas Aquinas, the great teacher and saint. Beati in regno coelesti, he says, as meekly as a lamb. Videbant poenas damnatorum, ut beatudo illis magis complacit. The blessed in the heavenly kingdom will see the torment of the damned, so that they may even more thoroughly enjoy their blessedness. Or, if you want it even more forcefully, for example, from the mouth of a triumphant church father who advised his Christians against the cruel voluptuousness of the public spectacles. But why? Faith offers us much more. he says, de spectaculis, something much stronger thanks to salvation. Quite other joys are at our command. Instead of athletes, we have our martyrs. We want blood. Well then, we have the blood of Christ. But think what awaits us on the day of his second coming, of his triumph. And then the enraptured visionary goes on, quote, there is a bunch of what I imagine is Latin here. I can't understand anything, so I'll skip this. 16. Let us draw to a close. Two opposing values, good and bad, good and evil, have fought a terrible battle for thousands of years on earth, and, although the latter has been dominant for a long time, there is still no lack of places where the battle remains undecided. You could even say that in the meantime it has reached ever greater heights, but at the same time has become even deeper and more intellectual, so that there is today perhaps no more distinguishing feature of the higher nature, the intellectual nature, than to be divided in this sense, and really and truly a battle ground for the opposites. The symbol of this fight, written in a script which has hitherto remained legible throughout human history, is Rome against Judea, Judea against Rome. Up to now, there has been no greater event than this battle, this question, this contradiction of mortal enemies. Rome saw Jew as something contrary to nature, as though he were its antipodean monster, monstrum. In Rome, the Jew was looked upon as convicted of hatred against the whole of mankind. Rightly, if one is right in linking the well-being and future of the human race with the unconditional rule of aristocratic values, Roman values. What, on the other hand, did the Jews feel about Rome? We can guess from 1,000 indicators, but it is enough to call once more to mind the Apocalypse of John, the wildest of all outbursts ever written, which revenge has on its conscience. By the way, we must not underestimate the profound consistency of Christian instinct in inscribing this book of hate to the disciple of love, the very same to whom it attributed that passionately ecstatic gospel. There is some truth in this, however much literary counterfeiting might have been necessary to the purpose. So the Romans were the strong and noble, stronger and nobler than anybody hitherto who had lived or been dreamt of on earth. Their every relic and inscription brings delight, provided one can guess what it is that is doing the writing there. By contrast, the Jews were a priestly nation of ressentiment par excellence, possessing an unparalleled genius for popular morality. Compare peoples with similar talents, such as the Chinese or the Germans, with the Jews, and you will realize who are first rate and who are fifth, which of them has prevailed for the time being, Rome or Judea. But there is no trace of doubt. Just consider to whom you bow down in Rome itself. Today, as though to the embodiment of the highest values, and not just in Rome, but over nearly half the earth, everywhere, where man has become tame or wants to become tame, the three Jews, as we know, and one Jewess, to Jesus of Nazareth, Peter the fisherman, Paul the carpet weaver, and the mother of Jesus first mentioned, whose name was Mary. This is very remarkable. Without a doubt, Rome has been defeated. However, in the Renaissance, There was a brilliant, uncanny reawakening of the classical ideal, of the noble method of valuing everything. Rome itself woke up, as though from suspended animation under the pressure of the new Judaic Rome built over it, which looked like an ecumenical synagogue and was called church. But Judea triumphed again at once, thanks to that basically proletarian German and English Resentiment movement, which people called the Reformation, including its inevitable consequence, the restoration of the Church, as well as the restoration of the ancient, tomb-like silence of classical Rome, in an even more decisive and profound sense than then. Judea once again triumphed over the classical ideal with the French Revolution, the last political nobility in Europe, that of the French 17th and 18th centuries, collapsed under the resentiment instincts of the rabble. The world had never heard greater rejoicing and more uproarious enthusiasm. True, the most dreadful and unexpected thing happened in the middle. The ancient ideal itself appeared bodily and with unheard-of splendor before the eye and conscience of mankind, and once again, stronger, simpler, and more penetrating than ever, in answer to the old, mendacious resentiment slogan of priority for the majority, of man's will to baseness, abasement, leveling, decline, and decay. There rang out the terrible and enchanting counter-slogan, priority for the few. Like a last signpost to the other path, Napoleon appeared, as a man more unique and late born for his times than ever a man had been before, and in him the problem of the noble ideal itself was made flesh. Just think what a problem that is. Napoleon, this synthesis of Unmensch, brute, and Übermensch, overman. 17. Was it over after that? Was that greatest among all conflicts of ideals placed ad acta forever, or just postponed indefinitely? Won't there have to be an even more terrible flaring up of the old flame, one prepared much longer in advance? And more, shouldn't one desire that with all one's strength? Or will it even, or even promote it? Whoever, like my readers, now starts to ponder these points and reflect further will have difficulty coming to a speedy conclusion. Reason enough, then, for me to come to a conclusion myself, assuming that it has been sufficiently clear for some time what I want, what I actually want with that dangerous slogan which is written on the spine of my last book, Beyond Good and Evil. At least this does not mean beyond good and bad. Note: I take the opportunity presented to me by this essay of publicly and formally expressing a wish that I have only expressed in occasional conversations with scholars up till now, that is, that some faculty of philosophy should do the great service of promoting the study of the history of morality by means of a series of academic prize essays. Perhaps this book might serve to give a powerful impetus to such a direction. With regard to such a possibility, I raise the following question for consideration. It merits the attention of philologists and historians as well as those who are actually philosophers by profession. Quote, what signposts does linguists, especially the study of etymology, give to the history of the evolution of moral concepts? End quote. On the other hand, it is just as essential to win the support of the physiologists and doctors for these problems on the value of all previous valuations. We can leave it to the professional philosophers to act as advocates and mediators in this. Once they have completely succeeded in transforming the originally so reserved and suspicious relationship between philosophy, physiology, and medicine into the most cordial and fruitful exchange. Indeed, every table of values, every thou shalt known to history, or the study of ethnology, needs first and foremost a physiological elucidation and interpretation, rather than a psychological one, and all of them await critical study for medical science. The question, what is this or that table of values and morals worth, needs to be asked from different angles. In particular, the question, value for what, cannot be examined too finely. Something, for example, which obviously had value with regard to the longest possible lifespan of a race, or to the improvement of its abilities to adapt to a particular climate, or to maintaining the greatest number, would not have anything like the same value if it was a question of developing a stronger type. The good of the majority and the good of the minority are conflicting moral standpoints. We leave it to the naivete of English biologists to view the first as higher in value as such. All sciences must, from now on, prepare the way for the future work of the philosopher, this work being understood to mean that the philosopher has to solve the problem of values, and that he has to decide on the rank order of values. Second essay, Guilt, Bad Conscience, and Related Matters. 1. To breed an animal with the prerogative to promise, is that not precisely the paradoxical task which nature has set herself with regard to humankind? Is it not the real problem of humankind? The fact that this problem has been solved to a large degree must seem all the more surprising to the person who can fully appreciate the opposing force, forgetfulness. Forgetfulness is not just a vis inertiae, as superficial people believe, but is rather an active ability to suppress, positive, in the strongest sense of the word, to which we owe the fact that we simply live through experience. Take in no more enters our consciousness during digestion, one could call it spiritual ingestion, than does the thousandfold process which takes place in our physical consumption of food, or so-called ingestion. To shut the doors and windows of consciousness for a while, not to be bothered by the noise and battle with which our underworld of serviceable organs work with and against each other, a little peace, a little tabula rasa of consciousness, to make room for something new, above all for the nobler functions and functionaries, for ruling, predicting, predetermining. Our organism runs along oligarchic lines, you see. That, as I said, is the benefit of active forgetfulness, like the doorkeeper or guardian of mental order, rest, and etiquette, from which we can immediately see how there could be no happiness, cheerfulness, hope, pride, immediacy, without forgetfulness. The person in whom this apparatus of suppression is damaged so that it stops working can be compared, and not just compared, to a dyspeptic. He cannot cope with anything, and precisely this necessarily forgetful animal, in whom forgetting is a strength, representing a form of robust health, has bred for himself a counter-device memory, with the help of which forgetfulness can be suspended in certain cases, namely in those cases where a promise is to be made. Consequently, it is by no means merely a passive ability to be rid of an impression once it has made its impact, nor is it just indigestion caused by giving your word on some occasion and finding you cannot cope. Instead, it is an active desire not to let go, a desire to keep on desiring what has been, on some occasion, desired. Really, it is the will's memory, so that a world of strange new things, circumstances, and even acts of will may be placed quite safely in between the original I will, I shall do, and the actual discharge of the will, its act, without breaking this long chain of the will. But what a lot of preconditions there are for this! In order to have that degree of control over the future, man must first have learnt to distinguish between what happens by accident and what by design, to think casually, to view the future as the present and anticipate it, to grasp with certainty what is end and what is means, in all to be able to calculate, compute. And before he can do this, man himself will really have to become reliable, regular, necessary, even in his own self-image, so that he, as someone making a promise, is answerable for his own future. 2. That is precisely what constitutes the long history of the origins of responsibility. That particular task of breeding an animal with the prerogative to promise includes, as we have already understood, a precondition and preparation, the more immediate task of first making man, to a certain degree, necessary, uniform, appear amongst peers, orderly, and consequently predictable. The immense amount of labor involved in what I have called the morality of custom, the actual labor of man on himself during the longest epoch of the human race, his whole prehistoric labor, is explained and justified on a grand scale, in spite of the hardness, tyranny, stupidity, and idiocy it also contained, by this fact: with the help of the morality of custom and the social strait-jacket, man was made truly predictable. Let us place ourselves, on the other hand, at the end of this immense process, where the tree actually bears fruit, where society and its morality of custom finally reveal what they were simply the means to, when we find the sovereign individual as the ripest fruit on its tree, like only to itself, having freed itself from the morality of custom, an autonomous supra-ethical individual, because autonomous and ethical are mutually exclusive. In short, we find a man with his own independent, enduring will, whose prerogative is it to promise, and in him a proud consciousness quivering in every muscle of what he has finally achieved and incorporated, an actual awareness of power and freedom, a feeling that man in general has reached completion. The man who is now free, who actually has the prerogative to promise, this master of the free will, this sovereign, How could he remain ignorant of his superiority over everybody who does not have the prerogative to promise or answer to himself? How much trust, fear, and respect he arouses! He merits all three. And how could he, with his self-mastery, not realize that he has necessarily been given mastery over circumstances, over nature, and over all creatures with a less enduring and reliable will? The free man, the possessor of an enduring, unbreakable will, thus has his own standard of value. In the possession of such a will, viewing others from his own standpoint, he respects or despises, and just as he will necessarily respect his peers, the strong and reliable, those with the prerogative to promise, that is everyone who promises, like a sovereign, ponderously, seldom, slowly, and is sparing with his trust, who confers an honor when he places his trust, who gives his word as something that can be relied on, because he is strong enough to remain upright in the face of mishap, or even in the face of fate. So he will necessarily be ready to kick the febrile whippets who promise without that prerogative, and will save the rod for the liar who breaks his word in the very moment it passes his lips. The proud knowledge of the extraordinary privilege of responsibility, the consciousness of this rare freedom and power over himself and his destiny, has penetrated him to his lowest depths, and become an instinct, his dominant instinct. What will he call his dominant instinct, assuming that he needs a word for it? No doubt about the answer. This sovereign human being calls it his conscience. 3. His conscience? We can presume in advance that the concept conscience, which we meet here in its highest, almost disconcerting form, already has a long history and metamorphosis behind it. To be answerable to oneself, and proudly too, and therefore to have a prerogative to say yes to oneself, is, as I said, a ripe fruit, but also a late fruit. How long must this fruit have hung, bitter and sour, on the tree? And for even longer there was nothing to see of this fruit. Nobody could have promised it would be there, although it is certain that everything about the tree was ready and growing towards it. How do you give a memory to the animal, man? How do you impress something upon this partly dull, partly idiotic, inattentive mind, this personification of forgetfulness, so that it will stick? This age-old question was not resolved with gentle solutions and methods, as can be imagined. Perhaps there is nothing more terrible and strange in man's prehistory than his technique of mnemonics. A thing must be burnt in so that it stays in the memory. Only something that continues to hurt stays in the memory. That is a proposition from the oldest and unfortunately the longest lived psychology on earth. You almost want to add that wherever on earth you still find ceremonial, solemnity, mystery, gloomy shades in the lives of men and peoples, something of the dread with which everyone everywhere used to make promises, give pledges and commendation, is still working. The past, the most prolonged, deepest, hardest past, breathes on us and rises up in us when we become solemn. When man decided he had to make a memory for himself, it never happened without blood, torments, and sacrifices. The most horrifying sacrifices and forfeits, the sacrifice of the first born belongs here. The most disgusting mutilations, for example castration, the cruelest rituals of all religious cults, and all religions are, at their most fundamental, systems of cruelty. All this has its origin in that particular instinct which discovered that pain was the most powerful aid to mnemonics. In a certain sense, the whole of asceticism belongs here. A few ideas have to be made ineradicable, ubiquitous, unforgettable, fixed, in order to hypnotize the nervous and intellectual system through these fixed ideas. The ascetic procedures and lifestyles are a method of freeing those ideas from competition with all other ideas, of making them unforgettable. The worse man's memory has been, the more dreadful his customs have appeared. In particular, the harshness of the penal laws gives a measure of how much trouble it had in conquering forgetfulness, and preserving a few primitive requirements of social life in the minds of these slaves of the mood and desire of the moment. We Germans certainly do not regard ourselves as a particularly cruel or hard-hearted people, still less as particularly irresponsible and happy-go-lucky. But you only have to look at our old penal code in order to see how difficult it was on this earth to breed a nation of thinkers, by which I mean the nation in Europe that still contains the maximum of reliability, solemnity, tastelessness, and sobriety, qualities which give it the right to breed all sorts of European Mandarin. These Germans made a memory for themselves with dreadful methods in order to master their basic plebeian instincts and the brutal crudeness of the same. Think of old German punishments such as stoning. Even the legend drops the millstone on the guilty person's head. Breaking on the wheel, a unique invention and speciality of German genius in the field of punishment. Impaling, ripping apart and trampling to death by horses, quartering, boiling of the criminal in oil or wine. Still in the 14th and 15th centuries, the popular flaying, cutting strips, cutting out flesh from the breast, and, of course, coating the wrongdoer with honey and leaving him to the flies in the scorching sun. With the aid of such images and procedures, man was eventually able to retain 5 or 6 "I don't want to's" in his memory, in connection with which a promise had been given in order to enjoy the advantages of society. And there you are. With the aid of this sort of memory, people finally came to reason. Ah, reason, solemnity, mastering of emotions, this really dismal thing called reflection, all these privileges and splendors man has, what a price had to be paid for them, how much blood and horror lies at the basis of all good things. 4. How then did that other dismal thing, the consciousness of guilt, the whole bad conscience, come into the world? And with this we return to our genealogists of morality. I'll say it again, or maybe I haven't said it yet. They are no good. No more than 5 spans of their own merely modern experience. No knowledge and no will to know the past. Still less than an instinct for history, a second sight, so necessary at this point, and yet they go in for the history of morality. Of course, this must logically end in results that have a more than brittle relationship to the truth. Have these genealogists of morality up to now ever remotely dreamt that, for example, the main moral concept, Schuld, or guilt descends from the very material concept of Schulden, debts, or that punishment as retribution evolved quite independently of any assumption about freedom or lack of freedom of the will, and this to the point where a high degree of humanization had first to be achieved, so that the animal man could begin to differentiate between those much more primitive nuances, intentional, negligent, accidental, of sound mind, of their opposites, and take them into account when dealing out punishment. That inescapable thought, which is now so cheap and apparently natural, and which has had to serve as an explanation of how the sense of justice came about at all on earth. The criminal deserves to be punished because he could have acted otherwise, is actually an extremely late and refined form of human judgment and inference. Whoever thinks it dates back to the beginning is laying his coarse hands on the psychology of primitive man in the wrong way. Throughout most of human history, punishment has not been meted out because the miscreant was held responsible for his act. Therefore, it was not assumed that the guilty party alone should be punished, but rather, as parents still punish their children, it was out of anger over some wrong that had been suffered, directed at the perpetrator. But this anger was held in check and modified by the idea that every injury has its equivalent, which can be paid in compensation, if only through the pain of the person who injures. And where did this primeval, deeply rooted, and perhaps now ineradicable idea gain its power? This idea of an equivalence between injury and pain? I have already let it out in the contractual relationship between creditor and debtor, which is as old as the very conception of a legal subject, and itself refers back to the basic forms of buying, selling, bartering, trade, and traffic. 5. To be sure, thinking about these contractual relationships, as can be expected from what has gone before, arouses all kinds of suspicion and hostility towards the primitive men who created them or permitted them. Precisely here, promises are made. Precisely here, the person making the promise has to have a memory made for him. Precisely here, we may suppose, in a repository of hard, cruel, painful things. The debtor, in order to inspire confidence that the promise of repayment will be honored, in order to give a guarantee of the solemnity and sanctity of his promise, and in order to etch the duty and obligation of repayment into his conscience, pawns something to the creditor by means of the contract in case he does not pay, something that he still possesses and controls, for example his body, or his wife, or his freedom, or his life, or in certain religious circumstances even his afterlife, the salvation of his soul, finally even his peace in the grave, as in Egypt, where the corpse of a debtor found no peace from the creditor even in the grave. And this peace meant a lot precisely to the Egyptians. But in particular, the creditor could inflict all kinds of dishonor and torture on the body of the debtor, for example, cutting as much flesh off as seemed appropriate for the debt. From this standpoint, there were everywhere, early on, estimates which went into horrifyingly minute and fastidious detail, legally drawn up estimates for individual limbs and parts of the body. I regard it as definite progress and proof of a freer, more open-handed calculation, of a more Roman pricing of justice, when Rome's code of the 12 tables decreed that it did not matter how much or how little a creditor cut off in such a circumstance. Si plus minusve securent, no fraude esto. If they have cut off more or less, let that not be considered a crime. Let's be quite clear about the logic of this whole matter of compensation. It is strange enough. The equivalence is provided by the fact that instead of an advantage directly making up for the wrong, so instead of compensation in money, land, or possessions of any kind, a sort of pleasure is given to the creditor as repayment and compensation, the pleasure of having the right to exercise power over the powerless without a thought, the pleasure de faire le mal pour le plaisir de le faire, to do evil for the pleasure of doing it, the enjoyment of violating, an enjoyment that is prized all the higher, the lower, the baser the position of the creditor in the social scale, and which can easily seem a delicious tidbit to him, even a foretaste of higher rank. Through punishment of the debtor, the creditor takes part in the rights of masters. At last he too shares the elevated feeling of being in a position to despise and maltreat someone as an inferior, or at least when the actual power of punishment, of exacting punishment, is already transferred to the authorities, of seeing the debtor despised and maltreated. So then, compensation is made up of a warrant for and entitlement to cruelty. 6. In this sphere of legal obligations, then, the moral conceptual world of debt, conscience, duty, sacred duty, has its breeding ground. All began with a thorough and prolonged bloodletting, like the beginning of all great things on earth. And may we not add that this world has really never quite lost a certain odor of blood and torture? Not even with old Kant, the categorical imperative smells of cruelty. In the same way, it was here that the uncanny and perhaps inextricable link-up between the ideas of death and suffering was first crocheted together. I ask again, to what extent can suffering be a compensation for debts? To the degree that to make someone suffer is pleasurable in its highest form, and to the degree that the injured party received an extraordinary counter-pleasure in exchange for the injury and distress caused by the injury, to make someone suffer. A true feast, something that, as I mentioned, rose in price, the more it contrasted with the rank and social position of the creditor. I say all this in speculation, because such subterranean things are difficult to fathom out, besides being embarrassing, and anyone who clumsily tries to interject the concept of revenge has merely obscured and darkened his own insight rather than clarified it. Revenge itself just leads us back to the same problem. How can it be gratifying to make someone suffer? It seems to me that the delicacy and even more the tartuffery of tame house pets, meaning modern man, meaning us, revolts against a truly forceful realization of the degree to which cruelty is part of the festive joy of the ancients, and indeed is an ingredient in nearly every pleasure they have. On the other hand, how naive and innocent their need for cruelty appears, and how fundamental is that disinterested malice, or to use Spinoza's words, the sympathia malevolens they assume is a normal human attribute, making it something to which conscience says a hearty yes. A more piercing eye would perhaps be able to detect, even now, plenty of these most primitive and basic festive joys of man in Beyond Good and Evil 7 section 229, earlier in Daybreak 1 sections 1877-113, I pointed a wary finger at the ever-growing intellectualization and deification of cruelty, which runs through the whole history of higher culture, and indeed constitutes it in an important sense. At all events, not so long ago it was unthinkable to hold a royal wedding or full-scale festival for the people without executions, tortures, or perhaps an auto da fe. Similarly, no noble household was without creatures on whom people could discharge their malice and cruel taunts with impunity. Remember Don Quixote, for example, in the court of the Duchess? Today we read the whole of Don Quixote with a better taste in the mouth. It is almost an ordeal which would make us seem very strange and incomprehensible to the author and his contemporaries. They read it with a clear conscience as the funniest of books. It made them nearly laugh themselves to death. To see suffering does you good. To make suffer, better still. That is a hard proposition, but an ancient, powerful, human, all too human proposition, to which, by the way, even the apes might subscribe. As people say, in thinking up bizarre cruelties, they anticipate and, as it were, act out a demonstration of what man will do. No cruelty, no feast. That is what the oldest and longest period in human history teaches us. And punishment, too, has such very strong festive aspects. 7. By the way, these ideas certainly don't make me wish to help provide our pessimists with new grist for their discordant and creaking mills of disgust with life. On the contrary, I expressly want to place on record that at the time when mankind felt no shame towards its cruelty, life on earth was more cheerful than it is today, with the pessimists. The heavens darkened over man in direct proportion to the increase in his feeling shame at being man. The tired, pessimistic outlook, mistrust of life's riddle, the icy no of nausea at life, these are not signs of the wickedest epoch of the human race. On the contrary, they come to light as the bog plants. They are only in their natural habitat, the bog. I mean the sickly mollycoddling and sermonizing by means of which the animal man is finally taught to be ashamed of all his instincts, on the way to becoming an angel, not to use a stronger word here. Man has upset his stomach and developed a furry tongue, so that he finds not only that the joy and innocence of animals is disgusting, but that life itself is distasteful, so that every now and again he is so repelled by himself that he holds his nose and disapprovingly recites a catalogue of his offensive features. With Pope Innocent the Third, conception in filth, loathsome method of feeding in the womb, sinful of the raw material of man, terrible stench, secretion of saliva, urine, and excrement. Now, when suffering is always the first of the arguments marshalled against life as its most questionable feature, it is salutary to remember the times when people made the opposite assessment because they could not do without making people suffer, and saw first-rate magic in it, a veritable seductive lure to life. Perhaps pain, I say this to comfort the squeamish, did not hurt as much then as it does now. At least a doctor would be justified in assuming this if he had treated a Negro, taken as a representative for primeval man, for serious internal inflammations which would drive the Europeans with the stoutest constitution to distraction. They do not do that to Negroes. The curve of human capacity for pain actually does not seem to sink dramatically and almost precipitously beyond the first 10,000 or 10 million of the cultural elite, and for myself I do not doubt that in comparison with one night of pain endured by a single hysterical blue stocking, the total suffering of all animals who have been interrogated by the knife in scientific research is as nothing. Perhaps I can even be allowed to admit the possibility that pleasure in cruelty does not really need to have died out. Perhaps just as pain today hurts more, it needed in its connection some kind of sublimation and subtilization. It had to be transformed into the imaginative and spiritual, and adorned with such inoffensive names that they do not arouse the suspicion of even the most delicate hypocritical conscience. Tragic pity is one such name. Another is Les Nostalgies de la Croix. What actually arouses indignation over suffering is not the suffering itself, but the senselessness of suffering. But neither for the Christian, who saw in suffering a whole, hidden machinery of salvation, nor for naive man in ancient times, who saw all suffering in relation to spectators or to instigators of suffering. Was there any such senseless suffering? In the in order to rid the world of concealed, undiscovered, unseen suffering and deny it, in all honesty, people were then practically obliged to invent gods and intermediate beings at every level. In short, something that also roamed around in obscurity, which could see in the dark, and which would not miss out on an interesting spectacle of pain so easily. With the aid of such inventions, life still played the trick it has always known how to play, of justifying itself, justifying its evil. Nowadays it might need rather different inventions to help it. For example, life as a riddle, life as a problem of knowledge. All evil is justified if a god takes pleasure in it, so ran the primitive logic of feeling. And was this logic really restricted to primitive times? The gods viewed as the friends of cruel spectacles. How deeply this primeval concept still penetrates into our European civilization. Maybe we should consult Calvin and Luther on the matter. At all events, the Greeks could certainly think of offering their gods no more acceptable a side dish to their happiness than the joys of cruelty. So how do you think Homer made his gods look down on the fortunes of men? What final fundamental meaning did the Trojan War and similar tragic atrocities have? We can be in no doubt. They were intended to be festivals for the gods, and to the extent that the poet has to more godlike nature in these matters, probably festivals for the poets too. It was no difference when later Greek moral philosophers thought that the eyes of the gods still looked down on moral struggles, on the heroism and self-inflicted torture of the virtuous. The Heracles of duty was on stage and knew it. Unwitnessed virtue was something inconceivable for this nation of actors. Might it not be the case that that extremely foolhardy and fateful philosophical invention, first devised for Europe, of the free will, of man's absolute freedom, spontaneitat, to do good or evil, was chiefly thought up to justify the idea that the interest of the gods in man, in man's virtue, could never be exhausted? On the stage of this earth there would never be any lack of real novelty, real unheard of suspense, intrigues, catastrophes. A world planned on completely deterministic lines would have been predictable and therefore soon boring for the gods. Sufficient reason for these friends of the gods, the philosophers, not to impute a deterministic world of that sort to their gods. Everybody in antiquity is full of tender consideration for the spectator. People in antiquity form an essentially public, essentially visible world, incapable of conceiving of happiness without spectacles and feasts. And, as already stated, severe punishment, too, has very strong festive features. 8. The feeling of guilt, of personal obligation, to pursue our train of inquiry again, originated, as we saw, in the oldest and most primitive personal relationship there is, in the relationship of buyer and seller, creditor and debtor. Here person met person for the first time and measured himself, person against person. No form of civilization has been discovered which is so low that it did not display something of this relationship. Fixing prices, setting values, working out equivalents, exchanging, this preoccupied man's first thoughts to such a degree that, in a certain sense, it constitutes thought. The most primitive kind of cunning was bred here, as was also, presumably, the first appearance of human pride, man's sense of superiority over other animals. Perhaps our word man, manas, expresses something of this first sensation of self-confidence. Man designated himself as the being who measures values, who values and measures, as the calculating animal as such. Buying and selling, with their psychological trappings, are older even than the beginnings of any social form of organization or association. It is much more the case that the germination sensation of barter, contract, debt, right, duty, compensation, was simply transferred from the most rudimentary form of the legal rights of persons to the most crude and elementary social units in their relations with similar units, together with the habit of comparing power with power, of measuring, of calculating. Now the eye was focused in this direction in any case, and with the ponderous consistency characteristic of the ancients' way of thinking, which, though difficult to get started, never deviated once it was moving, man soon arrived at the great generalization. Everything has its price. Everything can be compensated for. The oldest, most naive canon of morals relating to justice, the beginning of all good-naturedness, equity, all goodwill, all objectivity on earth. Justice at this first level is the goodwill between those who are roughly equal to come to terms with each other, to come to an understanding, again by means of a settlement, and in connection with those who are less powerful, to force them to reach a settlement amongst themselves. 9. Still measuring with the standard of prehistoric times, a prehistory which, by the way, exists all times or could possibly reoccur, the community has the same basic relationship to its members as the creditor to the debtor. You live in a community, you enjoy the benefits of a community. Oh, what benefits! Sometimes we underestimate them today. You live a sheltered, protected life in peace and trust, without any worry of suffering certain kinds of harm and hostility to which the man outside, the man without peace, is exposed. A German understands what misery, elend, originally means. You make pledges to take an obligation to the community with just that harm and hostility in mind. What happens if you do not? The community, the cheated creditor, will make you pay up as best it can. You can be sure of that. The immediate damage done by the offender is what we are talking about least. Quite apart from this, the lawbreaker is a breaker, somebody who has broken his contract and his word to the whole. In connection with all the valued features and amenities of communal life that he has shared up till now, the lawbreaker is a debtor who not only fails to repay the benefits and advances granted to him, but also actually assaults the creditor. So, from now on, as is fair, he is not only deprived of all these valued benefits, he is now also reminded how important these benefits are. The anger of the injured creditor, the community makes him return to the savage and outlawed state from which he was sheltered hitherto. He is cast out, and now any kind of hostile act can be perpetrated on him. Punishment at this level of civilization is simply a copy, a mimesis of normal behavior towards a hatred, disarmed enemy who has been defeated, and who has not only forfeited all rights and safeguards, but all mercy as well. In fact, the rules of war and the victory celebration of victus in all their mercilessness and cruelty, which explains the fact that war itself, including the warlike cult of the sacrificial victim, has given us all forms in which punishment itself manifests in history. 10. As a community grows in power, it ceases to take the offense of the individual quite so seriously, because these do not seem to be as dangerous and destabilizing for the survival of the whole as they did earlier. The wrongdoer is no longer deprived of peace and cast out, nor can the general public vent their anger on him with the same lack of constraint. Instead, the wrongdoer is carefully shielded by the community from this anger, especially from that of the immediate injured party, and given protection. A compromise with the anger of those immediately affected by the wrongdoing, and therefore an attempt to localize the matter and head off further or more widespread participation and unrest. Attempts to work out equivalence and settle the matter, the composito. Above all, the will, manifesting itself ever more distinctly to treat every offence as being something that can be paid off, so that, at least to a certain degree, the wrongdoer is isolated from his deed. These are the characteristics imprinted more and more clearly into penal law in its further development. As the power and self-confidence of a community grows, its penal law becomes more lenient. If the former is weakened and endangered, harsher forms of the latter will re-emerge. The creditor always becomes more humane as his wealth increases. Finally, the amount of his wealth determines how much injury he can sustain without suffering from it. It is not impossible to imagine a society so conscious of its power that it could allow itself the noblest luxury available to it, that of letting its malefactors go unpunished. What do I care about my parasites? I could say, let them live and flourish. I am strong enough for all that. Justice, which began by saying, everything can be paid off, everything must be paid off, ends by turning a blind eye and letting off those unpayable to pay. It ends, like every good thing on earth, by sublimating itself, the self-sublimation of justice. We know what a nice name it gives itself, mercy. It remains, of course, the prerogative of the most powerful man. Better still, his way of being beyond the law. 11. Now, a derogatory mention of recent attempts to seek the origin of justice elsewhere, namely in resentiment. A word in the ear of the psychologists, assuming they are inclined to study resentiment close up for once. This plant thrives best among anarchists and anti-Semites today. So it flowers, like it always has done, in secret, but a violet, but with a different scent. And just as like always gives rise to like, it will come as no surprise to find attempts coming out more from these circles, as so often before (see section 14 essay 1 above), to sanctify revenge with the term justice, as though justice were fundamentally simply a further development of the feeling of having been wronged, and belatedly to legitimize with revenge emotional reactions in general, one and all. The latter is something with which I least take issue, with regard to the whole biological problem, where the value of these emotions has been underestimated up until now. I even view it as a merit. All I want to point out is the fact that this new nuance of scientific balance, which favors hatred, envy, resentment, suspicion, rancune, and revenge, stems from the spirit of resentiment itself. This scientific fairness immediately halts and takes on aspects of a deadly animosity and prejudice the minute it has to deal with a different set of emotions, which to my mind are of much greater biological value than those of reaction and therefore truly deserve to be scientifically valued, highly valued, namely the actual active emotions such as lust for mastery, greed, and the like. So much for my general objections to this tendency. But concerning Doring's specific proposition that the seat of justice is found in the territory of reactive sentiment, for the sake of accuracy we must unceremoniously replace this with another proposition. The last territory to be conquered by the spirit of justice is that of reactive sentiment. If it actually happens that the just man remains just, even toward someone who has wronged him, and not just cold, moderate, remote, and indifferent, to be just is always a positive attitude. If the just and judging eye, gazing with a lofty, clear objectivity, both penetrating and merciful, is not dimmed even in the face of personal injury, of scorn and suspicion, well, that is a piece of perfection, the highest form of mastery to be had on earth, and even something that we would be wise not to expect and should certainly find difficult to believe. Certainly, on average, even a small dose of aggression, malice, or insinuation is enough to make the most upright man see red, and drive moderation out of his sight. The active aggressive, overreaching man is still 100 paces nearer to justice than the man who reacts. He simply does not need to place a false and prejudiced interpretation on the object of his attention, like the man who reacts has to do. In fact, this explains why the aggressive person, as the stronger, more courageous, nobler man, has always had a clearer eye, a better conscience on his side. On the other hand, it is easy to guess who has the invention of bad conscience on his conscience: the man of resentiment. Finally, just cast your eye around in history. In what sphere up till now has the whole treatment of justice and the actual need for justice resided? With men who react, perhaps? Not in the least. But with the active, the strong, the spontaneous, and the aggressive. Historically speaking, justice on earth represents, I say this to the annoyance of the above-mentioned agitator who himself once confessed, the doctrine of revenge has woven its way through all my work and activities as the red thread of justice. The battle, then, against reactive sentiment, the war waged against the same on the part of active and aggressive forces which have partly expended their strength in trying to put to stop to the spread of reactive pathos, to keep it in check and within bounds, and to force a compromise with it. Everywhere that justice is practiced and maintained, the stronger power can be seen looking for means to putting an end to the senseless ravages of resentiment amongst those inferior to it, whether groups or individuals, partly by lifting the object of resentment out of the hands of revenge, partly by substituting for revenge a struggle against the enemies of peace and order, partly by working out compensation, suggesting sometimes enforcing it, and partly by promoting certain equivalences for wrongs into a norm which resentiment from now on has to take into account. The most decisive thing, however, that the higher authorities can invent and enforce against the even stronger power of hostile and spiteful feelings, and they do it as soon as they are strong enough, is the setting up of a legal system, the imperative declaration of what counts as permissible in their eyes, as just, and what counts as forbidden, unjust. Once the legal code is in place, by treating offense and arbitrary actions against the individual or groups as a crime, as violation of the law, as insurrection against the higher authorities themselves, they distract attention from the damage done by such violations, and ultimately achieve the opposite of what revenge sets out to do, which just sees and regards as valid the injured party's point of view. From then on, the eye is trained for an ever more impersonal interpretation of the action. Even the eye of the injured party, although, as stated, this happens last. Therefore, just and unjust only start from the moment when a legal system is set up, and not, as During says, from the moment when the injury is done. To talk of just and unjust as such is meaningless. An act of injury, violence, exploitation, or destruction cannot be unjust as such, because life functions essentially in an injurious, violent, exploitative, and destructive matter, or at least these are its fundamental processes, and it cannot be thought of without these characteristics. One has to admit to oneself something even more unpalatable, that viewed from the highest biological standpoint, states of legality can never be anything but exceptional states, as partial restrictions of the true will to life, which seeks power and to whose overall purpose they subordinate themselves as individual measures, that is to say, as a means of creating greater units of power, a system of law conceived as sovereign and general, not as a means for use in the fight between units of power, but as a means against fighting in general, rather like Dühring's communistic slogan that every will should regard every other will as its equal. This would be a principle hostile to life, an attempt to assassinate the future of man, a sign of fatigue, and a secret path to nothingness. 12. Now another word on the origin and purpose of punishment. Two problems which are separate or ought to be. Unfortunately, people usually throw them together. How have the moral genealogists reacted so far in this matter? Naively, as is their wont, they highlight some purpose in punishment, for example, revenge or deterrence, then innocently place the purpose at the start as causa fiendi of punishment, and have finished. But purpose in law is the last thing we should apply to the history of the emergence of law. On the contrary, there is no more important proposition for every sort of history than that which we arrive at only with great effort, but which we really should reach, namely, that the origin of the emergence of a thing and its ultimate usefulness, its practical application and incorporation into a system of ends, are toto coelo, separate; that any thing in existence, having somehow come about, is continually interpreted anew, requisitioned anew, transformed and redirected to a new purpose by a power superior to it; that everything that occurs in the organic world consists of overpowering, dominating, and in their turn overpowering and dominating consist of reinterpretation, adjustment, in the process of which their former meaning and purpose must necessarily be obscured and completely obliterated. No matter how perfectly you have understood the usefulness of any physiological organ or legal institution, social custom, political usage, art form, or religious rite, you have not yet thereby grasped how it emerged. Uncomfortable and unpleasant as this may sound to more elderly ears, for people down the ages have believed that the obvious purpose of a thing, its utility, form, and shape are its reason for existence, the eye is made to see, the hand to grasp, so the people think punishment has evolved for the purpose of punishing. But every purpose and use is just a sign that the will to power has achieved mastery over something less powerful, and has impressed upon it its own idea of a use function, and the whole history of a thing, an organ, a tradition can to this extent be a continuous chain of signs, continually revealing new interpretations and adaptations, the causes of which need not be connected even amongst themselves, but rather sometimes just follow and replace one another at random. The development of a thing, a tradition, an organ, is therefore certainly not its progressus towards a goal, still less is it a logical progressus, taking the shortest route with least expenditure of energy and cost. Instead, it is a succession of more or less profound, more or less mutually independent processes of subjugation exacted on the thing. Added to this the resistances encountered every time, the attempted transformations for the purpose of defense and reaction, and the results too of successful countermeasures. The form is fluid, the meaning even more so. It is so different inside any individual organism. Every time the whole grows appreciably, the meaning of the individual organs shifts. Sometimes the partial destruction of organs, the reduction in their number, for example by the destruction of intermediary parts, can be a sign of increasing vigor and perfection. To speak plainly, even the partial reduction in usefulness, decay, and degeneration, loss of meaning and functional purpose, in short, death, makes up the conditions of true progresses, always appearing as it does in the form of the will and way to greater power, and always emerging victorious at the cost of countless smaller forces. The amount of progress can actually be measured according to how much has had to be sacrificed to it. Man's sacrifice en bloc to the prosperity of one single stronger species of man, that would be progress. I lay stress on this major point of historical method, especially as it runs counter to just that prevailing instinct and fashion which would much less sorry which would much rather come to terms with absolute randomness and even the mechanistic senselessness of all events than the theory that a power will is acted out in all that happens, the democratic idiosyncrasy of being against everything that dominates and wants to dominate, the modern misarchism, to coin a bad word for a bad thing, has gradually shaped and dressed itself up as intellectual, most intellectual, so much so that it already today, little by little, penetrates the strictest, seemingly most objective sciences, and is allowed to do so. Indeed, I think it has already become master of the whole of physiology and biology, to their detriment, naturally, by spiriting away their basic concept, that of actual activity. On the other hand, the pressure of this idiosyncrasy forces adaptation into the foreground, which is a second-rate activity, just a reactivity. Indeed, life itself has been defined as an increasingly efficient inner adaptation to external circumstances. Herbert Spencer. But this is to misunderstand the essence of life, its will to power. We overlook the prime importance that the spontaneous, aggressive, expansive, reinterpreting, redirecting, and formative forces have, which adaptation follows only when they have had their effect in the organism itself, the dominant role of these highest functionaries, in whom the life will is active and manifests itself, is denied. One recalls what Huxley reproached Spencer with, his administrative nihilism. But we are dealing with more than administration. 13. To return to our topic, namely punishment, we have to distinguish between two of its aspects. One is its relative permanence, the custom, the act, the drama, a certain strict sequence of procedures. The other is its fluidity, its meaning, purpose, and expectation, which is linked to the carrying out of such procedures. And here, without further ado, I assume per analogiam, according to the major point of historical method just developed, that the procedure itself will be something older, predating its use as punishment, that the latter was only inserted and interpreted into the procedure, which had existed for a long time, though it was thought of in a different way. In short, that the matter is not to be understood in the way our naive moral and legal genealogists assumed up till now, who all thought the procedure had been invented for the purpose of punishment, just as people used to think that the hand had been invented for the purpose of grasping. With regard to the other element in punishment, the fluid one, its meaning, the concept of punishment, presents at a very late stage of culture, for example in Europe today, not just one meaning but a whole synthesis of meanings. The history of punishment up to now in general, the history of its use for a variety of purposes, finally crystallizes in a kind of unity which is difficult to dissolve back into its elements, difficult to analyze, and this has to be stressed, is absolutely undefinable. Today it is impossible to say precisely why people are actually punished. All concepts in which an entire process is semiotically concentrated defy definition. Only something which has no history can be defined. Sorry. At an earlier stage, however, the synthesis of meanings appeared much easier to undo and shift. We can still make out how, in every single case, the elements of the synthesis change valence and alter the order in which they occur, so that now this, then that element stands out and dominates, to the detriment of the others. Indeed, in some circumstances, one element, for example the purpose of deterrence, seems to overcome all the rest. To at least give an impression of how uncertain, belated, and haphazard the meaning of punishment is, and how one and the same procedure can be used, interpreted, and adapted for fundamentally different projects, you have here a formula that suggested itself to me on the basis of relatively restricted and random material. Punishment as a means of rendering harmless, of preventing further harm, punishment as payment of a debt to the creditor in any form, even one of emotional compensation, punishment as a means of isolating a disturbance of balance to prevent further spread of the disturbance, punishment as a means of inspiring fear of those who determine and execute punishment, punishment as a sort of counterbalance to the privileges which the criminal has enjoyed up till now, for example by using him as a slave in the mines, punishment as a rooting out of degenerate elements, sometimes a whole branch, as in Chinese law, whereby it becomes a means of keeping the race pure or maintaining a social type, punishment as a festival, the form of violating and mocking an enemy once he is finally conquered, punishment as an aide memoire, either for the person suffering the punishment, so-called reform, or for those who see it carried out, punishment as payment for a fee stipulated by the power which protects the wrongdoer from the excess of revenge, punishment as a compromise with the natural state of revenge, in so far as the latter is still nurtured and claimed as a privilege by more powerful clans, punishment as a declaration of war and a war measure against an enemy of peace, law, order, authority, who is fought as dangerous to the life of the community in breach of the contract on which the community is founded, as a rebel, a traitor, and breaker of peace, with all the means war can provide. 14. The list is certainly not complete. Punishment can clearly be seen to be richly laden with benefits of all kinds. This provides all the more justification for us to deduct one supposed benefit that counts as its most characteristic in popular perception. Faith in punishment, which is shaky today for several reasons, has its strongest support in precisely this. Punishment is supposed to have the value of arousing the feeling of guilt in the guilty party. In it, people look for the actual instrumentum of the mental reflex which we call bad conscience or pang of conscience. But by doing this, people are violating reality and psychology even as it is today, and much more so for the longest period in the history of mankind, its prehistory. The real pang of conscience, precisely amongst criminals and convicts, is something extremely rare. Prisons and gaols are not nurseries where this type of gnawing pang chooses to thrive. On this, all conscientious observers are agreed, in many cases reaching such a conclusion reluctantly and against their personal inclinations. On the whole, punishment makes men harder and colder. It concentrates, it sharpens the feeling of alienation, it strengthens the power to resist. If it does happen that a man's vigor is broken, resulting in his wretched prostration and self-abasement, a result of this sort is certainly less edifying than the average effect of punishment, as characterized by a dry, morose solemnity. If we just think about those centuries before the history of mankind, we can safely conclude that the evolution of a feeling of guilt was most strongly impeded through punishment. At any rate, with regard to the victims on whom the primitive measures were carried out, nor must we underestimate the degree to which the mere sight of the judicial executive procedures inhibit the criminal himself from experiencing his act, his mode of conduct, as reprehensible as such, because he sees the same kind of action practised in the service of justice and given approval practised with a good conscience, like spying, duping, bribing, setting traps, the whole intricate and wily skills of the policeman, the prosecutor, as well as the most thorough robbery, violence, slander, imprisonment, torture, and murder, carried out without even having emotion as an excuse, all practices that are manifest in the various kinds of punishment, none of which is seen by his judges as a depraved and condemned act as such, but only in certain respects and applications. Bad conscience, the most uncanny and most interesting plant of our earthly vegetation, did not grow in this soil. In fact, for most of the time it did not enter the consciousness of those who judged and punished that they were dealing with a guilty party. Instead, it was a question of someone who had caused harm, an irresponsible piece of fate, he himself the recipient of punishment, which again descended like a piece of fate, felt no inner pain because what he would feel if something unforeseen suddenly happened, a terrible natural disaster, a boulder falling on him and crushing him where resistance is futile. 15. Spinoza became aware of this in a way that made him show his true colors, to the annoyance of his critics who systematically attempt to misunderstand him on this point. Kuno Fischer, for example, when, one afternoon, rummaging around among who knows what memories, he turned his attention to the question of what actually remained for him, himself, of that famous Morse's consentier, who had he relegated good and evil to man's imagination, and angrily defended the honor of his free God against the blasphemous who asserted that God operates everything sub ratione boni, but that would mean that God is subject to fate, and would really be the greatest of all absurdities. For Spinoza, the world had returned to that state of innocence in which it had lain before the invention of bad conscience. What had then become of Morse's conscientiae? The opposite of gaudium, he finally said to himself, a sadness accompanied by the notion of a past event which turned out contrary to expectation. For millennia, wrongdoers overtaken by punishment have felt no different than Spinoza with regard to their offense. Something has gone unexpectedly wrong here, not "I ought not to have done that." They submitted to punishment as you submit to illness, or misfortune, or death, with that brave, unrebellious fatalism that still gives the Russians, for example, an advantage over us Westerners in the way they handle life. If in those days there was any criticism of the deed, it came from intelligence which practiced criticism. We must certainly seek the actual effect of punishment primarily in the sharpening of intelligence, in a lengthening of the memory, in a will to be more cautious, less trusting, to go about things more circumspectly from now on, in the recognition that one was once and for all too weak for many things, in a sort of improvement of self-assessment. What can largely be achieved by punishment, in man or beast, is the increase of fear, the intensification of intelligence, the mastering of desires. Punishment tames man in this way, but does not make him better. He would be more justified in asserting the opposite. You can learn from your mistakes, as the saying goes, but what you learn also makes you bad. Fortunately, it often enough makes you stupid. 16. At this point I can no longer avoid giving a first preliminary expression to my own theory on the origin of bad conscience. It is not easy to get a hearing for this hypothesis, and it needs to be pondered, watched, and slept on. I look on bad conscience as a serious illness to which man was forced to succumb by the pressure of the most fundamental of all changes which he experienced, the change whereby he finally found himself imprisoned within the confines of society and peace. It must have been no different for these semi-animals, happily adapted to the wilderness, war, and the wandering life, the adventure, than it was for the sea animals, when they were forced to either become land animals or perish at one go. All instincts were devalued and suspended. Now they had to walk on their feet and carry themselves, whereas they had been carried by the water up till then. A terrible heaviness bore down on them. They felt they were clumsy at performing the simplest task. They did not have their familiar guide any more for this new, unknown world, those regulating impulses that unconsciously led them to safety. The poor things were reduced to relying on thinking, inference, calculation, and the connecting of cause with effect, that is, to relying on their consciousness, that most impoverished and error-prone organ. I do not think that there has ever been such a feeling of misery on earth, such as leaden discomfort, and meanwhile the old instincts had not suddenly ceased to make their demands, but it was difficult and seldom possible to give in to them. They mainly had to seek new, and as it were underground, gratifications. All instincts which are not discharged outwardly turn inwards. That is what I call the internalization of man. With it there now evolves in man what will later be called his soul. The whole inner world, originally stretched thinly as though between two layers of skin, was expanded and expanded itself, and gained depth, breadth, and height in proportion to the degree that the external discharge of man's instincts was obstructed. Those terrible bulwarks with which state organizations protected themselves against the old instincts of freedom, punishments are a primary instance of this kind of bulwark, had the result that all those instincts of the wild, free, roving man were turned backwards against man himself. Animosity, cruelty, the pleasure of pursuing, raiding, changing, and destroying, all this was pitted against the person who had such instincts. That is the origin of bad conscience. Lacking external enemies and obstacles, and forced into the oppressive narrowness and conformity of custom, man impatiently ripped himself apart, persecuted himself, gnawed at himself, gave himself no peace, and abused himself, this animal who battered himself raw on the bars of his cage, and who is supposed to be tamed. Man, full of emptiness, and torn apart with homesickness for the desert, has had to create from within himself an adventure, a torture chamber, an unsafe and hazardous wilderness. This fool, this prisoner consumed with longing and despair, became the inventor of bad conscience. With it, however, the worst and most insidious illness was introduced, one from which mankind has not yet recovered, man's sickness of man, of himself, as the result of a forcible breach with his animal past, a simultaneous leap and fall into new situations and conditions of existence, a declaration of war against all the old instincts on which, up till then, his strength, pleasure, and formidableness had been based. Let us immediately add that, on the other hand, the prospect of an animal soul turning against itself, taking a part against itself, was something so new, profound, unheard of, puzzling, contrary, and momentous on earth, that the whole character of the world changed in an essential way. Indeed, a divine audience was needed to appreciate the spectacle that began then, but the end of which is not yet in sight, a spectacle too subtle, too wonderful, too paradoxical, to be allowed to be played senselessly unobserved on some ridiculous planet. Since that time, man has been included among the most unexpected and exciting throws of dice played by Heraclitus. Great child, call him Zeus or Fate. He arouses interest, tension, hope, almost certainly for himself, as though something were being announced through him, were being prepared, as though man were not an end but just a path, an episode, a bridge, a great promise. 17. The first assumption in my theory on the origin of bad conscience is that the alteration was not gradual and voluntary, and did not represent an organic assimilation into the new circumstances, but was a breach, a leap, a compulsion, an inescapable fate that nothing could ward off, which occasioned no struggle, not even any resentiment. A second assumption, however, is that the shaping of a population, which had up till now been unrestrained and shapeless, into a fixed form, as happened at the beginning with an act of violence, could only be concluded with acts of violence, that consequently the oldest state emerged as a terrible tyranny, as a repressive and ruthless machinery, and continued working until the raw material of people and semi-animals had been finally not just kneaded and made compliant, but shaped. I use the word state. It is obvious who is meant by this. Some pack of blond beasts of prey, a conqueror and master race, which, organized on a war footing, and with the power to organize, unscrupulously lays its dreadful paws on a populace which, though it might be vastly greater in number, is still shapeless and shifting. In this way the state began on earth. I think I have dispensed with the fantasy, which has it begin with a contract. Whoever can command, whoever is a master by nature, Whoever appears violent in deed and gesture, what is he going to care about contracts? Such beings cannot be reckoned with. They come like fate, without cause, reason, consideration, or pretext. They appear just like lightning appears, too terrible, sudden, convincing, and other, even to be hated. What they do is to create and imprint forms instinctively. They are the most involuntary, unconscious artists there are. Where they appear, soon something new arises, a structure of domination that lives in which parts and functions are differentiated and related to one another, in which there is absolutely no room for anything that does not first acquire meaning with regard to the whole. They do not know what guilt, responsibility, consideration are. These born organizers, these are ruled by that terrible inner artist's egoism, which has a brazen countenance and sees itself justified to all eternity by the work, like the mother in her child. They are not the ones in whom bad conscience grew, that is obvious, but it would not have grown without them. This ugly growth would not be there if a huge amount of freedom had not been driven from the world, or at least driven from sight, and at the same time made latent by the pressure of their hammer blows and artists' violence. This instinct of freedom, forcibly made latent, we have already seen how, this instinct of freedom, forced back, repressed, incarcerated within itself, and finally able to discharge and unleash itself only against itself, that and that alone is bad conscience in its beginnings. 18. We must be wary of thinking despairingly about this whole phenomenon, because it is inherently ugly and painful. Fundamentally, it is the same active force as the one that is at work on a grand scale in those artists of violence and organizers, and that builds states, which here internally and on a smaller, pettier scale, turned backwards in the labyrinth of the breast, as Goethe would say, creates bad conscience for itself and builds negative ideals. It is that very instinct for freedom, put into my language, the will to power, except that the material on which the formative and rapacious nature of this force vents itself is precisely man himself, his whole animal old self, and not, as in that greater and more eye-catching phenomena, the other man, the other men. This secret self-violation, this artist's cruelty, this desire to give form to oneself as a piece of difficult, resisting, suffering matter, to brand it with a will, a critique, a contradiction, a contempt, a no, this uncanny, terrible but joyous labor of a soul, voluntarily split within itself, which makes itself suffer out of the pleasure of making suffer, this whole active bad conscience has finally, we have already guessed, as true womb of ideal and imaginative events, brought a wealth of novel, disconcerting beauty and affirmation to light, and perhaps for the first time beauty itself. What would be beautiful if, on the contrary, too, it had not first come to awareness of itself, if ugliness had not first said to itself, "Am I ugly?" At least, after this clue, one puzzle will be less puzzling, namely, how an ideal, something beautiful, can be hinted at in self-contradictory concepts such as selflessness, self-denial, self-sacrifice, and furthermore I do not doubt that we know one thing, what kind of pleasure it is, which from the start the selfless, the self-denying, the self-sacrificing feel. This pleasure belongs to cruelty. So much, for the time being, on the descent of the unegoistic as a moral value, and on the delineation of the ground on which this value has grown. Only bad conscience, only the will to self-violation provides the precondition for the value of the unegoistic. 19. Bad conscience is a sickness. There is no point in denying it, but a sickness rather like pregnancy. Let us examine the conditions under which this sickness reached its most terrible and sublime peak. We shall see what with this really entered the world. But we shall need a great deal of staying power, and first we have to return to an earlier point. The relationship of a debtor to his creditor in civil law, about which I have written at length already, was for a second time transformed, through interpretation, in a historically extremely strange and curious manner, into a relationship in which it is perhaps least comprehensible to us modern men. That is the relationship of the present generation to their forebears. Within the original tribal association, we are talking about primeval times, the living generation always acknowledged a legal obligation towards the earlier generation, and in particular towards the earliest which founded the tribe. And this was not just a sentimental tie, this latter could, with good reason, be denied altogether for the longest period of human race. There is a prevailing conviction that the tribe exists only because of the sacrifices and deeds of the forefathers, and that these have to be paid back with sacrifices and deeds people recognize as indebtedness, schuld, which continually increases because these ancestors continue to exist as mighty spirits, giving the tribe new advantages and lending it some of their power. Do they do this for nothing, perhaps? But there is no for nothing for those raw and spiritually impoverished ages. What can people give them in return? Sacrifices. Originally as food in the crudest sense, feasts, chapels, tributes, above all obedience, for all traditions are, as works of the ancestors, also their rules and orders. Do people ever give them enough? This suspicion remains and grows. From time to time it exacts a payment on a grand scale, something immense as a repayment to the creditor. The infamous sacrifice of the first-born, for example, blood, human blood in any case. Following this line of thought, the dread of the ancestor and his power, the consciousness of debts towards him, increases inevitably in direct proportion to the increase in power of the tribe itself. That is, in proportion as the tribe itself becomes ever more victorious, independent, honored and feared, and not the other way round. Every step towards the weakening of the tribe, all unfortunate calamities, all signs of degeneration and imminent disintegration, always lessen rather than increase the dread of the spirit of its founder, and lead to an ever lower opinion of his sagacity, providence, and powerful presence. If you think this sort of crude logic through to the end, it follows that, through the hallucination of the growing dread itself, the ancestors of the most powerful tribes must have grown to an immense stature, and must have been pushed into the obscurity of divine mystery and transcendence. Inevitably the ancestor himself is finally transfigured into a god. Perhaps we have here the actual origin of God, an origin, then, in fear, and whoever should deem fit to add, but in piety too, would have difficulty in justifying the claim for the longest period of human race, prehistory. All the more so, however, would he be right, for the middle period in which the noble tribes developed, who actually did repay with interest their founders, their ancestors, heroes, gods, with all the attributes which in the meantime had become manifest in themselves, the noble attributes. Later we shall take another look at the way gods are ennobled and exalted, which is not at all to say they were hallowed, but let us, for the present, pursue the course of this whole development of the consciousness of guilt to its conclusion. 20. The awareness of having debts to God did not, as history teaches, come to an end even after the decline of communists organized on the principle of blood relationship, just as man inherited the concepts of good and bad from the nobility of lineage, together with its psychological basic tendency to institute orders of rank. He also inherited, along with the divinities of tribes and clans, the burden of unpaid debts, and the longing for them to be settled, those large populations of slaves and serfs who adapted themselves to the divinity cults of their masters, whether through compulsion, submission, or mimicry, form the transitional stage. From them the inheritance overflows in every direction. The feeling of indebtedness towards a deity continued to grow for several millennia, and indeed always in the same proportion as the concept of and feeling for God grew in the world and was carried aloft. The whole history of ethnic battles, victories, reconciliations, and mergers, and everything that precedes the eventual rank ordering of the diverse elements of the population in every great racial synthesis, is mirrored on in the genealogical chaos of their gods, in the legends of their battles, victories, and reconciliations. The progression to the universal empires is always the progress to universal deities at the same time. Despotism, with its subjugation of the independent nobility, always prepares the way for some sort of monotheism as well. The advent of the Christian God as the maximal God yet achieved, thus also brought about the appearance of the greatest feeling of indebtedness on earth. Assuming that we have now started in the reverse direction, we should be justified in deducing with no little probability that from the unstoppable decline in faith in the Christian God there is, even now, a considerable decline in the consciousness of human debt. Indeed, the possibility cannot be rejected out of hand that the complete and definitive victory of atheism might release humanity from this whole feeling of being indebted towards its beginnings. Its causa prima, atheism, and a sort of second innocence belong together. 21. So much for a brief and rough preliminary outline of the connection between the concepts debt, guilt, and duty, and religious precepts. I have so far intentionally set aside the actual moralization of these concepts, the way they are pushed back into conscience, more precisely the way bad conscience is woven together with the concept of God. And at the conclusion of the last section I actually spoke as though this moralization did not exist, consequently as though these concepts would necessarily come to an end once the basic premise no longer applied, the credence we lend to our creditor, God. The facts diverge from this in a terrible way, with the moralization of the concepts debt, guilt, and the duty and their relegation to bad conscience. We have in reality an attempt to reverse the direction of the development I have described, or at least halt its movement. Now, the prospect for a once and for all payment is to be foreclosed. Out of pessimism, now our glance is to bounce and recoil disconsolately off an iron impossibility. Now those concepts, debt and duty, are to be reversed. But against whom? It is indisputable, firstly, against the debtor, in whom bad conscience now so firmly establishes itself, eating into him, broadening out and growing, like a polyp, so wide and deep that in the end, with the impossibility of paying back the debt, is conceived the impossibility of discharging the penance. The idea that it cannot be paid off, eternal punishment, ultimately however against the creditor, and here we should think of the causa prima of man, the beginning of the human race, of his ancestor who is now burdened with a curse, Adam, original sin, the will in bondage, or of nature, from whose womb man originated and to whom the principle of evil is imputed, diabolization of nature, or of existence in general, which is left standing as inherently worthless, a nihilistic turning away from existence, the desire for nothingness or desire for the antithesis, to be other, Buddhism and such like, until and all at once we confront the paradoxical and horrifying expedient through which a martyred humanity has sought temporary relief, Christianity's stroke of genius, none other than God sacrificing himself for man's debt, none other than God paying himself back, God as the only one able to redeem man from what to man himself has become irredeemable, the creditor sacrificing himself for his debtor. Out of love. Would you credit it? Out of love for his debtor. 22. You will already have guessed what has really gone on with all this and behind all this. That will to torment oneself, that suppressed cruelty of animal man, who has been frightened back into himself and given an inner life, incarcerated in this state to be tamed, and has discovered bad conscience, so that he can hurt himself after the more natural outlet of this wish to hurt had been blocked. This man of bad conscience has seized on religious presupposition in order to provide his self-torture with its most horrific hardness and sharpness, debt towards God. This thought becomes an instrument of torture. In God he seizes upon the ultimate antithesis he can find to his real and irredeemable animal instincts. He reinterprets these self-same animal instincts as debt, guilt before God, as animosity, insurrection, rebellion against the master, the father, the primeval ancestor and beginning of the world. He pitches himself into the contradiction of God and devil. He emits every no which he says to himself. Nature, naturalness, and the reality of his being as a yes, as existing, living, real, as God, as the holiness of God, as God the judge, as God the hangman, as the beyond, as eternity, as torture without end, as hell, as immeasurable punishment and guilt. We have here a sort of madness of the will showing itself in mental cruelty which is absolutely unparalleled. Man's will to find himself guilty and condemned without hope of reprieve, his will to think of himself as punished, without the punishment ever being equivalent to the level of guilt, his will to infect and poison the fundamentals of things with the problem of punishment and guilt in order to cut himself off once and for all from the way out of this labyrinth of fixed ideas. This will to set up an ideal, that of a holy God, in order to be palpably convinced of his own absolute worthlessness in the face of this ideal. Alas for this crazy, pathetic beast man! What ideas he has, what perversity, what hysterical nonsense, what bestiality of thought immediately erupts the moment he is prevented, if only gently, from being a beast indeed. This is all almost excessively interesting, but there is also a black, gloomy, unnerving sadness to it as well, so that one has to force oneself to forego peering for too long into the abysses. Here is sickness, without a doubt the most terrible sickness ever to rage in man, and whoever is still able to hear, but people have no ear for it nowadays, how the shout of love has rung out during this night of torture and absurdity, the shout of the most yearning rapture of salvation through love, turns away, gripped by an unconquerable horror. There is so much in man that is horrifying. The world has been a madhouse for too long. 23. That should be enough, once and for all, about the descent of the holy God, that the conception of gods does not, as such, necessarily lead to that deterioration of the imagination which we had to think about for a moment, that there are nobler ways of making use of the invention of gods than man's self-crucifixion and self-abuse, ways in which Europe excelled during the last millennia. This can fortunately be deduced from any glance at the Greek gods, these reflections of noble and proud men in whom the animal in man felt deified, did not tear itself apart, and did not rage against itself. These Greeks, for most of the time, used their gods expressly to keep bad conscience at bay, so that they could carry on enjoying their freedom of soul, therefore the opposite of the way Christendom made use of its God. They went very far in this, these marvellous, lion-hearted children, and no less an authority than the Homeric Zeus gives them to understand that they are making it too easy for themselves. Strange, he says on one occasion, he is talking about the case of Aegisthus, a very bad case, quote, "Strange how such mortals complain about the gods. We alone cause evil, they claim, but they themselves, through folly, bring about their own distress, even contrary to fate." End quote. Yet we can immediately hear and see that even this Olympian observer and judge has no intention of bearing them a grudge for this and thinking ill of them. Quote, "How foolish they are," end quote, is what he thinks when the mortals misbehave. Foolishness, stupidity, a little mental disturbance. This much even the Greeks of the strongest, bravest period allowed themselves as a reason for much that was bad or calamitous. Foolishness, not sin. You understand? But even this mental disturbance was a problem. Yes, how is this possible? Where can this have actually come from with minds like ours, we men of high lineage, happy, well endowed, high born, noble, and virtuous? For centuries the noble Greek asked himself this in the face of any incomprehensible atrocity or crime with which one of his peers had sullied himself. A god must have confused him, he said to himself at last, shaking his head. The solution is typical for the Greeks. In this way the gods served to justify man, To a certain degree, even if he was in the wrong, they served as causes of evil. They did not, at that time, take the punishment on themselves, but rather, as is nobler, the guilt. 24. I shall conclude with 3 question marks. That much is plain. Is an ideal set up or destroyed here? You might ask me, but have you ever asked yourself how properly costly the setting up of every ideal on earth has been? How much reality always had to be vilified and misunderstood in the process? How many lies had to be sanctified? How much conscience had to be troubled? How much God had to be sacrificed every time? If a shrine is to be set up, a shrine has to be destroyed. That is the law. Show me an example where this does not apply. We moderns have inherited millennia of conscience vivisection and animal torture inflicted on ourselves. We have had most practice in it, and perhaps artists in the field. In any case, it is our refinement and the indulgence of our taste. For too long, man has viewed his natural inclinations with an evil eye, so that they finally came to be intertwined with bad conscience in him. A reverse experiment should be possible in principle, but who has sufficient strength? By this I mean an intertwining of bad conscience with perverse inclinations, all those other worldly aspirations, alien to the senses, the instincts, to nature, to animals, in short, all the ideals which up to now have been hostile to life and have defamed the world. To whom should we turn with such hopes and claims today? We should have none other than the good men against us, and, as is fitting, the lazy, the complacent, the vain, the zealous, the tired. What is more deeply offensive to others and separates us more profoundly from them than allowing them to realize something of the severity and high-mindedness with which we treat ourselves? And again, how cooperative and pleasant everyone is towards us, as soon as we do as everyone else does, and let ourselves go like everyone else. For that purpose we would need another sort of spirit than those we are likely to encounter in this age, spirits who are strengthened by wars and victories, for whom conquest, adventure, danger, and even pain have actually become a necessity. They would also need to be acclimatized to thinner air higher up, to the winter treks, ice, and mountains. In every sense, they would need a sort of sublime nastiness itself, a final, very self-assured wilfulness of insight, which belongs to great health. In brief, and unfortunately they would need precisely this great health. Is this at all possible today? But sometime in a stronger age than this mouldy, self-doubting present day, he will have come to us, the redeeming man of great love and contempt, the creative spirit who is pushed out of any position, outside or beyond, by his surging strength again and again, whose solitude will be misunderstood by the people as though it were flight from reality, whereas it is just his way of being absorbed, buried, and immersed in reality, so that from it, when he emerges into the light again, he can return with the redemption of this reality, redeem it from the curse which its ideal has placed upon it up till now. This man of the future will redeem us, not just from the ideal held up till now, but also from those things which had to arise from it, from the great nausea, the will to nothingness, from nihilism, that stroke of midday and of great decision that makes the will free again, which gives earth its purpose and man his hope, this Antichrist and anti-nihilist, this conqueror of God and of nothingness, he must come one day. 25. But what am I saying? Enough, enough. At this point, just one thing is proper: silence. Otherwise I shall be misappropriating something that belongs to another, younger man, one with more future, one stronger than me, something to which Zarathustra alone is entitled. Zarathustra the Godless. Third essay. What do ascetic ideals mean? Carefree, mocking, violent. This is how wisdom wants us. She is a woman. All she ever loves is a warrior. Thus spoke Zarathustra. 1. What do ascetic ideals mean? With artists, nothing, or too many different things. With philosophers and scholars, something like a nose and sense for the most favorable conditions of higher intellectuality. With women, at most, one more seductive charm, a little morbidezza on fair flesh, the angelic expression on a pretty fat animal. With physiological causalities and the disgruntled, with the majority of mortals, an attempt to see themselves as too good for this world, a saintly form of debauchery, their chief weapon in the battle against long drawn out pain and boredom. With priests, the actual priestly faith, their best instrument of power and also the ultimate sanction of their power. With saints, an excuse to hibernate at last, their novissima gloria cupido, their rest in nothingness, God, their form of madness. That the ascetic ideal has meant so much to man reveals a basic fact of human will, its horror vacui. It needs an aim, and it prefers to will nothingness rather than not will. Do I make myself understood? Have I made myself understood? Absolutely not, sir. So let us start at the beginning. 2. What do ascetic ideals mean? Or let me take an individual example, in connection with which my opinion has often been sought. What, for example, does it mean if an artist like Richard Wagner pays homage to chastity in his old age? I accept that he has always done this in a certain sense, but only at the very end in an ascetic sense. What does this change of sense mean? This radical alteration of sense? Because it was such a change, Wagner made a complete turnabout and became his exact opposite. What does it mean if an artist makes such a turnabout? Here we at once remember, providing we want to pause over the question a little, the best, strongest, most cheerful and courageous time which Wagner perhaps had in his life. It was when the idea of Luther's wedding preoccupied him so deeply. Who knows what chance events actually had to occur for us to possess Die Meistersinger instead of that wedding music, and how much of the latter can still be heard in the former. But there's no doubt that even with Luther's wedding we would have had a praise of chastity, but also a praise of sensuality, and that would have seemed to me to be quite right. It would have been quite Wagnerian, like that. For there is not necessarily an antithesis between chastity and sensuality. Every good marriage, every real affair of the heart, transcends this antithesis. I think Wagner would have done well to again remind his Germans of this pleasant fact, with the help of a nice, plucky Luther comedy, because there always are and have been so many people amongst Germans who slander sensuality, and perhaps Luther's achievement is nowhere greater than precisely in having had the courage of his own sensuality. At the time it was delicately referred to as evangelical freedom. Even in a case where there really is an antithesis between chastity and sensuality, there is fortunately no need for it to be a tragic antithesis. This ought to be true for all healthy, cheerful mortals who are far from seeing their precarious balancing act between animal and angel as necessarily one of the arguments against life. The best and the brightest among them, like Goethe, like Hafiz, actually found in it one more of life's charms. Such contradictions are what makes life so enticing. On the other hand, it is only too clear that if pigs who have fallen on hard times are made to praise chastity, and there are such pigs, they will only see in it and praise the opposite of themselves, the opposite of pigs who have fallen on hard times. And oh, what a tragic grunting and excitement there will be! We can just imagine that embarrassing and superfluous antithesis that Richard Wagner undeniably wanted to set to music and stage at the end of his life. But why? It is fair to inquire, for what were pigs to him? What are they to us? 3. While we are here, we cannot avoid asking what concern that manly, oh so unmanly country bumpkin, that poor devil and child of nature, Parsifal, was to Wagner, who ended up using such suspect means to turn him into a Catholic. And what? Was this Parsifal meant to be taken seriously? We might be tempted to assume the opposite, even to wish that Wagner's Parsifal was meant to be funny, like an epilogue or satire play, with which the tragedian Wagner wanted to take leave of us, of himself, and above all of tragedy, in a manner fitting and worthy of himself, namely by indulging in an excessive bout of the most extreme and deliberate parody of the tragedy itself, of the whole hideous earthly seriousness and misery from the past, of the finally defeated crudest form of perversion, of the ascetic ideal. This would have been, as I said, worthy of a great tragedian, in which capacity, like every artist, he only reaches the final summit of his achievement when he knows how to see himself and his art beneath him, and knows how to laugh at himself. Is Wagner's Parsifal his secret, superior laugh at himself, his triumph at attaining the final supreme freedom of the artist, his artistic transcendence? As I said, it would be nice to think so, but what would an intentionally serious Parsifal be like? Do we really need to see in him the spawn of an insane hatred of knowledge, mind, and sensuality, as someone once argued against me? A curse on the senses and the mind in one breath of hate? An apostasy and return to sickly Christian and obscurantist ideals? And finally an actual self-denial, self-annulment on the part of an artist who had hitherto wanted the opposite with all the force of his will, namely for his art to be the highest intellectualization and sensualization, and not just his art, his life too? Recall how enthusiastically Wagner followed in the footsteps of the philosopher Feuerbach in his day. Feuerbach's dictum of "healthy sensuality" that sounded like the pronouncement of salvation to the Wagner of the 1830s and 1840s, as to so many Germans (they called themselves Young Germans). Did he finally learn something different? Because it at least seems that at the end he had the will to teach something different, and not just by having the trombones of Parsifal sound out the way they do from the stage itself, in the gloomy writings of his latter years, unfree and helpless as they are, we find 100 passages revealing a secret desire and will, a hesitant, uncertain, unacknowledged will to preach a straightforward reversion, conversion, denial, Christianity, medievalism, and to say to his disciples, "It is nothing, seek salvation somewhere else." Even the Redeemer's blood is invoked once. 4. I have to speak my mind in a case like this, which is embarrassing in many ways, and it is a typical case. It is certainly better if we separate an artist sufficiently far from his work as not immediately to take the man as seriously as his work. After all, he is merely the precondition for the work, the womb, the soil, sometimes the manure and fertilizer on which it grows. And as such, he is something we have to forget about in most cases if we want to enjoy the work. The insight into the descent of a work concerns the physiologists and vivisectionists of the mind, but not ascetic men and artists, and never will. The man who wrote and shaped Parsifal was as little spared the profound, thorough-going, and indeed terrible tendency to sink and delve into medieval spiritual conflicts, and the hostile falling off from the sublimity, discipline, and rigour of the spirit, a sort of intellectual perversity, if I may say so, as a pregnant woman is spared the reactions of nausea and odd cravings of pregnancy, which, as I said, must be forgotten if she is to enjoy the child. We should avoid the confusion to which the artist is only too prone, out of psychological contiguity, as the English say, of thinking he were identical with what he can portray, invent, and express. In fact, if he really had the same identity he would simply not be able to portray, invent, and express it. Homer would not have created Achilles and Goethe would not have created Faust if Homer had been an Achilles and Goethe a Faust. A perfect and complete artist is cut off from what is real and actual for all eternity. On the other hand, we can understand how he can occasionally be so tired of the eternal unreality and falsity of his inner existence that he is driven to despair, and that he will then probably try to reach into that area strictly forbidden to him, into reality, into real being. With what success? We can guess. It is the artist's typical velleity, that same velleity to which Wagner succumbed in old age and for which he had to pay so dearly and catastrophically. Through it he lost the more valuable amongst his circle of friends. Finally, however, quite apart from this velleity, who could not wish, for Wagner's sake, that he had taken leave of us and of his art in some other manner, not with a Parsifal, but with a more triumphant, self-confident, Wagnerian manner, in a manner less deceptive, less ambiguous with regard to his general intent, less Schopenhauerian, less nihilistic. 5. So, what do ascetic ideals mean? In the case of an artist, we have concluded nothing at all, or so many things that it is tantamount to nothing. Let us put aside artists for the time being. Their position in the world and against the world is far from sufficiently independent for their changing valuations as such to merit our attention. Down the ages, they have been the valets of a morality or philosophy or religion, quite apart from the fact that they were, unfortunately, often the all too glib courtiers of their hangers on and patrons and sycophants with a nose for old or indeed up and coming forces. At the very least, they always need a defender, a support, an already established authority. Artists never stand independently; being alone is against their deepest instincts. So, for example, Richard Wagner took the philosopher Schopenhauer as his front man, his defender, when the time came. We can't even conceive of the possibility of him having the courage of an ascetic ideal without the support offered to him by Schopenhauer's philosophy, without the authority of Schopenhauer, which by the 1870s in Europe was becoming dominant, and we have not even raised the question whether an artist in the new Germany could even have existed at all without the milk of a pious way of thinking, piously devoted to the Reich. And with that we come to the more serious question. What does it mean if a genuine philosopher pays homage to the ascetic ideal, a genuine independent mind like Schopenhauer, a man and a knight with a brazen countenance who has the courage to be himself, knows how to stand alone and does not wait for the men in front of and a nod from on high? Let us immediately consider here the remarkable and, for many types of person, even fascinating stance of Schopenhauer towards art, because this is obviously what first caused Richard Wagner to go over to Schopenhauer, talked into it by a poet, as we all know, Herweg, and he did this to such a degree that a complete theoretical contradiction opened up between his earlier and later ascetic beliefs. The former, for example, expressed in opera and drama, and the latter in the writings published from 1870. In particular, and this is what is perhaps most disconcerting of all, Wagner ruthlessly altered his view of the value and place of music itself from then on. What did he care that up till now he had made music a means, a medium, a woman which simply had to have a goal, a man in order to flourish, namely a drama? All at once he grasped that with Schopenhauer's theory and innovation more could be done in majorem musicae gloriam. In fact, with the sovereignty of music as Schopenhauer understood it, music set apart from all the other arts, the inherently independent art, not providing reflections of the phenomenal world like the other arts, but instead speaking the language of the will itself, straight out of the abyss, as the latter's most unique, original, direct revelation. With this extraordinary increase in the value placed on music, which seemed to stem from Schopenhauer's philosophy, the musician himself suddenly had an unprecedented rise in price. From now on he became an oracle, a priest, in fact, more than a priest, a sort of mouthpiece of the in itself of things, a telephone to the beyond. From now on he did not just talk music, This ventriloquist of God, he talked metaphysics. Hardly surprising that one day he ended up talking ascetic ideals, is it? 6. Schopenhauer made use of the Kantian version of the ascetic problem, although he definitely did not view it with Kantian eyes. Kant intended to pay art a tribute when he signaled out the qualities of beauty, those which constitute the glory of knowledge, impersonality and universality. Whether or not this was essentially a mistake is not what I am dealing with here. All I want to underline is that Kant, like all philosophers, just considered art and beauty from the position of spectator, instead of viewing the aesthetic problem through the experiences of the artist, the creator, and thus inadvertently introduced the spectator himself into the concept beautiful. I just wish this spectator had been sufficiently known to the philosophers of beauty. I mean, as a great personal fact and experience, as a fund of strong personal experiences, desires, surprises, and pleasures in the field of beauty. But as I fear, the opposite has always been the case, and so we receive definitions from them right from the start, in which the absence of more sensitive personal experience sits in the shape of a fat worm of basic error, as in that famous definition Kant gives of the beautiful. Kant said, quote, "Something is beautiful if it gives pleasure without interest." End quote. Without interest? Compare this definition with another made by a genuine spectator and artist, Stendhal, who once called the beautiful une promesse de bonheur. Here, at any rate, the thing that Kant alone accentuates in aesthetic matters, le désintéressement, is rejected and eliminated. Who is right, Kant or Stendhal? However, as our aestheticians never tire of weighing in on Kant's side, saying that under the charm of beauty even naked female statues can be looked at without interest, I think we are entitled to laugh a little at their expense. The experiences of artists are more interesting with regard to this tricky point, and Pygmalion, at all events, was not necessarily an unaesthetic man. Let us think all the better of the innocence of our aestheticians, which we see reflected in such arguments. For example, let us pay tribute to Kant for expounding the peculiarities of the sense of touch with the naivety of a country parson. And now we come back to Schopenhauer, who stood much closer to the arts than Kant, and still could not break free of the spell of Kant's definition. Why not? The situation is very odd. He interpreted the phrase "without interest" in the most personal way possible, from an experience which, in his case, must have been one of the most frequently recurring. There are few things about which Schopenhauer speaks with such certainty as the effect of aesthetic contemplation. According to him, it it counteracts sexual interestedness, rather like lupulin and camphor, and he never tried singing the praises of this escape from the will as the great advantage and use of the aesthetic condition. We might even be tempted to ask whether the basic conception of will and representation, the thought that redemption from the will could only take place through representation, might not originate in a generalization of that sexual experience. In all questions regarding Schopenhauer's philosophy, by the way, we must not overlook the fact that it is the conception of a 26-year-old young man, so it reflects not just specific characteristics of Schopenhauer himself, but also the specifics of that season of life. For example, let us listen to one of the most explicit of the countless passages he wrote in honor of aesthetics. World as Will and Representation 1:23:1. Let us listen to the tone, the suffering, the happiness, the gratitude with such passages are written. Quote, "This is the painless condition which Epicurus praises as the greatest good, and as the condition of the gods. We are for that moment relieved of the base craving of the will. We celebrate the Sabbath from the penal servitude of volition. The wheel of Ixion stands still." End quote. What vehemence of speech, what images of torture and long drawn out fatigue! What an almost pathological juxtaposition of time between "for that moment" and the wheel of Ixion, between penal servitude of volition and base craving! Even granted that Schopenhauer was right about himself 100 times over, what does this do for an insight into the nature of beauty? Schopenhauer described one effect of beauty, that of calming the will, but is this even one that occurs regularly? As I said, Stendhal, no less a sensualist than Schopenhauer, but with a more happily adjusted personality, emphasizes another effect of beauty. Quote, "Beauty promises happiness." End quote. To him, the fact of the matter is precisely the excitement of the will, of interest, through beauty. And could we not, finally, accuse Schopenhauer himself of thinking, quite erroneously, that in this he was following Kant, and object that he did not understand the Kantian definition of beauty in a Kantian way at all, that beauty pleased him, too, out of interest, in fact out of the strongest, most personal interest possible, that of the tortured person who frees himself from his torture? And to come back to our first question, what does it mean if a philosopher pays homage to an ascetic ideals? We get our first hint. He wants to free himself from torture. 7. Let us be careful not to pull gloomy faces as soon as we hear the word torture. In precisely this case we have plenty to put down on the other side of the account, plenty to deduct. We even have some reason to laugh. For we must not underestimate the fact that Schopenhauer, who actually treated sexuality as a personal enemy, including its tool, women, that instrumentum diaboli, needed enemies to stay cheerful, that he loved wrathful, bilious, black-green words, that he got angry for the sake of it, passionately, that he would have become ill, a pessimist, because he was not one, however much he wanted to be, without his enemies, without Hegel, women, sensuality, and the whole existential will to existence, will to remain. Schopenhauer would otherwise not have stayed there. You can bet on that. He would have run away, but his enemies held him tight, and kept seducing him back to existence. His anger was his solace. As with the ancient cynics, his relaxation, his recompense, his a remedium for nausea, his happiness. So much with regard to the most personal aspect in Schopenhauer's case. On the other hand, he is typical in one way, and here, at last, we come to our problem. Undeniably, as long as there are philosophers on earth, and whenever there have been philosophers, from India to England, to take the opposite poles of a talent for philosophy, there exists a genuine philosopher's irration and rancor against sensuality. Schopenhauer is just the most eloquent, and, if you have an ear for it, he is also the most fascinating and delightful eruption amongst them. Similarly, there exists a genuine partiality and warmth among philosophers with regard to the whole ascetic ideal. There should be no illusions on this score. Both these features belong, as I said, to the type. If both are lacking in a philosopher, he is always just a so-called philosopher. You can be sure of that. What does that mean? For we must first interpret the state of affairs. In himself, he remains stupid for all eternity, like any thing in itself. Every animal, including the Bête philosophy, instinctively strives for an optimum of favorable conditions in which to fully release his power and achieve his maximum of power sensation. Every animal abhors equally instinctively, with an acute sense of smell that is higher than all reason, any kind of disturbance and hindrance that blocks, or could block, his path to the optimum. It is not his path to happiness I am talking about, but the path to power, action, the mightiest deeds, and in most cases, actually, path to misery. Thus the philosopher abhors marriage, together with all that might persuade him to it, marriage as hindrance and catastrophe on his path to the optimum. Which great philosopher so far has been married? Heraclitus, Plato, Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Kant, Schopenhauer were not. Indeed, it is impossible to even think about them as married. A married philosopher belongs to comedy. That is my proposition. And that exception, Socrates, the mischievous Socrates, appears to have married ironic, simply in order to demonstrate this proposition. Every philosopher would say what Buddha said when he was told of the birth of a son. Quote, Rahula is born to me, a fetter is forged for me. End quote. Rahula here means a little demon. Every free spirit ought to have a thoughtful moment, assuming he has previously had a thoughtless one, like the moment experienced by that same Buddha. He thought to himself, living in a house, that unclean place, is cramped. Freedom is in leaving the house. So saying, he left the house. The ascetic ideal points the way to so many bridges to independence that no philosopher can refrain from inwardly rejoicing and clapping hands on hearing the story of all those who one fine day decided to say no to any curtailment of their liberty and go off into the desert, even granted they were just strong asses and the complete opposite of a strong spirit. Consequently, what does the ascetic ideal mean for a philosopher? My answer is, you will have guessed ages ago. On seeing an ascetic ideal, the philosopher smiles, because he sees an optimum condition of the highest and boldest intellectuality. He does not deny existence by doing so, but rather affirms his existence, and only his existence, and possibly does this to the point where he is not far from making the outrageous wish. Whereat mundus, fiat philosophia, fiat philosophus, fiam. Let the world perish, but let philosophy exist. Let the philosopher exist. Let me exist. 8. As you see, they are hardly unbribed witnesses and judges of the value of ascetic ideals, these philosophers. They are thinking of themselves. They don't care about the saint. At the same time, they are thinking of what to them is absolutely indispensable: freedom from compulsion, disturbance, noise, business, duties, worries, clear hands, clear heads, the dance, bounce, and flight of ideas, good, thin, clear, free, dry air, like the air in the mountains, in which all animal existence becomes more spiritual and takes wings, peace in every basement, every dog nicely on the lead, no hostile barking and shaggy rancune, no gnawing worms of wounded ambition, bowels regular and under control, busy as a milling mechanism, but remote, the heart alien, transcendent, expectant, posthumous. All in all, they think of the ascetic ideal as the serene ascetism of a deified creature that has flown the nest and is more liable to roam above life than rest. We know what the three great catchwords of the ascetic ideal are: poverty, humility, chastity. Let us now look at the life of all great productive, inventive spirits close up. For once, all three will be found in them to a certain degree every time. Of course, it goes without saying that they will definitely not be virtues. This type of person cannot be bothered with virtues, but as the most proper and natural prerequisites for their best existence and finest productivity. To do this, it is quite possible that their predominant intellect first had to bridle their unruly and tetchy pride, or their wanton sexuality, or that they had to struggle hand and soul to maintain their will to the desert, in the face perhaps of an inclination towards luxury and finery or similarity, in the face of their extravagant generosity. But it did this precisely in its capacity of predominant instinct, which imposed its demands on all other instincts. It still does this. If it did not, it would not be predominant. So there is nothing virtuous about it. Besides, the desert I mentioned, to which strong, independent minds withdraw and become hermits, oh, how different it looks from the desert which educated people imagined. On occasion, it is actually made up of these educated people themselves. What is certain is that none of the people playing at being individuals could survive in it at all. It is not romantic enough, not Syrian enough, not enough of a stage desert for them. To be sure, there is no lack of camels, but there all similarity ends. A deliberate obscurity, perhaps avoidance of self-confrontation, an aversion to noise, admiration, news, influence, a small position, daily routine, something that hides more than it uncovers, occasional association with harmless, happy animals and birds which are refreshing to behold, mountains for company, not dead mountains, though ones with eyes, by which I mean lakes. In some cases even a room in some crowded, run-of-the-mill hotel, where one can be sure of not being recognized and can talk with anyone with impunity. That is a desert. It is quite desolate enough, believe me. When Heraclitus withdrew into the courts and colonnades of the immense temple of Artemis, I must admit this desert was more dignified. Why do we lack temples of that sort? Maybe they are not lacking. I am just thinking of my nicest study, Piazza di San Marco. Spring, of course, and in the morning, the time between 10 and 12. But what Heraclitus was trying to avoid is the same that we try to get away from: the noise and democratic tittle-tattle of the Ephesians, their politics, news of the empire, Persia, you understand, their market affairs of today, because we philosophers need a rest from one thing above all, anything to do with today. We appreciate peace, coldness, nobility, distance, the past, more or less everything at the sight of which the soul is not forced to defend itself and button up, something you can talk to without speaking loudly. Just listen to the sound of a spirit talking. Every spirit has its own sound and likes to hear it. That one there, for example, is probably an agitator, meaning empty head, empty vessel. Whatever might go in, every single thing that comes out is dull-witted and dim-witted, laden with the echo of great emptiness. That one there hardly says anything that is not hoarse. Has he thought himself hoarse, perhaps? It could well be. Ask the physiologists. But whoever thinks in words thinks as a speaker and not a thinker, which indicates that basically he does not think in facts factually, but in relation to facts, so that he is actually thinking about himself and his listeners. A third speaks importunately. He becomes too physically close, we can feel his breath. We involuntarily close our mouths. Although he is talking to us through a book, the sound of his style betrays the reason. That he has no time, that he has no confidence in himself, that it's now or never for him to get his word in. A spirit, however, which is sure of itself, speaks softly. It prefers to be hidden, keeps you waiting. You can recognize a philosopher by his avoidance of three shiny, loud things: fame, princes, women. Which does not mean that they avoid him. He shuns light that is too bright, so he shuns his time and its day. He inhabits it like a shadow. The more the sun sinks, the bigger he becomes. With regard to his humility, he can stand a certain dependency and darkening in the same way that he can stand in the dark. Indeed, he dreads being disturbed by lightning. He shrinks at the lack of protection afforded by one all too isolated and exposed tree which bears the brunt of the vagaries of the storm's temper, and tempers storms. His motherly instinct, that secret love towards what is growing inside him, shows him places where he can be relieved of the necessity of thinking about himself, in the same sense that the mother's instinct in woman has generally kept women in her dependent state up till now. In the last resort, they ask for little enough, these philosophers. Their slogan is, quote, "Who possesses is possessed," end quote. Not, as I have to say again and again, out of virtue, out of a creditable will to moderation and simplicity, but because their supreme master so demands, cleverly and inexorably preoccupied with just one thing, collecting and saving up everything, time, strength, love, interest, with that end in view. This person, this type of person dislikes being bothered by animosities or even with friendships. He is quick to forget or despise. He thinks martyrdom is in bad taste. Suffering for the truth is something he leaves to the ambitious and stage heroes of the spirit, the Geists, and to anyone else with the time. They themselves, the philosophers, have to do something for the truth. They make sparing use of big words. I have heard they do not like the word truth. It sounds boastful. Finally, with regard to the chastity of philosophers, this type of spirit obviously has a different progeny than children, and perhaps maintains the survival of its name, its bit of immortality, in some other way. In ancient India it was said with even more presumption, quote, "Why should the man whose soul is the world need to procreate?" End quote. This has nothing of chastity from ascetic scruple or hatred of the senses, any more than it is chastity when an athlete or jockey abstains from women. Instead, it is their dominating instinct, at least during periods when they are pregnant with something great. Every artist knows how harmful sexual intercourse is at times of great spiritual tension and preparation. For those with greatest power and surest instincts, it is not even a case of experience, bad experience, but precisely that maternal instinct ruthlessly takes charge of all other stockpiles and reserves of energy, of animal vigor, to the advantage of the work in progress. The greater energy uses up the lesser. Let us now apply this interpretation to what we are saying about Schopenhauer. The sight of beauty clearly worked by stimulating the main strength in his nature, the strength to contemplate and penetrate deeply, so that this then exploded and suddenly took control of his consciousness. But this certainly does not exclude the possibility that that remarkable sweetness and fullness characteristic of the ascetic condition might well descend from the ingredient sensuality, just as that idealism characteristic of nubile girls descends from the same source. That in this way sensuality is not suspended as soon as we enter the ascetic condition, as Schopenhauer believed, but is also transfigured and no longer enters the consciousness as a sexual stimulus. I shall return to this point on another occasion in connection with even more delicate problems concerning the hitherto untouched and unexplored physiology of ascetics. 9. We have seen that a certain asceticism, a hard and hearty renunciation with a good will, belongs among the most favorable conditions for the highest spirituality, as well as being part of the most natural result of it. So, it will come as no surprise that the ascetic ideal has never been treated by the philosophers without a certain partiality. A serious historical re-examination actually reveals that the tie between the ascetic ideal and philosophy is very much closer and stronger. We could even say that it was only on the leading rein of this ideal that philosophy ever learnt to take its first toddler steps on earth. Still, oh so clumsily, still with an oh so vexed expression, still oh so ready to fall and lie on its stomach, this clumsy little oaf and bandy-legged weakling. At first, philosophy began like all good things. For a long time everyone lacked self-confidence, looking round to see if anyone would come to their aid, even afraid of anyone who looked on. If we draw up a list of the particular drives and virtues of the philosopher, his drive to doubt, his drive to deny, his drive to prevaricate, his ascetic drive, his drive to analyze, his drive to research, investigate, dare, his drive to compare and counterbalance, his will to neutrality and objectivity, his will to every scene, era et studio, without anger or partisanship. Surely we realize that all these ran counter to the primary demands of morality and conscience for the longest period of time, not to mention reason in general, which Luther was pleased to call Dame Shrewd the shrewd whore. Would not a philosopher, assuming he had achieved an awareness of himself, practically feel he was the embodiment of nitimur in vetitum? We have an inclination toward that which is forbidden, and wouldn't he consequently guard himself from feeling, from being aware of himself? As I said, the case is no different with all the other good things we are so proud of nowadays. Even using the yardstick of the ancient Greeks, our whole modern existence is nothing but hubris and godlessness, insofar as it is strength and awareness of strength rather than weakness. Precisely the opposites of the things we admire today had conscience on their side and God as their watchman for the longest time. Hubris today characterizes our whole attitude towards nature, our rape of nature with the help of machines, and the completely unscrupulous inventiveness of technicians and engineers. Hubris characterizes our attitude to God, or rather to some alleged spider of purpose and ethics lurking behind the great spider's web of causality. We could echo what Charles the Bold said in his battle with Ludwig XI: "Je combats l'universel araignée." I struggle against a spider who is everywhere at once. Hubris characterizes our attitude towards ourselves, for we experiment on ourselves in a way we would never allow on animals. We merrily vivisect our souls out of curiosity. That is how much we care about the salvation of the soul. Afterwards we heal ourselves. Being ill is instructive, we do not doubt, more instructive than being well. People who make us ill seem even more necessary for us today than any medicine men and saviors. We violate ourselves these days. No doubt we are nutcrackers of the soul, questioning and questionable, treating life as though it were nothing but cracking nuts, whereby we have to become daily more deserving of being questioned, more deserving of asking questions, more deserving of living. All good things used to be bad things at one time. Every original sin has turned into an original virtue. Marriage, for example, was for a long time viewed as a crime against the rights of the community. People used to have to pay a fine for being so presumptuous as to claim one particular woman for themselves. There we include, for example, jus prime noctis, right of spending the first night of marriage with the bride. Still, in Cambodia, the prerogative of priests, those custodians of good old customs, the gentle, benevolent, yielding, sympathetic feelings, so highly valued by now that they are almost values as such, were undermined by self-contempt. For most of the time, people were as ashamed of mildness as people are now ashamed of hardness. Compare Beyond Good and Evil 9, section 260. Submission to law. Oh, how the consciousness of nobler clans rebelled everywhere against having to give up their vendettas and accept the force of law over themselves. For a long time, law was a vetitum, something forbidden, a crime, a novelty, introduced with force as a force to which man submitted, ashamed of himself. Each step on earth, even the smallest, was in the past a struggle that was won with spiritual and physical torment. This whole attitude that not just striding forward, no, even the act of striding, moving, changing, has required countless martyrs, sounds strange to us today. I brought it to light in Daybreak 1, section 18, where I say, quote, "Nothing has been purchased more dearly than that little bit of human reason and feeling of freedom that now constitutes our pride." End quote. However, it is this pride that prevents us, almost completely, from having any empathy with those vast stretches of the morality of custom which predate world history as the genuine and decisive main historical period that determined man's character, where everywhere suffering was viewed as virtue, cruelty as virtue, deceit as virtue, revenge as virtue, denial of reason as virtue, and conversely, well-being was viewed as danger, curiosity as danger, peace as danger, compassion as danger. Being pitied was viewed as disgrace, work as disgrace, madness was viewed as godlessness, change was viewed everywhere as being unethical and ruinous as such. 10. In the same book, section 42, I examined in what kind of estimation the earliest race of contemplative men had to live, widely despised when they were not feared, and how heavily that estimation weighed down on them. Without a doubt, contemplation first appeared in the world in disguise, with an ambiguous appearance, an evil heart, and often with an anxiety-filled head. All that was inactive, brooding, and unwarlike in the instincts of contemplative men surrounded them with a deep mistrust for a long time, against which they had no other remedy than to conceive a pronounced fear of themselves. And the old Brahmins, for example, certainly knew how to do that. The earliest philosophers knew how to give their life and appearance a meaning, support and setting which would encourage people to learn to fear them, on closer inspection, from an even more fundamental need, namely in order to fear and respect themselves, because they found in themselves all their value judgments turned against themselves. They had to fight off every kind of suspicion and resistance to the philosopher in themselves. As men living in a terrible age, they did this with terrible methods, cruelty towards themselves, imaginative forms of self-mortification. These were the main methods for these power-hungry hermits and thought-innovators, for whom it was necessary first to violate the gods and tradition in themselves, so they could believe in their own innovations. I remind you of the famous story about King Vishwamitra, who gained such a sense of power and self-confidence from a 1,000-year-long self-martyrdom that he undertook to build a new heaven, the uncanny symbol of the most ancient and most recent story of philosophers on earth. Anybody who has ever built a new heaven only mustered the power he needed through his own hell. Let us set out the whole state of affairs briefly. The philosophic spirit has always had to disguise and cocoon itself among previously established types of contemplative man. As a priest, magician, soothsayer, religious man in general, in order for its existence to be possible at all, the ascetic ideal served the philosopher for a long time as outward appearance, as a precondition of existence. He had to play that part in order to be a philosopher. He had to believe in it in order to be able to play it. The peculiarly withdrawn attitude of the philosophers, denying the world, hating life, doubting the senses, desensualized, which has been maintained until quite recently to the point where it almost counted for the philosophical attitude as such. This is primarily a result of the desperate conditions under which philosophy evolved and exists at all. That is, philosophy would have been absolutely impossible for most of the time on earth without an ascetic mask and suit of clothes, without an ascetic misconception of itself. To put it vividly and clearly, the ascetic priest has until the most recent times displayed the vile and dismal form of a caterpillar, which was the only one philosophers were allowed to adopt and creep round in. Have things really changed? Has the brightly colored, dangerous winged insect, the spirit that the caterpillar hid within itself, really thrown off the monk's habit and emerged into the light thanks to a sunnier, warmer, and more enlightened world? Is there enough pride, daring, courage, self-confidence, will of spirit, will to take responsibility, freedom of will for the philosopher on earth to be really possible? 11. Only now that we have the ascetic priest in sight can we seriously get to grips with our problem. What does the ascetic ideal mean? Only now does it become serious. After all, we are face to face with the actual representative of seriousness. What is the meaning of all seriousness? This even more fundamental question is perhaps on our lips already, a question for physiologists as is proper, but one we shall skirt round for the moment. The ascetic priest not only rests his faith in that ideal, but his will, his power, his interest as well. His right to exist stands and falls with that ideal. Hardly surprising then that we encounter a formidable opponent in him, providing of course that we are opposed to that ideal. Such an opponent who fights for his life against people who deny that ideal. On the other hand, it is prima facie not very likely that such a biased attitude to our problem would be of much use in attempting to solve it. The ascetic priest will hardly be the happiest defender of his own ideal, for the same reason that a woman always fails when she wants to justify woman as such. There can be no question of his being the most objective assessor and judge of the controversy raised here. So it is more a case of our having to help him, that much is obvious, to defend himself well against us than of our having to fear being refuted too well by him. The idea we are fighting over here is the valuation of our life by the ascetic priests. They relate this, together with all that belongs to it, nature, the world, the whole sphere of what becomes and what passes away, to a quite different kind of existence, that it opposes and excludes unless it should turn against itself and deny itself. In this case, the case of the ascetic life, life counts as a bridge to that other existence. The ascetic treats life as a wrong path that he has to walk along backwards till he reaches the point where he starts, or like a mistake which can only be set right by action, ought to be set right. He demands that we should accompany him, and when he can, he imposes his valuation of existence. What does this mean? Such a monstrous method of valuation is not inscribed in the records of human history. As an exception and curiosity, it is one of the most widespread and long-lived facts there are. Read from a distant planet the majuscule script of our earthly existence would perhaps seduce the reader to the conclusion that the earth was the aesthetic planet, par excellence, an outpost of discontented, arrogant, and nasty creatures who harbored a deep disgust for themselves, for the world, for all life, and hurt themselves as much as possible out of pleasure in hurting, probably their only pleasure. Let us consider how regularly and universally the ascetic priest makes his appearance in almost any age. He does not belong to any race in particular, he thrives everywhere. He comes from every social class. Not that he breeds and propagates his methods of valuation through heredity, the opposite is the case. A deep instinct forbids him to procreate, broadly speaking. It must be a necessity of the first rank which makes this species continually grow and prosper when it is hostile to life. Life itself must have an interest in preserving such a self-contradictory type, for an ascetic life is a self-contradiction. Here an unparalleled resentiment rules, that of an unfulfilled instinct and power, will that wants to be master, not over something in life but over life itself, and its deepest, strongest, most profound conditions. Here an attempt is made to use power to block the sources of the power. Here the green eye of spite turns on physiological growth itself. In particular, the manifestation of this in beauty and joy, while satisfaction is looked for and found in failure, decay, pain, misfortune, ugliness, voluntary deprivation, destruction of selfhood, self-flagellation, and self-sacrifice. This is all paradoxical in the extreme. We are faced with a conflict that wills itself to be conflicting, which relishes itself in this affliction and becomes more self-assured and triumphant to the same degree as its own condition. The physiological capacity to live decreases, triumph precisely in the final agony. The ascetic ideal has always fought under this exaggerated motto, in this seductive riddle, this symbol of delight and anguish. It recognized its brightest light, its salvation, its ultimate victory. Crux, nux, lux. Cross, nut, light. With the ascetic ideal, these are all one. 12. Assuming that such a personified will to contradiction and counter nature can be made to philosophize, on what will it vent its inner arbitrariness? on that which is experienced most certainly to be true and real. It will look for error precisely where the actual instinct of life most unconditionally judges there to be truth. For example, it will demote physicality to the status of illusion, like the ascetics of the Vedanta philosophy did. Similarly, pain, plurality, the whole conceptual antithesis subject and object, errors, nothing but errors. To renounce faith in one's own ego, to deny one's own reality to oneself, what a triumph! And not just over the senses, over appearance, a much higher kind of triumph, an act of violation and cruelty inflicted on reason, a voluptuousness which reaches its peak, when ascetic self-contempt decrees the self-ridicule of reason. There is a realm of truth and being, but reason is firmly excluded from it. By the way, even in the Kantian concept of the intelligible character of things, something of this lewd ascetic conflict still lingers, which likes to set reason against reason. Intelligible character means, in Kant, a sort of quality of things about which all that the intellect can comprehend is that it is, for the intellect, completely incomprehensible. Finally, as knowers, let us not be ungrateful towards such resolute reversals of familiar perspectives and valuations with which the mind has raged against itself for far too long, apparently to wicked and useless effect. To see differently, and to want to see differently, to that degree, is no small discipline and preparation of the intellect for its future objectivity. The latter understood not as contemplation without interest, which is as such a non-concept and an absurdity, but as having in our power the ability to engage and disengage our pros and cons. We can use the difference in perspectives and effective interpretations for knowledge. From now on, my philosophical colleagues, let us be more wary of the dangerous old conceptual fairy tale, which has set up a pure, will-less, painless, timeless subject of knowledge. Let us be wary of the tentacles of such contradictory concepts as pure reason, absolute spirituality, knowledge as such. Here we are asked to think an I which cannot be thought at all, an I turned in no direction at all, an I where the active and interpretative powers are to be suppressed, absent, but through which seeing still becomes a seeing something. So it is an absurdity and non-concept of I that is demanded. There is only a perspectival seeing, only a perspectival knowing. The more affects we are able to put into words about a thing, the more eyes, various eyes, we are able to use for the same thing, the more complete will be our concept of the thing, our objectivity. But to eliminate the will completely and turn off all the emotions without exception, assuming we could, well, would that not mean to castrate the intellect? 13. But to return, a self-contradiction, such as that which seems to occur in the ascetic life against life, is so much obvious, seen from the physiological, not just the psychological standpoint, simply nonsense. It can only be apparent. It has to be a sort of provisional expression, an explanation, formula, adjustment. a psychological misunderstanding of something the real nature of which was far from being understood, was far from being able to be designated as it is in itself, a mere word wedged into an old gap in human knowledge. Allow me to present the real state of affairs in contrast to this. The ascetic ideal springs from the protective and healing instincts of a degenerating life, which uses every means to maintain itself and struggle for its existence, which indicates a partial physiological inhibition and exhaustion against which the deepest instincts of life, which have remained intact, continually struggle with new methods and inventions. The ascetic ideal is one such method. The situation is therefore the precise opposite of what the worshippers of this ideal imagine. In it and through it, life struggles with death and against death. The ascetic ideal is a trick for the preservation of life. The fact that, as history tells us, this ideal could rule man and become powerful to the extent that it did, especially everywhere where the civilization and taming of man took place, reveals a major fact: the sickliness of the type of man who has lived up till now, at least of the tamed man, the physiological struggle of man with death. To be more exact, with disgust at life, with exhaustion, and with the wish for the end. The ascetic priest is the incarnate wish for being otherwise, being elsewhere. Indeed, he is the highest pitch of this wish, its essential ardor and passion, but the power of his wishing is the fetter which binds him here. Precisely this is what makes him a tool, who now has to work to create more favorable conditions for our being here and being human. It is precisely with this power that he makes the whole herd of failures, the disgruntled, the underprivileged, the unfortunate, and all who suffer from themselves, retain their hold on life by instinctively placing himself at their head as their shepherd. You take my meaning already. This ascetic priest, this apparent enemy of life, this negating one, he actually belongs to the really great conserving and, yes, creating forces of life. What causes this sickliness? For man is more ill, uncertain, changeable, and unstable than any other animal. Without a doubt he is the sick animal. What is the reason for this? Certainly he has dared more, innovated more, braved more, and has challenged fate more than all the rest of the animals taken together. He, the great experimenter with himself, the unsatisfied and unsatiable, struggling for supreme control against animals, nature, and gods. Man, still the unconquered, eternal futurist, who finds no more rest from the pressure of his own strength, so that his future mercilessly digs into the flesh of every present like a spur. How could such a courageous and rich animal not be the most endangered as well? Of all sick animals, the one most seriously ill, and for the longest. Man is often fed up, and there are whole epidemics of this state of being fed up, like the one around 1348 at the time of the Dance of Death. But even this nausea, this weariness, this fatigue, this disgust with himself, everything manifests itself so powerfully in him that it immediately becomes a new fetter. His "no" that he says to life brings a wealth of more tender yeses to light, as though by magic, and even when he wounds himself, this master of destruction, self-destruction, afterwards, it is the wound itself that forces him to live. 14. The more normal this sickliness is in man, and we cannot dispute this normality, the higher we should esteem the unusual cases of spiritual and physical powerfulness, man's stroke of luck, and the better we should protect the successful from the worst kind of air, that of the sick room. Do we do that? The sick are the greatest danger for the healthy. Harm comes to the strong, not from the strongest, but from the weakest. Do people realize this? Broadly speaking, it is not the fear of man that we should wish to see diminished, for this fear forces the man strong to be strong. On terrible occasions, it maintains a type of man who is successful. What is to be feared and can work more calamitously than any other calamity is not great fear of, but great nausea at man. Similarly, great compassion for man, assuming that these might one day mate. Then immediately and unavoidably something most uncanny would be produced, the last will of man, his will to do nothingness, nihilism. And, in fact, a great deal has been done to prepare for this. Whoever still has a nose to smell with, as well as eyes and ears, can detect almost everywhere he goes these days something like the air of the madhouse and hospital. I speak, as is appropriate, of man's cultural domains, of every kind of Europe that still exists on earth. The sickly are the greatest danger to man, not the wicked, not the beasts of prey. Those who, from the start, are the unfortunate, the downtrodden, the broken, these are the ones, the weakest, who most undermine life amongst men, who introduce the deadliest poison and skepticism into our trust in life, in man, in ourselves. Where can we escape the surreptitious glance imparting a deep sadness, the backward glance of the born misfit, revealing how such a man communes with himself, that glance which is a sigh? If only I were some other person, is what this glance says. But there's no hope of that. I am who I am. How could I get away from myself? And, oh, I'm fed up with myself. In such a soil of self-contempt, such a veritable swamp, every kind of weed and poisonous plant grows, all of them so small, hidden, dissembling and sugary. Here the worms of revenge and rancor teem all round. Here the air stinks of things unrevealed and unconfessed. Here the web of the most wicked conspiracy is continually being spun, the conspiracy of those who suffer against those who are successful and victorious. Here the sight of the victorious man is hated, and what mendacity to avoid admitting this hatred as hatred! What expenditure of big words and gestures! What an art of righteous slander! These failures, what noble eloquence flows from their lips! How much sugared, slimy, humble humility swims in their eyes! What do they really want? At any rate, to represent justice, love, wisdom, superiority. That is the ambition of those who are the lowest, these sick people. And how skilful such an ambition makes them! In particular, we have to admire the counterfeiter's skill with which the stamp of virtue, the dingling golden ring of virtue, is now imitated. They have taken out a lease on virtue to keep it just for themselves, these weak and incurably sick people. There is no doubt about it. Only we are good and just, is what they say. Only we are the homines bons voluntatis, men of goodwill. They promenade in our midst like living reproaches, like warnings to us, as though health, success, strength, pride, and the feeling of power were in themselves depravities for which penance, bitter penance, will one day be exacted. Oh, how ready they themselves are, in the last resort, to make others penitent! How they thirst to be hangmen! Amongst them we find plenty of vengeance seekers disguised as judges, with the with the word justice continually in their mouth like poisonous spittle, pursing their lips and always at the ready to spit at anybody who does not look discontented, and who cheerfully goes his own way. Among their numbers there is no lack of that most disgusting type of dandy, the living freaks who want to impersonate beautiful mimes, and put their wretched sensuality on the market, swaddled in verses and other nappies as purity of the heart, the type of moral onanists and self-gratifiers. The will of the sick to appear superior in any way, their instinct for secret paths, which lead to tyranny over the healthy. Where can it not be found, this will to power of precisely the weakest? In particular, the sick woman, nobody can outdo her refinements in ruling, oppressing, tyrannizing. The sick woman spares nothing, living or dead. To this end she digs up the things most deeply buried. The Bogos say woman is a hyena. You can look behind every family, every corporate body, every community. Everywhere the struggle of the sick against the healthy, mostly a silent struggle with small doses of poison, pinpricks, spiteful, long-suffering looks, but also interspersed with the loud gesture of the sick Pharisee playing his favourite role of righteous indignation, the hoarse, indignant baying of sick sounds, the vicious mendacity and rage of such noble Pharisees, can be heard right into the hallowed halls of learning. I again remind readers who have ears to hear of the apostle of revenge from Berlin, Eugen Düring, who makes the most indecent and disgusting use of moral claptrap of anyone in Germany today. Düring, today's biggest loudmouth of morality, even amongst his kind, the anti-Semites. These worm-eaten physiological casualties are all men of resentiment, a whole vibrating realm of subterranean revenge, inexhaustible and insatiable in its eruptions against the happy, and likewise in masquerades of revenge and pretexts for revenge. When will they actually achieve their ultimate, finest, most sublime triumph of revenge? Doubtless if they succeeded in shoving their own misery, in fact all misery, on to the conscience of the happy, so that the latter eventually start to be ashamed of their happiness, and perhaps say to one another, "It's a disgrace to be happy. There is too much misery." But there could be no greater or more disastrous misunderstanding than for the happy, the successful, those powerful in body and soul, to begin to doubt their right to happiness in this way. Away with this world turned upside down! Away with this disgraceful molly-coddling of feeling, that the sick should not make the healthy sick, and this would be that kind of mollycoddling ought to be the chief concern on earth, but for that it is essential that the healthy should remain separated from the sick. should even be spared the sight of the sick, so that they do not confuse themselves with the sick? Or would it be their task, perhaps, to be nurses and doctors? But they could not be more mistaken and deceived about their task. The higher ought not abase itself as the tool of the lower; the pathos of distance ought to ensure that their tasks are kept separate for all eternity. Their right to be there, the priority of the bell with a clear ring over the discordant and cracked one, is clearly 1,000 times greater. They alone are guarantors of the future. They alone have a bounden duty to man's future. What they can do, what they should do, is something the sick must never do. But so that they can do what only they should, why should they still be free to play doctor, comforter, and saviour to the sick? And so we need good air, at all events well away from all madhouses and hospitals of culture. And so we need good company, our company, or solitude if need be, but at all events keep away from the evil fumes of inner corruption and the secret worm-eaten rottenness of disease, so that we, my friends, can actually defend ourselves, at least for a while yet, against the two worst epidemics that could possibly have been set aside just for us, against great nausea at man, against deep compassion for man. 15. If you have comprehended in full, and right here I demand profound apprehension, profound comprehension, why it can absolutely not be the task of the healthy to nurse the sick, to make the sick healthy, then another necessity has also been comprehended, the necessity of doctors and nurses who are sick themselves. And now we have and hold with both hands the meaning of the ascetic priest. The ascetic priest must count as predestined saviour, shepherd, and defender of the sick herd in our eyes. Only then do we understand his immensely historic mission. Rule over the suffering, his domain. His instinct directs him towards it, and his own special skill, mastery, and brand of happiness are to be had in it. He must be sick himself, he must really be a close relative of the sick and the destitute in order to understand them, in order to come to an understanding with them, but he has to be strong too, more master of himself than of others, actually unscathed in his will to power, so that he has the trust and fear of the sick, and can be their support, defence, prop, compulsion, disciplinarian, tyrant, god. He has to defend his herd, against whom? Against the healthy, no doubt, but also against envy of the healthy. He must be the natural opponent and despiser of all crude, stormy, unbridled, hard, violently predatory health and mightiness. The priest is the first form of the more delicate animal, which despises more easily than it hates. He will not be spared from waging war with predators, a war of cunning, of the spirit, rather than of force, it goes without saying. In addition, he will, if necessary, practically have to make himself into a new kind of predator, or at least signify it, a new animal ferocity in which the polar bear, the lissom, cold tiger, cat on the watch, and not least the fox, appear to be combined in a unity as attractive as it is frightening. If forced by necessity, he would probably even step among the other kind of beast of prey, themselves, in all likelihood, with bearish solemnity. Venerable, clever, cold, deceptively superior, as the herald and mouthpiece of more mysterious powers, determined to sow suffering, division, and self-contradiction on this ground wherever he can, and only too certain of his skill at being master of the suffering at any time. He brings ointments and balms with him, of course, but first he has to wound, so that he can be the doctor, and whilst he soothes the pain caused by the wound, he poisons the wound at the same time, for that is what he is best trained to do, this magician and tamer of beasts of prey, whose mere presence necessarily makes everything healthy sick, and everything sick tame. Actually, he defends his sick herd well enough, this strange shepherd; he even defends it against itself, and against the wickedness, deceit, malice, and everything else characteristic of all those who are diseased and sick, all of which smoulders in the herd itself. He carried out a clever, hard, and secret struggle against anarchy and the ever-present threat of the inner disintegration of the herd, where that most dangerous of blasting and explosive materials, resentiment, continually piles up. His particular trick and his prime use is to detonate this explosive material without blowing up either the herd or the shepherd. If we wanted to sum up the value of the priestly existence in the shortest formula, we would immediately say, the priest is the direction changer of resentiment. For every sufferer instinctively looks for a cause of his distress, more exactly for a culprit, even more precisely for a guilty culprit, who is receptive to distress, in short, for a living being upon whom he can release his emotions, actually, or in effigy, on some pretext or other, because the release of emotions is the greatest attempt at relief, or should I say, an anesthetizing on the part of the sufferer, his involuntarily longed for narcotic against pain of any kind. In my judgment, we find here the actual physiological causation of resentment, revenge, and their ilk, in a yearning, then, to anesthetize the pain through emotion. People generally look for the same thing, wrongly in my view, in the defensive return of a blow, a purely protective reaction, a reflex movement in the case of any sudden injury or peril, such as that performed even by a headless frog to ward off corrosive acid. But the difference is fundamental. In the one case, the attempt is made to prevent further harm being done; in the other, the attempt is made to anesthetize a tormenting, secret pain that is becoming unbearable with a more violent emotion of any sort, and at least rid the consciousness of it for the moment. For this one needs an emotion, the wildest possible emotion, and in order to arouse it, the first available pretext. Some or other must be to blame that I feel ill. This kind of conclusion is peculiar to all sick people, and in fact becomes more insistent the more they remain in ignorance of the true reason, the physiological one, why they feel ill. This can perhaps be a disease of the nervus sympathicus, or lie in an excessive secretion of bile, or in the deficiency of potassium sulphate and phosphate in the blood, or in abdominal stricture interrupting the blood circulation, or in degeneration of the ovaries and such like. The sufferers, one and all, are frighteningly willing and inventive in their pretexts for painful emotions. They even enjoy being mistrustful and dwelling on wrongs and imagined slights. They rummage through the bowels of their past and present for obscure, questionable stories that will allow them to wallow in tortured suspicion, and intoxicate themselves with their own poisonous wickedness. They rip open the oldest wounds and make themselves bleed to death from scars long since healed. They make evil-doers out of friend, wife, child, and anyone else near to them. Quote, I suffer, someone or other must be guilty, end quote. And every sick sheep thinks the same. But his shepherd, the ascetic priest, says to him, quote, quite right, my sheep. Somebody must be to blame, but you yourself are this somebody. You yourself alone are to blame for it. You yourself alone are to blame for yourself. End quote. That is bold enough, wrong enough, but at least one thing has been achieved by it. The direction of resentiment is, as I said, changed. 16. You can now guess what, in my opinion, the healing instinct of life has at least tried to do through the ascetic priest, and what purpose was served by a temporary tyranny of such paradoxical and paralogical concepts as guilt, sin, sinfulness, corruption, damnation, to make the sick harmless to a certain degree, to bring out the self-destruction of the incurable, to direct the less ill strictly towards themselves, to give their resentiment a backwards direction. One thing is needful, Gospel according to Luke, and in this way to exploit the bad instincts of all sufferers for the purpose of self-discipline, self-surveillance, and self-overcoming. It goes without saying that medication of this sort, mere affect medication, cannot possibly yield a real cure of the sick in the physiological sense. We do not even have the right to claim that, in this instance, the instinct of life in any way expects or intends a cure. On the one hand, the sick, packed together and organized, the word church is the most popular name for it, and the other hand a sort of provincial safeguarding of those in better health, the physically better developed, thus the opening of a cleft between healthy and sick, and for a long time that was all. And it was a great deal. It was a very great deal. In this essay I proceed, as you see, on an assumption that I do not first have to justify, with regard to readers of the kind I need, that sinfulness in man is not a fact, but rather the interpretation of a fact, namely a physiological upset, the latter seen from a perspective of morals and religion, which is no longer binding on us. The fact that somebody feels guilty, sinful, by no means proves that he is right in feeling this way, any more than someone is healthy just because he feels healthy. Just remember the notorious witch trials. At the time, the most perspicacious and humane judges did not doubt that they were dealing with guilt. The witches themselves did not doubt it, and yet there was no guilt. To expand upon that assumption, even psychic suffering does not seem to be a fact to me at all, but simply an interpretation, casual interpretation, of facts that could not be formulated exactly up till now. Thus, as something which is still completely in the air and has no scientific standing, actually just a fat word in place of a spindly question mark. If someone cannot cope with his psychic suffering, this does not stem from his psyche, to speak crudely, more probably from his stomach. I did say I would speak crudely, which does not in any way signify a desire for it to be heard crudely, understood crudely. A strong and well-formed man digests his experiences, including deeds and misdeeds, as he digests his meals, even when he has hard lumps to swallow. If we cannot cope with an experience, this sort of indigestion is as much physiological as any other, and often, in fact, just one of the consequences of that other. With such a point of view, we can, between ourselves, still be the severest opponents of all materialism. 17. But is he really a doctor, this ascetic priest? We already saw the degree to which it is hardly admissible to call him a doctor. Much as he feels himself to be a saviour and likes to be honoured as a saviour, it is only suffering itself, the discomfort of the sufferer, that he combats, not its cause, not the actual state of being ill. This must constitute our most fundamental objection to priestly medication. But if we just put ourselves into the only perspective known to the priests for a moment, it is hard to stop admiring how much he has seen, sought, and found within this perspective. The alleviation of suffering, consolation of every kind, that is where his genius lies. How imaginatively he has understood his task as consoler, how unscrupulously and boldly he has chosen the means to do it. We have every right to call Christianity in particular a large treasure trove of the most ingenious means of consolation. So much to refresh, soothe, and narcotize is piled up inside it. So many of the most dangerous and most daring risks are taken for the purpose. It has been so especially subtle, so refined, so southerly refined, in guessing which emotions to stimulate in order to conquer the deep depression, the leaden fatigue, and the black melancholy of the physiologically obstructed, at least temporarily. For, to speak generally with all great religions, the main concern is the fight against a certain weariness and heaviness that has become epidemic. We can regard it as inherently probable that from time to time a certain places on earth, almost from necessity, a physiological feeling of obstruction will rule amongst large masses of people, which, however, is not consciously perceived as such. Through lack of physiological knowledge, so that its cause and its cure can be sought and tested only on the psychological, moral level. Actually, this is my most general formula for what is usually called a religion. Such a feeling of obstruction can be the most diverse descent. For example, as a result of crossing races that are too heterogeneous, or estates always indicate differences in descent and rate as well, the European Weltschmerz, the pessimism of the 19th century, is essentially the result of a foolishly sudden mixing of estates, or it could be brought about by unsound emigration, a race ending up in a climate for which its powers of adaptation are inadequate, the case of the Indians in India, or by the after effects of a race's age and fatigue, Parisian pessimism from 1850 on, or by a faulty diet, alcoholism of Middle Ages, the nonsense of the vegetarians who at least have the authority of Sir Christopher in Shakespeare on their side, or by corruption of the blood, malaria, syphilis, and such like. German depression after the 30 Years' War, which infected half of Germany with ruinous diseases and thus prepared the ground for German servility, German faint-heartedness. In such a case, an attempt is made every time to fight against the feeling of lethargy. On a grand scale, let us briefly examine its principal methods and forms. As is fitting, I leave to one side the actual fight of the philosophers against the feeling of lethargy, which always has taken place at the same time. It is interesting enough, but too absurd, too trivial in practice, too prone to gathering cobwebs and loafing around, as when pain is supposed to be proved to be an error, using the naive premise that pain would have to vanish as soon as the error it consists is recognized, but lo and behold, it refused to vanish. Firstly, we fight against the dominating lethargy with methods that reduce the affairness of life to the lowest point. If possible, absolutely no more wanting, no more wishing. Everything that arouses the emotions and blood must be avoided. No eating salt, hygiene of the fakirs. No loving, no hating, equanimity, no taking of revenge, no getting rich, no working, begging if possible, no consorting with woman, or as little as possible of this, in spiritual matters. Pascal's principle, il faut abatir, one must make oneself stupid. The result in psychological and moral terms, loss of self. Sanctification. In physiological terms, hypnotization. The attempt to achieve for man something akin to what hibernation is for some kinds of animal and estivation is for many plants in hot climates. A minimum of expenditure of energy and metabolism where life can just about be maintained without actually entering consciousness. To this end, an amazing amount of energy has been expended, perhaps in vain. We can have absolutely no doubt that these sportsmen of holiness, who are so abundant at times in almost all people, have actually found a real deliverance from what they fought against. With such a rigorous training, they finally rid themselves of that deep physiological depression with the help of a system of hypnotizing methods in countless cases, for which reason their methodology belongs among the most general ethnological facts. Similarly, it is completely inappropriate to count the mere intention to starve out physicality and desire as symptoms of insanity, as a clumsy type of roast beef eating freethinker and Sir Christopher are wont to do. It is all the more certain that it leads, or can lead, the way to all sorts of spiritual disturbances. For example, to inner lights, as with the Hayshats of Mount Athos, to hallucinations of sound and sight, to voluptuous excesses and ecstasies of sensuality. The story of Saint Teresa. The interpretation placed on these states by those subject to them has always been fanatically incorrect as possible. This goes without saying, but we should not overlook the tone of the most convinced gratitude resounding in the mere will to such a kind of interpretation. The supreme state, that of salvation itself, that finally achieved state of total hypnosis and silence, is always seen by them as mystery as such, which even the supreme symbols are inadequate to express, as a journey home and into the hearts of things, as a liberation from all delusion, as knowledge, truth, being, as an escape from every aim, every wish, every action, as a beyond good and evil as well. Good and evil, says the Buddhist, both are fetters. The perfect one has mastered both. A man of the Vedanta faith says, quote, "He cannot be hurt by anything done or not done. As a wise man, he shakes off good and evil. No action can damage his domain. He has gone beyond good and evil, beyond both." End quote. So, a conception found throughout India, as much Brahminic as Buddhist. Neither in the Indian nor Christian way of thinking is that salvation regarded as attainable through virtue, through moral improvement, however high the value of virtue is set by them as a means of hypnosis. We should mark this as well. Moreover, It simply corresponds to the facts of the matter. To have remained true in this may perhaps be regarded as the best piece of realism in the three greatest religions, otherwise so thoroughly steeped in moralizing. Quote, "For the man of knowledge there is no duty." Quote, "Salvation does not come about by accumulating virtues, since it consists of being one with Brahma, whose perfection admits of no addition. Still less does it consist of taking away mistakes, because Brahma, with whom being one constitutes salvation, is eternally pure." End quotes. These passages from the commentary of Shankara, quoted by the first real expert on Indian philosophy in Europe, my friend Paul Diethe. So we want to pay due respect to salvation in the great religions. On the other hand, it is a little difficult for us to remain serious in view of the value placed on deep sleep by these people so weary of life that they are too weary even to dream. That same deep sleep as the entry to Brahma, as a unio mystica with God achieved. When he has completely fallen asleep, it says on the matter in the oldest, most venerable scripture, and completely come to rest, so that he does no more dream images, then, dearly beloved, he is united with being, and has entered into himself, embraced by cognitive self. He no longer has any consciousness of what is outside him or within him. This bridge is not crossed by day or night, age, death, suffering, good work, nor evil work. End quote. In deep sleep, likewise, say the faithful of this deepest of the three great religions, the soul lifts itself out of the body, enters the supreme light, and emerges in its true form. There it is, the highest spirit itself, roaming around, joking and playing and enjoying itself with women, carriages, friends, or whatever, without a thought for this appendage of a body to which prana, the breath of life, is harnessed like a beast to a cart. End quote. Nevertheless, we want to remain aware here, as with the case of salvation, that fundamentally, in spite of the splendor of Oriental exaggeration, the same value is expressed as that by the clear, cool, Greek cool, by suffering Epicurus. The hypnotic feeling of nothingness, the repose of deepest sleep, in short, absence of suffering. This may be counted as the highest good, the value of values. By the suffering and by those who are deeply depressed, it has to be valued positively by them, and found to be the positive itself. According to the same logic of feeling, nothingness is called God in all pessimistic religions. 18. Much more often than such a hypnotic total dampening of sensibility, of susceptibility to pain, which presupposes unusual powers, above all, courage, contempt of opinion, intellectual stoicism, another training is tried to combat the condition of depression, which at all events is easier mechanical activity. It is beyond doubt that with this an existence of suffering is alleviated to a not inconsiderable extent. Today people call this fact, rather dishonestly, the blessing of work. The alleviation consists of completely diverting the interest of the sufferer from the pain, so that constantly an action and yet another action enters consciousness, and consequently little room is left for suffering. because this chamber of human consciousness is small, mechanical activity, and what goes with it, like absolute regularity, punctual, mindless obedience, one's way of life fixed once and for all, time-filling, a certain encouragement, indeed discipline to be impersonal, to forget oneself, to be in a state of incuria sui, lack of concern for self. How thoroughly, how accurately the ascetic priest has exploited these in the fight against pain. And when he had to deal with the suffering of the lower orders, with work slaves or prisoners, or with women who are, after all, mostly both at the same time, work slaves and prisoners, all he had to do was switch names round a bit, some rebaptizing, so that in future they would view a hated thing as a benefit, as relative happiness. In any case, the slave's discontent with their lot was not invented by the priests. An even higher valued means of fighting depression is the prescription of a small pleasure which is readily accessible and can be made into normal practice. This medication is often used in conjunction with those just discussed. The most frequent form in which a pleasure of this type is prescribed as a cure is the pleasure of giving pleasure, as doing good, giving gifts, bringing relief, helping, encouraging, comforting, praising, honoring. The ascetic priest thereby prescribes, when he prescribes love thy neighbor, what is actually the arousal of the strongest, most life-affirming impulse, albeit in the most cautious dose, the will to power, the happiness of even the smallest superiority, such as that which accompanies all doing good, being useful, helping, honoring, is the most ample consolation used by the physiologically inhibited, provided they are well advised, otherwise they hurt one another naturally in obedience to the same fundamental instinct. If we look for the beginnings of Christianity in the Roman world, we find associations for mutual support, associations for the poor, the sick, for burials, which have sprouted on the lowest level of that society, where the chief means to counter depression, that of the small pleasure, of mutual do-gooding, was deliberately nurtured. Perhaps this was something new then, an actual discovery, this will to reciprocity, to form a herd community, a conventicle called forth in such a manner is bound to lead, if only in miniature, to a new and much fuller outbreak of the will to power. The formation of a herd is an essential step and victory in the fight against depression. With the growth of the community, a new interest is kindled for the individual as well, which often enough will lift him out of the most personal element in his discontent, his aversion to himself. Despectio sui. All the sick and sickly strive instinctively for a herd organization, out of a longing to shake off dull lethargy and the feeling of weakness. The ascetic priest senses this instinct and promotes it. Wherever there are herds, it is the instinct of weakness that has willed the herd and the cleverness of the priest that has organized it. For it should not be overlooked, the strong are as naturally inclined to strive to be apart as the weak are to strive to be together. When the former unite, this takes place only with a view to an aggressive collective action and collective satisfaction of their will to power, with much resistance from their individual consciences. The latter, on the contrary, gather together with pleasure at this very gathering. Their instinct is just as satisfied in doing this as the instinct of the born masters. I mean here the solitary species of human beast of prey is basically irritated and unsettled by organization. Behind every oligarchy, the whole history informs us, the lust for tyranny always lurks. Every oligarchy constantly quakes at the tension that each individual has to exert in order to remain in control of this desire. For example, it was like that with the Greeks. Plato testifies to it in 100 places. Plato, who knew his peers and himself. 19. The ascetic priest's method that we have been getting to know, the total dampening of the awareness of life, mechanical activity, the small pleasure, above all the pleasure of loving one's neighbor, herd organization, the awakening of the communal feeling of power, consequently the individual's dissatisfaction with himself, is overridden by his delight at the prosperity of the community. These, measured in modern terms, are his innocent means in the fight against displeasure. Now let us turn to the more interesting, the guilty means. They are all concerned with one thing, some kind of excess of feeling, which is used as the most effective in aesthetic, for dull, crippling, long drawn out pain. That is why the ingenuity of the priests has been practically inexhaustible in thinking out the implications of this one question, quote, "How can one achieve excess of feeling?" End quote. That sounds hard. Obviously, it would sound more pleasant and sound better on the ears if I were to say the ascetic priest has always made use of the enthusiasm that lies in all strong effects. But why caress the effeminate ears of our modern weaklings? Why, for our part, should we give in, even by an inch, to their verbal tartuffery? For us psychologists, this would constitute a tartuffery of deed, apart from the fact that it would nauseate us. Actually, a psychologist today shows his good taste, if he shows any at all, others might say his integrity, by resisting the scandalously over moralistic language with which practically all modern judgments about men and things are smeared. For we must make no mistake about it, the most characteristic feature of modern souls, modern books, is not their lies about the deep rooted innocence in their moralistic mendaciousness. To have to rediscover this innocence everywhere, that is, perhaps the most revolting task among the somewhat dubious tasks a psychologist today has to perform. It is part of our great danger. It is path that, perhaps, leads us too to the great nausea. I do not doubt for what use alone modern books, assuming they last, which certainly is not to be feared, and likewise assuming that one day there will be prosperity with stricter, harder, more healthy taste, what use everything modern in general will serve, could serve, for this posterity as an emetic, and that on account of its moral sugariness and falsity, its innermost feminism, which is pleased to call itself idealism, and at all events believes itself to be an idealism. Our educated people today, our good men, do not lie. It is true, but it does them no credit. The actual lie, the genuine, resolute, honest lie, listen to Plato about its value, would be something far too tough and strong for them. It would demand something of them that one must not demand, that they open their eyes to themselves, that they come to know how to distinguish between true and false with regard to themselves. The dishonest lie is the only thing fitting for them, Everyone who feels himself to be a good person today is completely incapable of approaching anything except in a dishonestly mendacious way, in a way that was mendacious right down to its very depths, but innocently mendacious, true-heartedly mendacious, blue-eyed mendacious, virtuously mendacious. These good people, all of them, now moralized, root and branch, and disgraced, as far as honesty is concerned, and ruined for all eternity, which of them could stand a single truth about man? Or to ask more pertinently, which of them could bear a true biography? A few hints. Lord Byron wrote some extremely personal things about himself, but Thomas More was too good for this. He burnt his friend's papers. The same is said to have happened with Dr. Gwinner, Schopenhauer's executor, for Schopenhauer had written a few things about himself as well, and perhaps against himself too. The industrious American Thayer, Beethoven's biographer, suddenly called his work to a halt, having reached some point or other in his honorable and naive life. He could no longer stand it. Moral: what prudent man would write an honest word about himself these days? He would have to belong to the order of holy daredevils. We are promised Richard Wagner's autobiography. Who can doubt but that it will be a prudent autobiography? Let us think of the comical horror which the Catholist priest Jansen aroused with his incredibly down-to-earth and innocuous picture of the German Reformation. What would people do next if someone told the story differently for once? If a real psychologist told us about the real Luther, no longer with the moralistic simplicity of a country pastor, no longer with the sugary deferential modesty of Protestant historians, but instead with the intrepidity of a Thane, from strength of soul, and not from a shrewd indulgence toward strength. The Germans, by the way, have finally produced an agreeable enough classic specimen of the latter. They have every right to claim him as one of their own, and be proud of him, one Leopold Rank, this born classical advocatus of every causa fortior, this most prudent of all prudent realists. 20. But you will have already understood me. Surely reason enough, do you not think, all in all, why we psychologists of today cannot get rid of a certain mistrust towards ourselves? Probably we too are still too good for our trade. Probably we too are still the victims, the prey, the sick of this contemporary taste for moralization. Much as we feel contempt towards it, it probably infects us as well. What warning did that diplomat give when he spoke to his peers? Above all, gentlemen, we must mistrust our first impulses, he said. They are nearly always good. Every psychologist ought to speak to his peers like that today. And with that we return to our problem. What really does require a certain discipline from us, a certain mistrust, especially towards our first impulses. The ascetic ideal utilized to produce excess of feelings. If you can remember the last essay, you will be able to extrapolate the essentials of what follows from the meaning compressed in these 9 words. To throw the human soul out of joint, plunging it into terror, frosts, fires, and raptures, to such an extent that it rids itself of all small and petty forms of lethargy, apathy, and depression, as though hit by lightning. What paths lead to this goal, and which are most certain to do so? Basically, all strong emotions have this capacity, providing they are released suddenly: anger, fear, voluptuousness, revenge, hope, triumph, despair, cruelty. In fact, the ascetic priest has insouciantly taken into his service the whole pack of wild hounds in man, releasing now one, then another, always with the same purpose of waking man out of his long drawn out melancholy, of putting to flights, at least temporarily, his dull pain, his lingering misery, always with a religious interpretation and justification as well. Every such excess of emotion has to be paid for afterwards. It goes without saying. It makes the sick person even sicker, and therefore this type of remedy for pain is a guilty one, measured against the modern yardstick. However, we have to insist all the more firmly, as fairness demands, that this remedy was applied with a good conscience, that the ascetic priest prescribed it with the utmost faith in its efficacy, indeed its indispensability, often enough nearly collapsing himself at the distress he caused. Similarly, that the vehement physiological revenge taken by such excesses, perhaps even mental disturbance, is fundamentally not actually inconsistent with the general idea of this type of medication, which did not, as I have already shown, set out to heal diseases, but rather to fight the lethargy of depression, to alleviate and anesthetize it. In this way, too, the aim was achieved. The main contrivance which the ascetic priest allowed himself to use in order to make the human soul resound with every kind of heart-rending and ecstatic music was, as everyone knows, his utilization of the feeling of guilt. The previous essay indicated the descent of this feeling briefly. As a piece of animal psychology, no more. There we encountered the feeling of guilt in its raw state, as it were. Only in the hands of the priest, this real artist in the feelings of guilt, did it take shape. And what a shape! Sin, for that is the name for the priestly reinterpretation of the animal bad conscience. Cruelty turned back on itself has been the greatest event in the history of the sick soul up till now. With sin, we have the most dangerous and disastrous trick of religious interpretation. Man suffering from himself in some way, at all events, physiologically, rather like an animal imprisoned in a cage, unclear as to why, what for, and yearning for reasons. Reasons bring relief, yearning for cures and narcotics as well. Finally consult someone who knows hidden things too. And lo and behold, from this magician, the ascetic priest, he receives the first tip as to the cause of his suffering. He should look for it within himself, in guilt, in a piece of the past. He should understand his suffering itself as a condition of punishment. The unhappy man has heard, has understood, he is like a hen around which a line has been drawn. He cannot get out of this drawn circle. The sick man has been made into the sinner. And now we shall not be rid of the sight of this new sick person, the sinner, for a few thousand years. Shall we ever be rid of him? Wherever we look, everywhere, the hypnotic glance of the sinner always moving in the one direction, in the direction of guilt as the sole cause of suffering. Everywhere, bad conscience, that abominable beast, as Luther called it, everywhere the past regurgitated, the deed distorted, the green eye on every action, everywhere the will to misunderstand suffering made into the content of life, suffering reinterpreted as feelings of guilt, fear, punishment, everywhere the scourge, the hair shirt, the starving body, contrition, everywhere the sinner breaking himself on the cruel wheel of a restless and morbidly lustful conscience, everywhere dumb torment, the most extreme fear, the agony of the tortured soul, the paroxysms of unknown happiness, the cry for redemption. In fact, the old depression, heaviness, and fatigue were thoroughly overcome by this system of procedures. Life became very interesting again. Awake, eternally awake, sleepless, glowing, burned out, exhausted, and yet not tired. This is how man, the sinner, looked when initiated into these mysteries. That great old magician fighting lethargy, the ascetic priest, had obviously won. His kingdom had come. Already people were no longer making complaints against pain, they thirsted for it. more pain, they screamed. The desires of his disciples and initiates for centuries. Every excess of feeling that hurt, everything that broke, overthrew, crushed, entranced, and enraptured, the secret of the torture chamber, the ingenuity of hell itself, all this was now discovered, guessed at, and utilized. Everything was at magician's service. From now on, everything served towards the victory of his ideal, the ascetic ideal. My kingdom is not for this world, is what he kept on saying. Did he really have the right to talk like that? Goethe claimed there were only 36 tragic situations. From this, we gather, if we did not already know, that Goethe was not an ascetic priest. He knows more. 21. With regard to this whole type of priestly medication, the guilty kind, every word of criticism is too much. That such an excess of feeling, as prescribed by the ascetic priest to his patient, under the holiest of names, as goes without saying, and likewise impregnated with the sanctity of his purpose, should in any way have been really of use to any patient. Who would want to justify a claim of this kind? At least we should be clear about the word use. If we want to imply by it that such a system of treatment improved man, I shall not argue. I merely add what improved means to me. Exactly the same as tamed, weakened, discouraged, refined, mollycoddled, emasculated. So almost the same as injured. If, however, it is mainly a question of the sick, the disgruntled, the depressed, a system like this makes the sick patient more sick, in every case, even if it makes him better. Just ask the doctors dealing with lunatics what always accompanies systematic application of penitential torments: contrition and spasms of redemption. Likewise, study history. Everywhere where the ascetic priest has prevailed with the treatment of the sick, the sickness has increased in depth and breadth at a terrific speed. What was in each case the successful result? A shattered nervous system added on to the sickness. and that applied on the largest and smallest scale, with individuals and with masses. We find terrible epileptic epidemics in the wake of training in penance and redemption, the greatest known to history, such as those of the dancers of Saint Vitus and Saint John in the Middle Ages. Another form its after effect takes is terrible paralysis and long-term depressions, which can bring about, under certain circumstances, a permanent reversal of the temperament of a people or a town. The witch hysteria belongs here, related somewhat to sleepwalking. 8 great epidemic outbreaks of hysteria between 1564 and 1605 alone. In its wake we find likewise that death-seeking mass delirium, whose dreadful cry, "Evviva la morte!" (Long live death!) could be heard over the whole of Europe, interrupted now by voluptuous, now by manic destructive idiosyncrasies. And the same alternation of emotions, with the same intervals and reversals, can still be observed everywhere today, in every case where the ascetic doctrine of sin has another great success. Religious neurosis appears as a form of the evil one, there is no doubt about it. What is it? Queritur. That is the question. Broadly speaking, the ascetic ideal and its sublimely moral cult, this most ingenious, unscrupulous, and dangerous systematization of all the methods of emotional excess under the protection of holy intentions, has inscribed itself in a terrible and unforgettable way into the whole history of man, and unfortunately not just into the history. I can think of hardly anything that has sapped the health and racial strength of precisely the Europeans so destructively as this ideal. Without any exaggeration, we are entitled to call it the real catastrophe in the history of the health of European man. The only thing that can be compared with its influence is the specifically Germanic influence. I mean the alcoholic poisoning of Europe, which has strictly kept pace so far with the political and racial predominance of the Germans. Where they injected their blood, they injected their vice as well. Third in line would be syphilis. Magno sed proxima intervio. Next, but after a large interval. 22. The ascetic priest has ruined spiritual health wherever he has come to rule. Consequently, he has ruined taste in artibus et litteris, in arts and letters. He is still ruining it. Consequently, I hope you will simply allow me this consequently. At any rate, I do not want to prove it. One single pointer. It refers to the basic text of Christian literature, its model, its book of books. Even during the era of Greco-Roman splendor, which was also a splendor of books, in the face of an ancient world of writings that had not yet succumbed to decay and ruin, at a time when you could still read a few books, we would nowadays give half of whole literatures to possess the simplicity and vanity of Christian agitators. We call them church fathers, dare to decree, quote, "We have our own classical literature, we don't need that of the Greeks," end quote. And saying so, they proudly pointed to books of legends, letters of the apostles, and apologetic little tracts, rather similar to the way the English Salvation Army today fights Shakespeare and other heathens with similar literature. I do not like the New Testament. You have worked that out by now. It almost disturbs me to be so very isolated in my taste regarding this most valued, overvalued work. The taste of 2 millennia is against me. But it is no use. Here I stand, I can do no other. I have the courage of my bad taste. The Old Testament? Well, that is something quite different. Every respect for the Old Testament. I find in it great men, heroic landscape, and something of utmost rarity on earth, the incomparable naivety of the strong heart. Even more, I find a people. In contrast, in the New Testament I find nothing but petty sectarian groupings, nothing but rococo of the soul, nothing but arabesques, crannies, and oddities, nothing but the air of the conventicle, not to forget the occasional breath of bucolic sugariness, which belongs to the epoch and to the Roman province, and is neither Jewish nor Hellenistic. Humility and pomposity right next to each other, a garrulousness of feeling that almost stupefies, ostensibly passionate but lacking passion, embarrassing gesticulation, obviously breeding is lacking here. What right have people to make such a fuss about their little failings, like these pious little men do? No cock is going to crow over it, still less God. Finally, they even want to have the crown of eternal life. Revelation 2:10. All these little provincial people. What for? Why? It is the ultimate in presumption. An immortal Peter, who could stand him? They have an ambition which makes you laugh. People like that, regurgitating their most personal affairs, stupidities, sorrows, and lingering worries as if the in itself of things were duty bound to concern itself with all that. People like that never tire of involving God in the most trivial trouble they are in. And this continual use of the first name terms with God, in the worst taste. This Jewish, not just Jewish, pawning and nuzzling impertinence towards God. There are small, despised, heathen peoples in East Asia who could have taught these first Christians something essential, some tact in reverence. The former do not permit themselves even to mention the name of their God, as Christian missionaries testify. This seems to me to be delicate enough. It is certainly too delicate, and not just for the first Christians. So that you can appreciate the contrast, think of Luther, the most eloquent and most presumptuous peasant Germany has had. Think of the Lutheran tone that he was pleased to adopt in his conversations with God. Luther's resistance to the mediating saints in the Church, in particular to the devil's sow, the Pope, was no doubt basically the resistance of a loud, irritated by the Church's good etiquette. That reverential etiquette of hieratic taste, which only admits the more consecrated and silent into the holy of holies, and closes it to louds. These were absolutely not going to be allowed a voice here, but Luther, the peasant, wanted a complete change. It wasn't German enough for him. Above all, He wanted to speak directly, in person and without ceremony to his God. Well, he did it. The ascetic ideal, you have guessed, was never anywhere a school of good taste, still less of good manners. At best it was a school for hieratic manners, which means it contains within itself something that is the deadly enemy of all good manners: lack of moderation, dislike of moderation, being itself a non plus ultra, unsurpassable extreme. 23. The ascetic ideal not only spoilt health and taste, it spoilt a third, fourth, fifth, sixth thing as well. I shall refrain from saying what they all were. I would never reach the end. I do not want to bring to light what the ideal did, rather simply what it means, what it indicates, what lies hidden behind, beneath, and within it, and what it expresses in a provincial, indistinct way, laden with question marks and misunderstandings. And only in regard to this purpose could I not spare my readers a glimpse of the monstrosity of its effects, and of how calamitous those effects are, to prepare them, as a matter of fact, for the final, terrible aspect that the question of the meaning of this ideal has for me. What does the power of that ideal mean? The monstrosity of its power? Why has it been given so much space? Why has more effective resistance not been offered to it? The ascetic ideal expresses a will. Where is the opposing will in which an opposing ideal might express itself? The ascetic ideal has a goal, this being so general that all the interests of human existence appear petty and narrow when measured against it. It inexorably interprets epochs, peoples, man, all with reference to this one goal. It permits of no other interpretation, no other goal, and rejects, denies, affirms, confirms, only with reference to its interpretation. And was there ever a system of interpretation more fully thought through? It does not subject itself to any power, in fact, it believes in its superiority over any power, in its unconditional superiority of rank over any other power. It believes there is nothing on earth of any power that does not first have to receive a meaning, a right to existence, a value from it, as a tool to its work, as a way and means to its goal, to one goal. Where is the counterpart to this closed system of will, goal, and interpretation? Why is the counterpart lacking? Where is the other one goal? But I am told it is not lacking. Not only has it fought a long, successful fight with that ideal, but it has already mastered that ideal in all essentials. All our modern science is witness to that, modern science which, as a genuine philosophy of reality, obviously believes only in itself, possesses, obviously, the courage to be itself, the will to be itself, and has hitherto got by well enough without God, the beyond, and the virtues of denial. However, I am not impressed by such noise and rabble-rousers as claptrap. These people who trumpet reality are bad musicians. It is easy enough to hear that their voices do not come from the depths. The abyss of scientific conscience does not speak from them, for the scientific conscience today is an abyss. The word science is quite simply an obscenity in the traps of such trumpeters, an abuse, an indecency, precisely the opposite of what they are declaring here is the truth. Science today has absolutely no faith in itself, let alone in an ideal above it, and where it is still passion, love, fire, suffering, it is not the opposite of the ascetic ideal, but rather the latter's own most recent and noble manifestation. Does that sound strange to you? There are enough worthy and modest workers, even amongst the scholars of today, who like their little corner, and therefore, because they like being there, are occasionally somewhat presumptuous in making their demand heard that people today ought to be content in general, especially with science, there being so much useful work to be done. I do not deny it. I am the last to want to spoil the pleasure of these honest workers in their craft, for I delight in their work. But the fact that nowadays people are working hard in science and that they are contented workmen does not at all prove that today science as a whole has a goal, a will, an ideal, a passion of great faith. The opposite, as I said, is the case, where it is not the most recent manifestation of the ascetic ideal. There are too few noble, exceptional cases for the general judgment to be deflected. Then, science today is a hiding place for all kinds of ill humor, unbelief, gnawing worms, despectio sui, bad conscience. It is the disquiet of the lack of ideals itself, the suffering from a lack of great love, the discontent over enforced contentedness. Oh, what does science not conceal today? How much it is supposed to conceal at any rate! The industry of our best scholars, their unreflective diligence, heads smoking night and day, their very mastery of their craft. How often does all this mean trying to conceal something from themselves, science as a means of self-anaesthetic? Do you know that? Everyone in contact with scholars has the experience that they are sometimes wounded to the marrow by a harmless word. We anger our scholarly friends at the very moment when we want to honor them. We make them lose their temper and control simply because we were too coarse to guess who we were actually dealing with sufferers who do not want to admit what they are to themselves, with people drugged and dazed who fear only one thing, coming to consciousness. 24. And now consider the rarer cases of which I spoke, the last idealists we have today among philosophers and scholars. Do we perhaps have in them the sought for opponents of ascetic ideals, the latter's counter idealists? In fact, they believe themselves to be these unbelievers because that is what they all are. That seems to be their last remnant of faith, to be opponents of this ideal. So serious are they on this score, so passionate is their every word and gesture. Does what they believe therefore need to be true? We knowers are positively mistrustful of any kind of believers. Our mistrust has gradually trained us to conclude the opposite of what was formerly concluded, namely, to presuppose, wherever the strength of a belief becomes prominent, a certain weakness, even improbability of proof. Even we do not deny that faith brings salvation. Precisely for that reason, we deny that faith proves anything. A strong faith which brings salvation is grounds for suspicion of the object of its faith. It does not establish truth, it establishes a certain probability of deception. What now is the position in this case? These no-sayers and outsiders of today, those who are absolute in one thing, their demand for intellectual rigor, these hard, strict, abstinent, heroic minds who make up the glory of our time, all these pale atheists, antichrists, immoralists, nihilists, these skeptics, aphetics, hectics of the mind, they are one and all the latter in a certain sense, these last idealists of knowledge in whom alone intellectual conscience dwells and is embodied these days. They believe they are all as liberated as possible from the ascetic ideal, these free, very free spirits. And yet, I will tell them that what they themselves cannot see, because they are standing too close to themselves. This ideal is quite simply their ideal as well. They themselves represent it nowadays, and perhaps no one else. They themselves are its most intellectualized product, its most advanced frontline troops and scouts, its most insidious, delicate, and elusive form of seduction. If I am at all able to solve riddles, I wish to claim to do so with this pronouncement. These are very far from being free spirits because they still believe in truth. When the Christian crusaders in the East fell upon the invincible order of assassins, the order of free spirits par excellence, the lowest rank of whom lived a life of obedience, the like of which no monastic order has ever achieved, somehow or other they received an inkling of that symbol and watchword that was reserved for the highest ranks alone in their secretum. Quote, "Nothing is true, everything is permitted." End quote. Certainly that was freedom of the mind. With that, the termination of the belief in truth was announced. Has a European or a Christian freethinker ever strayed into this proposition and the labyrinth of its consequences? Does he know the minotaur of this cave from experience? I doubt it, indeed. I know otherwise. Nothing is stranger to these people who are absolute in one thing, these so-called free spirits, than freedom and release in that sense. In no respect are they more firmly bound. Precisely in their faith in truth, they are more rigid and more absolute than anyone else. Perhaps I am too familiar with all this, that venerable philosopher's abstinence prescribed by such a faith like that commits one, that stoicism of the intellect, which, in the last resort, denies itself the no just as strictly as the yes, that will to stand still before the factual, the factum brutum, that fatalism of petites faiths, small facts. Say petit fatalisme, as I call it, in which French scholarship now seeks a kind of moral superiority over the German, that renunciation of any interpretation, of forcing, adjusting, shortening, omitting, filling out, inventing, falsifying, and everything else essential to interpretation. On the whole, this expresses the asceticism of virtue just as well as any denial of sensuality. It is basically just a modus of this denial. However, the compulsion towards it, that unconditional will to truth, is faith in the ascetic ideal itself. even if, as an unconscious imperative, make no mistake about it, it is the faith in a metaphysical value, a value as such of truth, as vouched for and confirmed by that ideal alone, it stands and falls by that ideal. Strictly speaking, there is no presuppositionless knowledge. The thought of such a thing is unthinkable, paralogical. A philosophy, a faith, always has to be there first for knowledge to win from it a direction, a meaning, a limit, a method, a right to exist. Whoever understands it the other way round and, for example, tries to place philosophy on a strictly scientific foundation, must first stand on its head not just philosophy but also truth itself, the worst offence against decency which can occur in relation to two such respectable ladies. Yes, there is no doubt, and here I let my gay science have a word. See the fifth book, section 344, the truthful man in that daring and final sense which faith in science presupposes, thus affirms another world from the one of life, nature, and history, and inasmuch as he affirms this other world, must he not therefore deny its opposite, this world, our world, in doing so? Our faith in science is still based on a metaphysical faith. Even we knowers of today, we godless anti-metaphysicians, still take our fire from the blaze set alight by a faith thousands of years old, that faith of Christians, which was also Plato's faith, that God is truth, that truth is divine. But what if precisely this becomes more and more unbelievable when nothing any longer turns out to be divine except for error, blindness, and lies? And what if God Himself turned out to be our oldest lie? End quote. At this point, we need to stop and take time to reflect. Science itself now needs a justification, which is not at all to say that there is one for it. On this question, turn to the most ancient and most modern philosophies. All of them lack a consciousness of the extent to which the will to truth itself needs a justification. Here is a gap even in every philosophy. How does it come about? Because the ascetic ideal has far been master over all philosophy, because truth was set as being, as God, as the highest authority itself, because truth was not allowed to be a problem. Do you understand this allowed to be? From the very moment that faith in the God of the ascetic ideal is denied, there is a new problem as well, that of the value of truth. The will to truth needs a critique. Let us define our own task with this. The value of truth is tentatively to be called into question. Anyone who finds this put too briefly is advised to read that section of Gay Science with the title, "To What Extent Even We Are Still Pious." Still better, the whole fifth book of that work, similarly the preface to Daybreak. 25. No, do not come to me with science when I am looking for the natural antagonist to the ascetic ideal, when I ask, quote, "Where is the opposing will in which its opposing ideal expresses itself?" End quote. Science is not nearly independent enough for that. In every respect, it first needs a value ideal, a value creating power in whose service it can believe in itself. Science itself never creates values. Its relationship to the ascetic ideal is certainly not yet inherently antagonistic. Indeed, it is much more the case, in general, that it still represents the driving force in the inner evolution of that ideal. Its repugnance and pugnacity are, on closer inspection, directed not at the ideal itself but at its outworks, its apparel and disguise, at the way the ideal temporarily hardens, solidifies, becomes dogmatic. Science liberates what life is in it by denying what is esoteric in this ideal. Both of them, science and the ascetic ideal, are still on the same foundation. I have already explained, that is to say, both overestimate truth; more correctly, they share the same faith that truth cannot be assessed or criticized, and this makes them both necessarily allies, so that if they must be fought, they can only be fought and called into question together. A depreciation of the value of the ascetic ideal inevitably brings about a depreciation of the value of science. One must keep one's eyes open and prick up one's ears for this in time. Art, let me say at the outset, since I shall deal with this at length some day, art, in which lying sanctifies itself, and the will to deception has good conscience on its side, is much more fundamentally opposed to the ascetic ideal than science is. This was sensed instinctively by Plato, the greatest enemy of art Europe has yet produced. Plato versus Homer. See especially Plato's Republic. That is complete, genuine antagonism. On the one hand, the sincerest advocate of the beyond, the greatest slanderer of life; on the other hand, its involuntary idolater, the golden nature. Artistic servitude in the service of the ascetic ideal is thus the specific form of artistic corruption. Unfortunately, one of the most common, for nothing is more corruptible than an artist. And when we view it physiologically too, science rests on the same base as the ascetic ideal. The precondition of both the one and the other is a certain impoverishment of life. The emotions cooled, the tempo slackened, dialectics in place of instinct, solemnity stamped on faces and gestures, solemnity, that most unmistakable sign of a more sluggish metabolism and of a struggling, more toiling life. Look at the epochs in the life of a people where scholars predominated. They are times of exhaustion, often of twilight, of decline. Gone are the overflowing energy, the certainty of life, the certainty as to the future. The preponderance of the mandarins never indicates anything good, any more than the rise of democracy, international courts of arbitration instead of wars, equal rights for women, the religion of compassion, and everything else that is a symptom of life in decline. Science conceived as a problem. What does science mean? Compare the preface to The Birth of Tragedy on this. Now open your eyes. This modern science is, for the time being, the best ally for the ascetic ideal, for the simple reason that it is the most unconscious, involuntary, secret, and subterranean. The poor in spirit and the scientific opponents of this ideal have up till now played by the same game. By the way, beware of thinking that they are its opposite, that is, the rich in spirit. They are not that. I called them the hectics of the spirit. These famous victories of the latter, undoubtedly, they are victories, but over what? The ascetic ideal was decidedly not conquered. It was, on the contrary, made stronger. I mean, more elusive, more spiritual, more insidious by the fact that science constantly and unsparingly detached and broke off a wall or outwork that had attached itself to it and coarsened its appearance. Do you really think that, for example, the defeat of theological astronomy meant a defeat of that ideal? Has man perhaps become less in need of a transcendent solution to the riddle of his existence because this existence has since come to look still more arbitrary, loiterer-like, and dispensable in the visible order of things? Has not man's self-deprecation, his will to self-deprecation, been unstoppably on the increase since Copernicus? Gone, alas, is his faith in his dignity, uniqueness, irreplaceableness, in the rank ordering of beings. He has become animal, literally, unqualifiedly, and unreservedly an animal. Man, who in his earlier faiths was almost God, child of God, man of God, since Copernicus, man seems to have been on a downward path. Now he seems to be rolling faster and faster away from the center. Where to? Into nothingness? Into the piercing sensation of his nothingness? Well, that would be the straight path. To the old ideal? All science, and not just astronomy alone, the humiliating and degrading effects of which Kant singled out for the remarkable confession that it destroys my importance, critique of pure reason. All science, natural as well as unnatural, this is the name I would give to the self-critique of knowledge, is nowadays seeking to talk man out of his former self-respect, as though this were nothing but a bizarre piece of self-conceit. You could almost say that its own pride, its austere form of stoical ataraxy, consisted in maintaining this laboriously won self-contempt of man as his last, most serious claim to self-respect. In fact, rightly so, for the person who feels contempt is always someone who has not forgotten how to respect. Does this really work against the ascetic ideal? Do people in all seriousness still really believe, as theologians imagined for a while, that, say, Kant's victory over theological conceptual dogmatism, God, soul, freedom, immortality, damaged that ideal? We shall not for the moment concern ourselves with whether Kant himself had anything like that in view. What is certain is that every sort of transcendentalist since Kant has had a winning hand. They are emancipated from the theologians. What good luck! He showed them the secret path on which from now on they could independently and with the best scientific decorum pursue their heart's desires. Likewise, who would blame the agnostics if, as worshippers of the unknown and the secret, they worship the question mark itself as God? Suppose that everything man knows does not satisfy his desires, but instead contradicts them and arouses horror. What a divine excuse it is to be permitted to lay the guilt for this at the door of knowing rather than wishing. There is no knowing, consequently there is a God. What a new elegantia syllogismi, elegant form of inference! What a triumph for the ascetic ideal! 26. Or did the whole of modern historiography take a more confident position regarding life and ideals? Its noblest claim nowadays is that it is a mirror. It rejects all teleology. It does not want to prove anything anymore. It scorns playing the judge and shows good taste there. It affirms as little as it denies. It asserts and describes. All this is ascetic to a higher degree, but to an even higher degree it is nihilistic. Make no mistake about it. You see a sad, hard but determined gaze, an eye peers out like a lone explorer at the North Pole. Perhaps so as not to peer in or peer back. Here there is no, here life is silenced. The last crows heard here are called "What for?" in vain, nada. Here nothing flourishes or grows any more, except perhaps for Saint Petersburg metapolitics and Tolstoy's compassion. With regard to that other type of historian, perhaps an even more modern, pleasure-seeking, voluptuous type who flirts with life as much as with the ascetic ideal, who uses the word artist as a glove and commandeers for himself the praise of contemplation. Oh, how thirsty these clawing wits make me even for ascetics and winter landscapes! No, let such contemplative people go to the devil. I would vastly prefer to wander through the most sombre, grey, cold mists with those historic nihilists. Indeed, if I had to choose, I might even lend an ear to someone quite unhistorical, anti-historical, such as During, whose voice enraptures a hitherto shy and unacknowledged species of beautiful souls in Germany today, the species Anarchistia within the educated proletariat. The contemplatives are 100 times worse. I know of nothing as nauseating as this type of objective armchair scholar and perfumed sensualist towards history, half priest, half satyr, Renan-scented, who reveals by the mere falsetto of his approval all that he lacks, where he lacks it, where the fates in his case have been, alas, rather too surgical with their cruel scissors. I have neither taste nor patience for this. The person with nothing to lose by doing so can keep patient at such sights. I become angry at them. Such spectators make me more embittered towards the play than the play itself does. History itself, you understand. Anacreontic moods seize me unexpectedly. Nature, which give the bull its horn and the horn its yawning gap of teeth, gave me a foot. What for? To kick, by holy Anacreon, not just to run away, to kick to pieces the rotten armchairs, this cowardly contemplativeness, this lewd eunuchism towards history, this flirting with ascetic ideals, this tartuffery of fairness that results from impotence. I have every respect for the ascetic ideal in so far as it is honest, so long as it believes in itself and does not tell us bad jokes. But I dislike all these coquettish bedbugs. with their insatiable ambition to smell out infinity, until finally infinity smells of bedbugs. I dislike the whitewashed graves which portray life. I dislike the tired and worn out who cocoon themselves in wisdom and look objective. I dislike agitators dressed up as heroes who wear a magic cap of ideals around their straw heads. I dislike the ambitious artists who want to be taken for ascetics and priests and are basically just pathetic clowns. I also dislike the latest spectators in idealism, the anti-Semites who nowadays roll their Christian, Aryan, Philistine eyes and try to stir up the bovine elements in the population through a misuse which exhausts all patience of the cheapest means of agitating the moralistic attitude. The fact that every type of charlatanism in today's Germany is rewarded with success is related to the practically undeniable, already palpable desolation of the German spirit, des Deutschen Geiz, the cause of which I look for in the almost exclusive diet of newspapers, politics, beer, and Wagnerian music. In addition, the precondition for this regimen, namely the national constrictedness and vanity, the strong but narrow-minded principle of Deutschland über alles, as well as the paralysis agitans of modern ideals. Europe is rich and inventive nowadays, especially in methods of stimulation. Nothing seems more essential than stimulante and strong liquor, which explains the enormous hypocrisy in ideals, spirits, strongest liquor, and therefore also the disgusting, foul-smelling, mendacious, pseudo-alcoholic air everywhere. I want to know how many shiploads of sham idealism, hero outfits, and tiny rattle of great words, how many tons of sugared alcoholic sympathy, distillery La Religion de la Souffrance, the religion of suffering, how many stilts of noble indignation to help the spiritually flat-footed. How many comedians of the Christian moral ideal Europe would have to export for its air to smell cleaner? Obviously, a new type of trade possibility is opened up with regard to this overproduction. Obviously, business can be made out of little idolatrous ideals and related idealists. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Who has enough courage for it? It is in our hands whether we idealize the whole earth. But why am I talking about courage? One thing only is needful: a hand, an uninhibited, very uninhibited hand. 27. Enough, enough! Let us leave these curiosities and complexities of the most modern spirit, which have as many ridiculous as irritating aspects. Our problem indeed can do without them, the problem of the meaning of the ascetic ideal. What has that to do with yesterday and today? These things will be addressed by me more fully and seriously in another connection, with the title, quote, "On the History of European Nihilism," end quote, for which I refer you to a work I am writing, The Will to Power, attempt at a re-evaluation of all values. The only reason I have alluded to this is that the ascetic ideal has, for the present, even in the most spiritual sphere, only one type of real enemy and endurer. These are the comedians of this ideal because they arouse mistrust. Everywhere else where spirit is at work in a religious, powerful, and honest way, it now completely lacks an ideal. The popular expression for this abstinence is atheism, except for its will to truth. But this will, this remnant of an ideal, if you believe me, is that ideal itself in its strictest, most spiritual formulation. Completely esoteric, totally stripped of externals, and thus not so much its remnant as its kernel. Unconditional, honest atheism, its air alone is what we breathe, we more spiritual men of age, is therefore not opposed to the ascetic ideal as it appears to be. Instead, it is only one of the ideal's last phases of development, one of its final forms and inherent logical conclusions. It is the awe-inspiring catastrophe of a 2000-year discipline in truth-telling, which finally forbids itself the lie entailed in the belief in God. The same process of development in India completely independently, which therefore proves something, the same ideal forcing the same conclusion. The decisive point was reached 5 centuries before the European era began with Buddha, or more precisely, already with the Sankhya philosophy, subsequently popularized by Buddha and made into a religion. What, strictly speaking, has actually conquered the Christian God? The answer is in my Gay Science, section 357. Christian morality itself, the concept of truthfulness, was taken more and more seriously. The confessional punctiliousness of Christian conscience, translated and sublimated into scientific conscience, into intellectual rigor at any price, regarding nature as though it were a proof of God's goodness and providence, interpreting history in honor of divine reason as a constant testimonial to an ethical world order and ethical ultimate purpose, explaining all one's own experiences in the way pious folk have done for long enough, as though everything were providence, a sign intended and sent for the salvation of the soul. Now all that is over. It has conscience against it. Every sensitive conscience sees it as indecent, dishonest, as a pack of lies, feminism, weakness, cowardice. This severity makes us good Europeans, if anything does, and heirs to Europe's most protracted and bravest self-overcoming. All great things bring about their own demise through an act of self-sublimation. That is the law of life, the law of necessary self-overcoming in the essence of life. The lawgiver himself is always ultimately exposed to the cry, "Patere legem, quam ipse tulisti." Submit to the law, you have yourself made. In this way, Christianity as a dogma was destroyed by its own morality. In the same way, Christianity as a morality must also be destroyed. We stand on the threshold of this occurrence. After Christian truthfulness has drawn one conclusion after another, it will finally draw the strongest conclusion, that against itself. This will, however, happen when it asks itself, quote, "What does all will to truth mean?" End quote. And here I touch on my problem again, on our problem, my unknown friends, because I don't know any friend as yet. What meaning does our being have, if it were not that that will to truth has become conscious of itself as a problem in us? Without a doubt, from now on, morality will be destroyed by the will to truth's becoming conscious of itself. That great drama in 100 acts, reserved for Europe in the next 2 centuries. The most terrible, most questionable drama, but perhaps also the one most rich in hope. 28. Except for the ascetic ideal, man, the animal man, had no meaning up to now. His existence on earth had no purpose. What is man for actually? Was a question without an answer. There was no will for man and earth. Behind every great human destiny sounded the even louder refrain, quote, "In vain." End quote. This is what the ascetic ideal meant. Something was missing. There was an immense lacuna around man. He himself could think of no justification or explanation or affirmation. He suffered from the problem of what he meant. Other things made him suffer too. In the main, he was a sickly animal, but suffering itself was not his problem. Instead, the fact that there was no answer to the question, he screamed, "Suffering for what?" Man, the bravest animal and most prone to suffer, does not deny suffering as such. He wills it. He even seeks it out, provided he is shown a meaning for it, a purpose of suffering. The meaninglessness of suffering, not the suffering, was the curse that has so far blanketed mankind. And the ascetic ideal offered man a meaning. Up to now, it was the only meaning. But any meaning at all is better than no meaning at all. The ascetic ideal was, in every respect, the ultimate faute de mieux par excellence. Within it, suffering was interpreted, the enormous emptiness seemed filled, the door was shut on all suicidal nihilism. The interpretation, without a doubt, brought new suffering with it, deeper, more internal, more poisonous suffering, suffering that gnawed away more intensely at life. It brought all suffering within the perspective of guilt. But in spite of all that, man was saved. He had a meaning. From now on, he was no longer like a leaf in the breeze, and the plaything of the absurd, of nonsense. From now on, he could will something, no matter what, why, and how he did it at first. The will itself was saved. It is absolutely impossible for us to conceal what was actually expressed by that whole willing that derives its direction from the ascetic ideal, this hatred of the human, and even more of the animalistic, even more of the material, this horror of the senses, of reason itself, this fear of happiness and beauty, this longing to get away from appearance, transience, growth, death, wishing, longing itself. All that means let us dare to grasp it. A will to nothingness, an aversion to life, a rebellion against the most fundamental prerequisites of life. But it is and remains a will. And to conclude by saying what I said at the beginning, man still prefers to will nothingness than not will. End of On the Genealogy of Morality by Friedrich Nietzsche. Thank you for listening.